I guess we can both be chibi. Tee-hee.
Looks like somebody could use a little arrow of sunshine. Take your vision and die!
This is Chibiham, Juicy, and me. Preface. It's impressive to me that you do a preface for like the whole series. You really had this arced out in your mind. It's kind of giving me Amanda vibes because it's like growing up with a ham. You guys will see. So I promise to keep this series under 10 episodes. Broken immediately. But I think that you will all enjoy my experiences with my cousin Chibiham and her friend Juicy. This is a quick introduction and a little pudgy background. Characters: Paprika, OP, Hungarian-American Jew with bright red hair, normal-sized. Yes, I'm the standard by which everybody else should be judged. Good start. Chibiham, my cousin on my father's side, slowly swelling planet in the making. Juicy, to come. Just don't do that. What the hell is that? I guess there's gonna be like a big reveal. I'm waiting for that then. Preface, growing up with a ham. Now, Chibiham was always big. When we were kids, I remember how she'd always be wearing these white sequin t-shirts garnished with mysterious orange spittle stains. They always rode up and exposed her belly. Since no photos are allowed, illustrations will have to do. And there is an image here. We were both super cute 6-year-olds, and yeah, Chibiham's eating like 3 popsicles at the same time. Belly sagging out. Okay, well, thanks for that illustration. It's rather nice. Better than I could do at the very least. Chibiham would always be eating something, and it was invariably sticky. Her mom, my aunt, would cater to her every whim. Requests to popsicles, cotton candy, Doritos, Sody Pop. She would never be denied. Neither were mine, but whereas I'd be satisfied with 1 popsicle, she would always go back for seconds, thirds. I didn't think anything of it. We were 6, and I'd never heard of fat logic, diabetes, or hams. Yeah, well, you better put this one together real fast. You're gonna lose your pizza Lunchables. It's fine. Pizza Lunchables is the worst Lunchables, guys. It's hardly food. Even the best Lunchables, just awful. Since I only met my cousin at family reunions, it was years between encounters. Every time I'd see her, she was just a little bit bigger. Progression diagram here. Damn, we get a lot of like visual aids and shit. I love me a fucking diagram, let me tell you that. I don't know who... Oh, she's the one on the left throughout these, like, 6, 10, and 14 years. I like the one where she's dressed up like a Pokeball and OP's wearing a Sonic on the t-shirt. It's really nice. Anywho, OP said, I mean, I was bigger too, but the difference was, well, that I grew steadily taller, she stopped growing up and started growing out. Yeah, that's an unfortunate choice that her body made. Well, I guess she made for her body. If you're big and round, your body says we better not grow up anymore or we're going to reach critical mass. That's trace amounts of science. The first time I encountered fat logic was while shopping with her at the mall. We were 14. We visited Hot Topic. Dude, Hot Topic at 14. I know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm gonna buy an unfunny black shirt with white lettering on it. Check out the 4th wall for some ReddX merch. I appreciate you. This was the place, of course, for weeaboos and angsty teenagers like us to shop because Sailor Moon. Yeah, why not Sailor Moon? Not the main draw, but it's there too. I bought a wicked cool anime t-shirt and she some figurines. What was the wicked cool t-shirt? Sailor Moon, I guess? That was the anime? That's the only anime that exists, guys. We then head to the food court, chose meals, and found a table. Thrilled with my purchase, I immediately took out my shirt and slipped it on over my clothes. Is this another diagram? That was a nice funny picture there. I think the most shocking thing to me is that these Imgur links still work after so many years. This post is old, isn't it? I like your illustrations, OP, that's what I'll say. This was 1998, and layers were definitely a thing. I gushed over my geeky purchase, expecting my cousin to also be pleased, since we both loved anime back then, but she scoffed. You want a friggin' baby tee, and can still fit it over your clothes? You're disgusting! OP says, It's just, I could never do that. They don't even make those in my size. Yeah, weird flex, but okay. I felt a pang of pity for her for just a moment and considered taking the shirt off. Oh, fuck that. I'm too busy making this look good. Then she continued, It's just these bad genes. My mom has the same problem. Does your mom just not get a lot of physical activity? Or it's just overeating in your house? Sometimes it is like that, you know? Back in high school, I went over this big girl's house one time, and her family made Jell-O, but the Jell-O had, like, melted ice cream in it. It was delicious and delectable, but I only had one piece, and my body slipped into, like, a diabetic coma, so I don't know. We went to watch Lord of the Rings, and I woke up at the end of it. Thanks, ice cream Jell-O.
Oh, you will get ready for the Zim Zam and the Babbity Bibbity.
OP says her mom, my aunt, my dad's sister, bad genetics? Her mom was pudgy in her own right, and my dad has his share of a potbelly, but neither of them ever broke 250. Then there was me, who was normal enough sized teeny bopper to buy a baby tee and layer it. Genetics? Yeah, how do they work? I have no idea. It's just like a really weird... You keep bringing up the baby teeth thing. Is that important to you for some reason, that you could fit into it? If it comes up again, it's going to start to get really weird, okay? That's what I'll say. I wasn't sure what to say as I watched her suck the grease off of her cheese fries. It's like... I try to diet like I'm on a diet right now, but it's always diet, and the only time I can eat real food is when I'm with you, and we practically eat the same thing, so it has to be genetics. I surveyed the hall. I had a Chicago-style hot dog, relish and mustard with no ketchup, and potato wedges with an iced tea. She had 2 chili cheese dogs, cheese fries, barbecue wings, and a large Coke. As she picked up the Coke, my gaze followed it to her lips. Gulp. Is that basically the same thing? Yeah, it is basically, except yours is in a much more fucking enormous quantity. Like, that's your cousin. You gotta keep it real. You gotta go bowling.
Let's go bowling, 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 bowling.
I'm not even allowed to drink regular Coke, she said. This is diet. Then she shrugged, as if drinking diet meant that she was suffering inside. Either way, yeah, her insides was definitely suffering all right. Yeah, everything's all squished up in there. What a miracle the human body is. The fact that your organs haven't just shut down. It's amazing. The subject changed as Chibiham took out her Hot Topic purchase. It was a figurine of the lovely brunette Sailor Jupiter, posed in one of those magical attacks that they did so gracefully. Oh, do they have magical attacks? I didn't know that. How many spell slots? We admired it for a while, and she said, This Halloween, I'm going as Sailor Jupiter. I can't resist the images. Oh. Bloopiter? Savagery, dude. Although somebody might be into it. She might go to a Halloween party and pull, you know? I'm not gonna write it off completely. Anyway, she continued, I wish you lived nearby. Then you could go as one of the other Sailor Scouts and we could be a trick-or-treat team. Yeah. I love a team for trick-or-treat. But since we can't even do that, though, maybe you could just, like, trick-or-treat for 2, and then, like, send me half of your candy. How about no? None of that's gonna happen. And suddenly, the wave of disgust hit me. My beloved cousin, who I had never thought of as anything but big, suddenly transformed into a blob. Oh my god, it's horrible. No, she looked like that the whole time. That's how she normally looks. Her gut was hanging out over her pants, her chin's all covered in cheese. She licked and slurped at her chili-covered fingers in the same way that she had slurped at those stickily melting popsicles when we were 6 years old. It was as if, in that moment of unbelievable fat logic, the world of the goo ball opened up to me. You can never unsee. There's no going back. I did not want to be a Sailor Scout team with her. I just wanted to go home. Yeah, it's the feeling of being used. You should vocalize that. You want to use me for your own fucking nefarious, your hunger, essentially? It's not all that nefarious. I guess it is to the people giving out candy. They're just giving it to some fat kid who ain't even here. OP says, fortunately, that was the last time that I saw her as a teenager. The next time, she would already be in college, in a dreamland far, far away from Fat Logic and Ham planets, when she would come to visit me, in the land of the samurai. Oh, are you living in Japan? That's where the really weeby part comes in, I think. Although it had some moments, you know? There was a hot topic and whatnot. To be continued, and also gold! Wow! I gotta say, it's pretty cool. I like OP's writing style a whole lot. And there's pictures and shit, like... I'm pretty into it. I'm glad that this one was archived. And I'm glad that we get to crack it open for everybody's enjoyment. It's probably been done before. It's that good. It's definitely been done before, but the Gubbins haven't commented on it, so go ahead, boys.
Gubbins stuck on the part where she look at her cousin eating a hot dog and think, yes, same diet, must be genes. The hot dog have 1 layer, her plate have 4 species on it. Gubbins count. Gubbins.
4 species? Buffaloes? Oh, maybe there was pork on there? Fish?
The only time I eat real food is when I lie with you. She has constructed an entire mythology where witnesses to her eating somehow absolve the calories. The Diet Coke was the final touch of a true artist. Dark Gubbins.
I love when Dark Gubbins has a stroke, dude. I think you take the point. I want to know what's meant by 4 species. Cheese dogs, that's pigs, fries, barbecue chicken. That's only 3 species. The large Coke doesn't count, Gubbins. I gotta give the point to the dark one. That's how that's gotta go, okay? Next time, fact check yourself, alright? That's very important. Let's go ahead and check out another one of these stories. I'm excited. This is awesome. Whoopi says, thank you for the kind messages about my sketches. It does add a certain je ne sais quoi. And hopefully I can post 1 story a day too. While doing the sketches, that's fucking ambitious, bro. Characters, yep, you know them. Well, not Juicy. OP says, my flatmate and best friend in Japan. I thought in the first part you said Juicy was Chibiham's friend. Think about that for a second. My cousin Chibiham and her friend Juicy. No, it's fine, you do you. It's good to assure everybody that you can be friends with fat people too. I've got some of my best friends are fat, okay? In Japan. Chapter 1, Yokoso. For weebs like me, you'll know that Yokoso means welcome in Japanese. That's one of the words that I didn't learn. One of my favorite words that I learned was Onaneshitazo, which means I farted. Or a fart, I guess. After parting ways with Chibiham 6 years earlier, I had went off to college, and after doing some foreign exchange to a nice Japanese university, which offered English classes as well, I went on and did the thing that I wanted to do my whole life. I actually moved to Japan. I transferred colleges, found a part-time job at the school library, and moved in with a chick named Juicy. Well, look at you out here making big moves, traveling the world, making it your oyster, doing the thing that you want to do. I understand that on a fundamental level. Proud of you, OP. So, Juicy was not her real name, of course. She was a pretty Japanese girl. And here's OP's depiction. Very nice. She had a flower-like complexion. Juicy was what they would consider fat in Japan, and a cute way to call a fat girl in Japanese is juicy. She took it as no disrespect, however, and adopted the pseudonym herself. Yeah, I mean, fuck it, lean in. What else are you gonna do? Juicy lived in a small house near our college, a family home. Her parents lived out in the countryside, so she had taken over the old place in the center of the city herself. When I told Juicy I'd be moving to the country, she graciously opened up her home to me, and thus, I lived rent-free for the remainder of my college days, and then some. Well, damn. Everybody need a fucking friend like Juicy. Free rent? You... Okay. Juicy kept a ship-shape home. While not misophobic, she cleaned and did laundry daily, and always had something good cooking. I contributed with the meals and the cleaning, and bought most of the groceries, as well as paying half of the utilities. Well, I mean, yeah, no rent. Of course we got some grocery money. It's nice. It seems like you had a thing that worked. Although I definitely think OP has the long end of the stick on this one. The fact that I had moved to Japan was a big deal for my family, who was from Tennessee. Ain't they starving in Japan? Yeah, I think they are probably. What? The occasional, you know, that country binds up their baby girls' feet. Yeah, that's also probably true. These are some of the comments that I got, but frequent Facebook updates and pictures of my journey cleared the air. My cousin Chibiham was one of the happiest contributors, of course. Oh yes, I gotta live vicariously through you. You're in an interesting place that I want to go someday, so it's up to you to tell me all about it. How about you just come? How about you just visit? Would that be so very hard? The only way to have the experience is to participate in the experience. Whatever. After living in Japan for about 2 years, Chibiham asked me if she could come visit. Juicy was happy to oblige. The sweetheart had an unused room and said that we could host her while she was here. She ain't never gonna leave. We agreed, and Chibiham planned to come to Tokyo for 1 month during the summer. Juicy and I would chat excitedly about all the places that we were going to take her and all the things that we were going to do. Summer rolled around, and in rolled Chibiham with it. That is to say, she rolled right off the plane like a big old beach ball. She'd gotten bigger. She was almost as wide as she was tall, and she was wearing a muumuu summer dress. I think a muumuu? There's a big difference between a summer dress and a muumuu, okay? Yeah, that's a muumuu. No form, no shape, just draped over yourself. Or maybe I'm confusing summer dress and sundress. Because sundresses are awesome. Summer dress? Don't do that to yourself. OP! She screamed as soon as she exited the arrival gates. Was her voice always this big? In Japan, especially. Everyone in the waiting area turned to look. I knew it was you! I could spot that red hair a mile away. Juicy, who had come with me to pick her up, had a face like this. I was hoping for like barely restrained laughter, but that is just plain old shock and awe. She laughed in shock, and I said, Juicy, this is my cousin, Chibi! I looked over at her. She tee-heed. She did. She explained, I go by that now because I'm small, like one of the chibi anime characters, you know? What the fuck? Yeah, also, happening in this current reality, something completely different. After all, this is Japan, so I might as well have a Japanese name. You couldn't be Michiko or Yumiko or something like that. Side note, another word for those tiny, pudgy cartoon characters is super deformed. Okay, that was uncalled for. You're not into the chibi look? Do you hate Funko Pops just as much as I do, OP? Alright, that's +1 for you, okay? What did you say your name was? Juicy? Jeez, look at you though. We must be the same size. This drawing is so savage. The same size from the front, perhaps. From the side, it's a completely different picture. Chibi just never sees herself from the side. She thinks all of this is okay and normal. It's not. Your organs are suffering. Please don't do it to yourself. I guess we can both be Chibi. Tee-hee.
Tee-hee. Looks like somebody could use a little arrow of sunshine. Take your vision and fucking die!
There was a look of bitter shock and confusion on Juicy's face. Yes, she's very abrasive, and now she's here staying with us for an extended period. You're welcome. However, being sweet, Juicy just smiled and patted her head while saying, "Oh, I thought all Americans were supposed to be tall." And Chibiham took it well. "Yeah, not everyone's like OP over there," she guffawed. "I'm so happy to see you. At least now I know I can find clothing in this country for midgets like me." What the hell? I don't know how Chibiham is just like the most awkward individual ever. Is it that hard to be normal? Just be cordial for a minute to the person who's letting you like live in their house for free and shit. Anyway, we boarded the train into the city. Chibiham went on for about a half hour about her flight and how excited she was to leave the country for the first time before she finally conked out for the long leg of the trip. When she fell asleep, Juicy had this worried look on her face. "What? I didn't think she'd be this big. I don't think the PJs and things I prepared for her are going to fit." OP says, "Don't worry, Juicy. I'm sure she brought her own things. Just look at all that luggage." Yes, I'm sure she did. For Chibiham had with her 2 large suitcases, a duffel bag, and also a backpack. We had to change trains once. It was a long walk between the trains, and all the way Chibiham was huffing and puffing. Some type of 3 Little Pig shit going on right there, isn't it? Now I know, yeah, why you Japanese huff are so darn tiny, puff. It's all the weight, darn walking. Don't you have a car? Though we were all helping with Chibiham's luggage, by the time we got to the next platform, Juicy and I were carrying everything, and Chibiham was carrying nothing. Yeah, except her own fat ass. She still lagged. As we waited for the next train, she tried to explain herself. "I'm actually in really good shape. It must be the jet lag or something." Yes, that's how that works. As she said this, she reached over and unzipped the backpack that Juicy was now carrying, and it was chock full of sweets. Juicy twisted to look in horror. "Is that all candy?" she asked. "Would you like some? I brought it all the way from America." She waved a Snickers bar at Juicy. "No, thank you. We have Snickers in Japan, too," she laughed. You need some regional delicacies, some saltwater taffy.
And I'm a man who enjoys his taffy.
Actually, the taste is pretty subtle. Japanese people might dig it, although they probably also have saltwater taffy. Well, suit yourself. After all that exercising, I need a snack. And she wolfed down not 1, but 2 Snickers bars in the 8 minutes that it took the orange train to arrive. Damn, bro. Those are so many calories. Why are you doing this to yourself? Just snack on it, like a little bite. It'll last you so long if you just don't crunch it up like an animal. Let it sit in your mouth a while. Enjoy the experience, would you? What a monster. Anyway, finally we arrived at Juicy's house. We dragged all the suitcases upstairs to the guest room that Juicy had prepared. That is, Juicy and I dragged all the suitcases up the stairs. What did Chibiham do? Sit down? I need another nap? It's a diabetic coma, that's what that is. I told you about that earlier with the ice cream jello thing.
Get ready for the most splendiferous pudding pop you have ever seen.
And then, before we left the room to let her get settled in, Chibiham called out, "Hey, wait!" and unzipped her suitcases with a flourish. All of them were completely full of nothing but snacks. What a maniac. She looks so delighted with herself. Thanks for carrying all that shit for me. I'm gonna eat it all now. She is a monster, dude. There were chocolates, gummy candies, hard candies, lollipops, chips, caramel popcorn, ramen noodles, cupcakes, peanut butter, canned frosting, donuts, even Kool-Aid. She grinned proudly as she gestured to all of it. Since you guys have been so sweet and letting me stay here, I want to offer you each one snack of your choice. Go ahead. Wow, thanks. Chibiham, why did you bring all this? Well, I figured that I might not be able to get used to Japanese food, so I needed enough to cover the entire month. But where are your clothes? Your things? I brought some stuff, but I wanted to pack light, she said as she pulled out a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, and a pair of shorts. Oh, wow. I wanted to have room for all the awesome clothes and stuff that I'm gonna buy here. Juicy looks at me. That face. That face. That face! By the way, do you guys have any pajamas that I could borrow? Well, shit. Half an hour later, Chibiham was fast asleep, sprawled out in the middle of the room. Oh my god, that is graphic, with a stomach fold and everything, OP? Quite sprawled out indeed, surrounded by her candy. Yes, like a dragon guarding its hoard. She'd not been able to fit into poor Juicy's PJs. There hadn't even been time to pull out a futon for her, and now she was asleep, and yeah, there was no way that the two of us could manage to move her, so we just let her sleep there. On the literal floor? Can you roll her onto like a blanket or something? Burrito her up? That's a big old burrito. But OP didn't have the energy, I guess. She says it had been a long day, and this was a long story, so sorry. We would be getting her situated tomorrow. Oh, I am excited for that, I'll tell you what. This has been just a disaster. I can't for the life of me figure out why you would invite her to come and stay for an extended period. I guess she's your cousin, you know, but she's the weird cousin. You don't really want to do all that, do you? Think about it real hard, okay? I guess it's good. I guess it's nice. I guess, you know, family's family, and I can put up with your weirdness for a little while, but, like, the level of entitlement and stuff, too. You brought all them fucking snacks, didn't bring any clothes for yourself? Just an animal. She runs on instinct and chocolate. Well, what do you think about this one, Gubbins?
She packed 2 full suitcases of snack but 1 shirt. 1 single shirt. Gubbins do math, and math say she planned to wear candy as clothing. Very avant-garde. Very disgusting. Gubbins.
Oh, like a dress made of Snickers wrappers. Dude, that's what's next for Balenciaga.
She called herself Chibi, a word meaning tiny and cute, while being by her own cousin's account, nearly as wide as she is tall. The delusion is not a defense mechanism. It is a lifestyle. Dark Gubbins.
Like wearing my Balenciaga Snickers dress is a lifestyle.
Wait. She bring canned frosting. Not cake, not cupcake, just the frosting in a can for the month. Gubbins need to sit down, Gubbins.
That's wild, bro.
Gubbins. The psychological collapse of a woman who named herself after a word meaning small is the story. The frosting is a symptom. Dark Gubbins.
Dark Gubbins, the frosting is the psychology. She bring frosting with no cake. She is the cake. Gubbins.
She is the cake, bro? You want to slather that butt up with barbecue sauce?
She does have a nice big old behind. I'd like to put some barbecue sauce on that button.
You know, put barbecue sauce on the cake. But I think Gubbins is gonna win the point for the day. The thing you're most excited for is McDonald's?
Oh, wait.
Was she a great big fat person?
This is Chibiham, Juicy, and me, Lazy Ham, Chapter 2. Yes, it's like a Lazy Susan, but made of meat. Sorry for the delay. I was off at work for a day, but I promised to post at least one story a day. Henceforth, that's the promise that you made, and I admire your willingness to do it, but with animations and all, please, just take it easy, would you? And a minimum of 5 pictures each. Oh god, she's still going. I am your slave, you guys! You just made it weird. We were... I was feeling bad, and now you just made it weird. Characters are OP, Chibiham, and Juicy, of course. There is a prologue and chapter 1 previously, but this is chapter 2, Lazy Ham! The self-proclaimed Chibiham slept for a day once she arrived. This was normal. We've all had jet lag before. When we started to hear movement upstairs, and boy could you hear it, Juicy popped up and said, "Is that an earthquake?" And I giggled at her and said, "No, you'll just need to get used to that. It's my cousin." She didn't understand until she recognized that the tremors were in fact pulsating footsteps. While water was heard running in the bathroom sink, the ever-gracious host, Juicy, took over the kitchen and began preparing a Japanese-style breakfast. Oh yeah, where you cook eggs up in the bowl? That's what Japanese-style breakfast means to me, but it's a thing. I seen it before. Just trust me, guys, okay? Cooking eggs in a bowl. What's he talking about? In a few minutes, Chibiham descended the staircase and peeked into the common room. She looked like she had washed her face, but she still had morning hair and such, and she was wearing the muumuu once again. Oh my god, Chibiham, it looks awful. Just please, take it off. Wait, don't take it off! Yeah, it happens. This is what humans look like after they hibernate, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, OP says, it was not a clean item of clothing, the muumuu. Whatever she had spilled on herself during the flight, it was still there. And it looked sweat-stained beneath the arms and the bust line, and honestly, it smelled kind of sour. Bro, you just gonna do this? This is how you want to live your life, is it? Chibiham, don't you have any other clothing? Juicy asked her. We were thinking of taking you into town today. Oh, I didn't have space to bring much. Can I borrow some of yours? You and I are about the same size. Yeah, maybe height, but if you'll remember, Juicy is somewhat about a third of her circumference. Juicy grimaced and said, maybe we could just take you shopping instead. But yeah, first of all, I don't want you tearing apart my clothing. Sweating all over everywhere, slopping drinks on yourself, and that's if you fit in it at all. Chibiham did seem to like that idea. I want to get some anime shirts. I want to go to Akiba and see all the cosplayers. And I want to go to Harajuku and see the Harajuku girls. And I gotta get one of those awesome Lolita outfits. She sure did seem to know her stuff, but she had trouble sitting down at the table on the floor, the ever-famous style of Japanese kneeling. She said, "My knees hurt," as she sat there, legs ajar. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta stretch that out. That's how that works. This is a natural position of rest for humans, and if something hurts, that means, something's wrong. Then Juicy, sweet Juicy, brought out her breakfast for her. If you had ever seen a traditional Japanese breakfast, that is precisely what Juicy had made. A slice of grilled salmon, bowl of white rice, miso soup, pickles, nori, and a dashimaki tamago egg, which, yeah, I'll just draw it for you. It's a sliced up egg way back there. They cook it in a bowl and they slice it up. I swear it was cooked in a bowl. I'm not crazy. Okay. Chibiham wrinkled her nose and said, "What is this?" Juicy and I were perplexed. Breakfast? Don't you guys have any, like, cereal? Or could you make me some pancakes with sausage and scrambled egg? When you're in Rome, do as the Romans do. Chibiham, what the hell? Juicy pointed to the dashimaki tamago and said, "That is a scrambled egg. Yeah, we just cooked it in a bowl instead of a pan. It's not weird." And there's Chibiham being disgusted by, like, completely normal human food. Yeah, it's not what she's used to. Maybe that's good. Why the hell did you come to Japan if you didn't want to eat Japanese food? It's hardly even Japanese. It's just a scrambled egg presented slightly differently, and she's like, oh no. OP says, I was so disappointed. Chibiham, you know this is what we eat for breakfast in Japan. Don't you remember seeing it, like, in the animes? Chibiham looked crestfallen. Well, yeah, but I don't know if I can stomach Japanese food just yet. And it seems like this will never be able to fill me up. I need an American breakfast. How about you just point me to the nearest McDonald's and I go grab myself a burger? A burger for breakfast? You really are an animal. A sausage McMuffin, something, please? Juicy turned her eyes to the ground and took the tray away and said, oh, okay, I'm sorry. No, you don't be fucking sorry for that mess. She's sorrier than anything I've ever seen. Chibi, why you gotta hurt people's feelings like that, you know? Even if you don't like the fucking thing, just put a smile on and eat it, would you?
You motherfucker, I will rain hellfire upon you!
As soon as Juicy left the room, I turned to Chibiham and said, hey, come on. She really put her heart into that breakfast. Well, if she really cared about her guests, then she know that real people don't eat food like that. We need real food. Pancakes, sausage, scrambled eggs, McMuffins, donuts, that kind of stuff. Come to think of it, I got donuts in my suitcase. I'll just eat those. Yes, I came all the way to Japan to eat donuts that I brought in my suitcase. Why are you making these choices? Can you answer me that? Who taught you that a breakfast needs to have some carbohydrates with it? Because they sent you down a very bad road, Chibiham. And then the ham lumbered back upstairs to devour her goodies. After consoling Juicy, the three of us set off to see the city. Bro, Juicy took it on the chin. I would have been like, you don't get to stay in my house. You don't want to eat this fucking food? Fine. Go stay somewhere else. See how you do, asshole. But Juicy's nice. So yeah, set off to see the city and walked to a station nearby, and then we took the train to a junction and began to change trains. Juicy and I had walked ahead, showing Chibiham the way, but when we walked up a flight of stairs and turned to check if she was all right, we saw her seated at the bottom of the stairs, and so we joined her. What the hell's she doing? Eating something? Is she having a popsicle? Yeah, sure, let's just all block the walkway. Great! What are you doing, Chibiham? We have to change trains here, you know? There's too many stairs. I think I need to catch my breath. She said this as she was pawing through her backpack again to find some candy. I think my sugars are getting low. Oh, what a tragedy. OP says, what does that even mean? It means diabetes, OP, which honestly shouldn't be surprising to anyone. What are you talking about? You haven't even started to climb the stairs yet. I know, but we already climbed so many stairs back at the other station. Then we had to stand on the train, and now my knees hurt. I need to rest. Yeah, why don't you lay down in a hole? How about that? Just have a rest for the rest of eternity, if you want. In total, she'd been standing all of like 15 minutes from the time that we left the house. This is not good, dude. She's not gonna survive. Don't they have any elevators in this country? Juicy furrowed her brow. There are elevators, but those are for people who really need them. Old people, pregnant lady, people with disabilities. But I have a disability! Chibiham popped her head up. Yeah, I guess you do. I thought you said the other day that you were healthy. I mean, I am healthy, but you can be healthy and have a disability too. Oh, like being an amputee or having cancer or something? What the fuck? Yeah, perfectly healthy, just missing a limb. Cancer? OP says, dumbfounded. Yeah, like lots of people with cancer live long and healthy lives, you know? Maybe if it goes into remission. She trailed off, foot in mouth, with the chocolate. Yeah, when in doubt, just shove something in your gob. Keep it full so I don't have to keep talking. I'm glad she realized it was a stupid statement, though. That gives me some hope for humanity, maybe. Juicy just bit her lip and sighed and said, okay then, I guess we can take the elevator. Really? Chibiham rippled to her feet. She followed eagerly behind Juicy, and we took all elevators and escalators that we could until we finally arrived in Harajuku. Chibiham was even able to sit for one transfer onto the train, so yeah, she was happy as pie. Must be an open train. You know it's not just one seat for Chibiham to sit down. She needs a seat for each cheek. And so we arrived at Harajuku, to be continued. Yes, Chibiham getting into some high fashion, is she? My goodness. Doesn't really matter what she puts on, you know, she's not gonna wear it well. She's gonna make it gross and disgusting. And probably she's just gonna pick out a muumuu with frilly lace. I don't expect much at all from Chibiham, but I do love to observe. How about you boys? How do you feel?
Gubbins need to nominate Chibiham for most confident use of the word disability, while simultaneously eating suitcase donuts at the bottom of unclimbed stairs, 2017. Also, real people don't eat food like that. Gubbins check. Japanese people are real people. Gubbins count them. They are there. Gubbins.
What the hell was that award name?
She brought donuts in her suitcase, not as a snack for the flight, as emergency rations for a country she expected to starve her. She planned for this. The entitlement didn't develop on the plane. It was packed deliberately in a carry-on, with room to spare because she couldn't bring much clothing. Dark Gubbins.
Oh, that's great, but I want to go back to the award name. Most confident use of the word disability while simultaneously eating suitcase donuts at the bottom of unclimbed stairs 2017. That's a terrible award name, Gubbins. I'm gonna give Dark Gubbins the point on principle. On principle! We're gonna need to step it up a lot from here, you know? Now let's dig around and see if we can find chapter 3. It looks like it's a comic, which is sick as fuck, so yeah, I'm gonna read through it, why not? Chibiham, Juicy, and Me mini-story by Paprika Girl. Ham on the train. In Japan, the trains can get pretty darn crowded. Chibiham, Juicy, and I were headed home after a long day of Harajuku and food shopping. Chibiham had found a seat on the train. That is, she had found 2 seats on the train. Yes, much as I predicted. So they're getting on the train, and she sits down and says, "Damn, I need to sit down. My ankles are about to give out. Tee-hee." Yeah, she is sitting on 2 seats there. And then the train got crowded, and a wild purple-haired granny appears. Wobble, wobble. Japan or no, you know what manners dictate in this situation, and it was bleak. Chibiham, stand up. Let the lady sit down. What? But I got here first. Chibiham, look at her. She has a cane. It's probably fine. Old people do that to get sympathy so they can steal seats from people with real disabilities. You are not disabled. My feet hurt. They could fall off. What would you do if my feet fell off? Besides, it's only 2 more stations, right? And Granny can stand for 2 stations. People are watching. Grow a thicker skin. That's not the point. And then the mom with babies suddenly made aware of the screaming match and says something in Japanese and lets the granny sit down. Hoshino ka. I think that's like, do you want this or something? You see, you made all that fuss for nothing. Yes. Why don't we let the woman with 2 babies stand up while the granny sits next to you, you great fat lump? Hey, you guys, don't stand so far away. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna put you on a plane back home. I don't know what to do with all this, okay? You're a disaster, and OP honestly never should have invited Cousin over in the first place. Like, for what reason? So she could see Japan? Really, all she's gonna do is make Japan worse, okay? Let's keep that in mind. I'm not gonna get compasses in here because comic books rot their brain, but I will continue on to the next part that I found. Oh, here's chapter 3. My scraper didn't scrape it. Luckily, Arctic Shift.photon Reddit managed to bank it, so we're gonna check it out. Chapter 3, we didn't miss it. High Fashion Ham. Oh no. I realized I messed up the title and can't fix it. I guess the Hanami wine was still messing with my brain when I wrote this. That's probably why I didn't scrape, because it doesn't say Chibiham in the title. Anyway, today I was at the park for Hanami, which, for those who don't know, is where you sit beneath the sakura blossoms and get drunk on sake. It only happens this time of year for about 2 weeks or so in the spring. We're there. I sketched this for you guys, although the color I put on later. What is it? It's a ham. And the breakfast that she didn't eat. Chibiham came to Japan in the summer, so we never did Hanami, Hamami, together, but somehow this was the image that I had. Detail. Yep, same fucking image, but with more detail, I guess. Anyhow, here's chapter 3, characters, OP, Chibiham, and Juicy. Previous issues, we did them. When we finally arrived at Harajuku, the place was crowded. Harajuku, for those who don't know, because they don't listen to Gwen Stefani, it's a fashion town. The people who frequent this areas are designers, artists, fashion models, or at least people who want to be fashion models. They're creative, outlandish, and have an eye for detail. They mold their entire persona into a living catwalk debutante. They are always pret-a-porte. I don't know what that means. Google says it's French for ready to wear. Yeah, I'm always ready to put some more clothes on, let me tell you. I don't go to Harajuku often, but I know that I don't belong. I wear easy, cheap stuff and frequent thrift shops near where I live.
What?
Honestly, it's way to go. But there are enough tourists who come through the area, so the gaudy, large, Hawaiian shirt-donned Americans like myself aren't given the evil eye. But Chibiham was another matter. Wearing that filthy muumuu, gawking at everyone. She snapped pictures of nearly everyone who walked by. She liked this outfit, and that haircut, and that makeup, and she wanted to buy those shoes and that dress. She was just thrilled. Which, yeah, that's great. It's an exciting place to visit. Please fucking clean yourself up next time before you come. I appreciate it. As we walked down the main touristy street, she spotted a shop that sold her beloved Lolita costumes, and she bolted inside, knocking over a mannequin that was standing out front. Oh, good. And this is Chibiham and how she thinks she looks. Accurate, honestly. Juicy managed to catch the mannequin before it fell over, and we followed Chibiham inside. Inside the shop, Chibiham's oohs and ahs over all the frilly merchandise. The poor shop owner's eyes are as big as saucers. Yeah, hello, please don't touch anything. She's going to touch everything. He followed her around the tiny shop, fixing piles of folded clothing that she carelessly rumpled with her oversized rear, catching stands that she absent-mindedly whacked with her sweet stuffed backpack. It's then that he notices her ubiquitous chocolate bar melting into her hand, and said hand, sticky fingers and all, reaching out for the silky wares. She got chocolate fingers and she's like, oh, that's pretty. And the shop owner's heart goes thump, thump, thump. Don't do it. No, he cried out suddenly. Please don't touch. He discreetly mumbles something to Juicy, who translates for the guy Ham. Juicy says he's asking you to not eat in the shop. Looking slightly insulted, Chibiham crams the remainder of the chocolate bar into her mouth, slurps the melt off her fingers, and wipes them on her enormous muumuu summer dress. God, what a disaster. Fine, when in Rome, right? Just ask him if I can try this on. There's an awkward exchange between the Japanese speakers once more. He says he doesn't have your size here. Oh, just give me a large, shrugs Chibiham, offhandedly. Normally I'm a medium, but everyone says how small the people are here, so I'll just go down a size later. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? He said no. Now get out! The shop owner scratches his head and bows in apology. He says, your size is only available through special order, and he's beet red. What? Chibiham sputters, but Juicy, do you have this problem? We're just about the same size. He doesn't have your size? Juicy doesn't know what to say. Yeah, you're making this real fucking awkward, you know. And the owner, who seemed to understand Chibiham's expressive gestures, mutters with a sigh, it's not a problem of her height. But even without understanding the potentially owie comment, Chibiham has already grown angry of her own accord. This is a tourist area! You need to cater to the influx of the majority! Harajuku was made famous by an American, and I'm what an American looks like. Not just these bony catwalk models, which is all you seem to have here in this shop. Yes, how unfair the entire country isn't morbidly obese. Can we move on? There are people looking into the store that I can see from the doorway. Or I guess people really are starving in Japan! Chibiham screams and storms out of the shop, unintentionally knocking over a mannequin. Although we're not sure if it's actually unintentional. Juicy and I apologize, but the shop owner spoke no English and saw nothing but a blathering oni ham turning red in the face. He apologized in response, and we left in shame. Yes, everybody here is sorry except for the person that actually needs to be sorry. And there she is, the oni ham herself. Please don't feed the beatus. And OP's saying sorry. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry she exists. That's not your fault. Somebody need to talk to her parents, that's what it is. Anyway, when I was ready to go outside, boy was I ready to scream at Chibi. She was purchasing crepes from a stand at the corner and looked happy as if nothing had happened.
I love crepes.
She looked at us with a grin and exclaimed, "Look! Fast food snack pancakes!" Yeah, neat.
They're just like pancakes, maybe even better.
Wait, are they the really thin pancakes?
Yes, they are. Those are really thin pancakes.
Noticing my anger, Juicy ran in between us. Chibiham, I know you wanted to go to Harajuku, but let's just look for a while and not buy anything. I have trouble finding clothes in my size sometimes too. She was so soft-spoken, so sincere that my acid was neutralized. Japanese omotenashi at work. And there's Juicy. She just trying to make friends. Come on, guys. Can't we be friends? Yeah, I guess. Fucking fine. Buy me a snack food pancake. We'll call it even. Chibiham coddled up to her, metaphorically. Do you think we could go look for a kimono? Like a real geisha girl? Yes, Juicy laughed. For reasons that I understood, but Chibiham didn't know yet. Just like a real geisha girl. Chibiham was happy as ever, as she ordered 2 custard and strawberry crepes from the stand. Let's go get some McBeatus, she said while biting into her crepe. I'm starving! I assure you, you are not. I've seen starving people. You are not that, okay? Let me be very clear about that. That's all she eats is hamburgers and pancakes. And I guess chocolate, a lot of chocolate. But she brings that, you know. She loads herself down like a diabetic camel to go trekking halfway across the world. What the fuck? But I'm glad we found part number 3. I think I'll also cram part number 4 into this episode, why not? But first, Gubbinses, go!
Gubbins need a moment because she lick her fingers, wipe them on the moo-moo, and then ask to try on the silk. That is 3 crimes in 8 seconds. New world record. Gubbins.
Well, crime makes it sound cool, Gubbins.
Normally I'm a medium. 4 words that contain an entire lifetime of unchallenged delusion, spoken with chocolate still on her fingers in a silk boutique. The shop owner aged a decade in that exchange, Dark Gubbins.
That's okay. The average life expectancy in Japan is like super long, so he's got some time to spare, right? I'm gonna go with Gubbins. Why not tie the points up? We'll get over to part number 4. Break this tie right now, and thanks so much for joining me. Check us out on podcast services if you would. I'd appreciate that. Fourth wall for the merch if you're interested. And we'll continue on. Chibiham, Juicy, and me. Picky eating will make you skinny. Oh yeah? How's that working out for you? She only eats fucking pancakes and burgers. That's not the skinny foods. You gotta eat celery or whatever. The things that nobody would pick as a picky eater. Anyway, I apologize for the title mix-up last time. You good, OP. My archiver didn't scrape this one either for whatever fucking reason. The only other one that's missing is 16 from how it looks, but we'll see. We'll find. It's fine. OP says, I'm sure that contributed to some people's disappointment, some who couldn't find the third story, ahem, and others who clicked on it hoping that it was anything else except for Chibi, Juicy, and me, and they were horrified to find that Hanami chicken scratch at the top. Anyway, I got a lot to say about food. Tell me, are the stories too long? I don't think they're long enough. I think you could triple up on the length and I would still be happy. It includes fucking illustrations. What more am I gonna ask? Yes, there are previous issues. This is chapter 4. Anyone who's been abroad knows how the size differs per country. A quick illustration shows that in McBeatus. A small in the US is a 16, in Japan it's a 10. Medium in the US, 24. In Japan it's a 12. Large in the US, 32. In Japan, 22. That's not just in Japan either. I have a hell of a time finding some pants in the Philippines, I'll tell you that much. At least ones that fit comfortably, that don't squeeze me in the wrong way. From the first day, Chibiham refused to try Japanese food. The first inkling came when she wouldn't eat the breakfast that Juicy prepared for her, and then retreated upstairs to finish off a box of powdered donuts that she had brought from home. You mess. Before lunch, she ate 2 pancake snacks of custard-filled crepes, and then we suggested something like soba or yakisakana, which is grilled fish, but she insisted on McBeatus. Yeah, they got a fillet of fish, OP, it's fine. And there's a picture of Chibiham still in her moo-moo. Hey guys, look, it's McDonald's, but in Japan. Yeah, but it sure is. It's the exact same shit, basically. She would say, it's my first day. I'm not acclimated yet. I'll have plenty of time later. Besides, it's not like I never had it before. I used to have Japanese food all the time back in Tennessee. Oh yeah? Renowned Japanese cuisine over there in Tennessee? I don't think so. This is the place where it was born, okay? You're doing yourself a disservice by not at least trying it. Alright? Try this ebi sushi. It's just a shrimp on there. Try this uni sushi. It's a sea urchin. When else are you gonna eat a sea urchin? You should be having these fucking life experiences. I shouldn't have to tell you these things. The thing you're most excited for is McDonald's? How small is your world? God!
Oh, wait. Was she a great big fat person?
So yeah, we went to McBeatus. Juicy and I ordered set meals, while Chibiham got a Big Mac, double cheeseburger, teriyaki burger. See, I'm eating Japanese food, teehee. She actually made that joke. 2 large fries, chicken nuggets with barbecue sauce, and a large green tea. She looked at us with a grin as she ordered the green tea. This, with her teriyaki burger, was meant to be some sort of show of cosmopolitanism. That's right. I've eaten at McDonald's around the world. You don't know what my life is like. Oh, well, I stand corrected on everything. While we waited for the food to come out, the server passed our drinks over the counter. It was hot outside, so we took to them right away. But Chibiham stared at the cup on the counter in shock. What is that? Large green tea, answered the server in English. McBeatus employees here are multilingualistically educated. I think most of the world speaks 2 languages. America's just lazy. They're like, fuck that, do it my way. Chibiham said, that's not a large, it's a small. I've been eating McBeatus my whole life. You can't put one over on me. I stepped in to explain. Chibiham, sizes are different outside of the States. But she was having none of it. She confronted the server. Oh, I get it. You're giving me a smaller cup because you don't think I need the extra calories, right? Well, then I want two. I will not be babied. You don't need to be babied. You need to be fucking parented. She cursed under her breath and sipped her drink with a sideways evil eye at the poor guy, muttering something like, "Stupid McJobber thinks he could pull one over on me because I'm..." Spit. Chibiham just spit out her tea. Looks like everybody's horrified except for the employee who says, I don't get paid enough for this. So the tea sprayed out all over the counter as she screamed, "There's no syrup in this! It's bitter!" That's green tea, all right. I knew what she was getting at, and I said, "It's unsweetened, Chibiham. Now look what you've done." "That can't be true. Green tea is sweet. Snapple green tea is sweet." This is Japan. You guys don't have Snapple in Japan? Juicy and I tried to explain how green tea in Japan is almost never sweetened. For some reason, Chibiham just couldn't take this. She began to tear up and suddenly started to sob. Oh my god! She's just never been out of her shell. And this is the cracking. She could take this moment to, evolve into a real person, but she's not going to. She's gonna seek sympathy, retreat back to her room, eat a fucking backpack full of snacks. It's gonna be the most depressing thing in the world. Why can't they just put sugar in it, like normal green tea? She cried, rubbing her eyes. Chibiham, stop it! I yelled. People are looking! I don't care! They should have some sympathy! In the meantime, Juicy had hurriedly ordered a milkshake and rushed it to Chibiham's lips. Well, look at that, Juicy thinking on her feet out here! The moment the sweet liquid hit her mouth, she shut up like a baby being handed its bottle. Where, at least I have my milkshake. It's so pathetic. Okay, but yeah, props to Juicy, holding that thing together. Lordy. The food arrived hurriedly, and we quickly whisked the lumbering baby over to a table. The entire staff was now peeking out from behind the counter. Yeah, and she's still wearing the stained, disgusting muumuu. Oh my god, they must think she's deficient in some way. As soon as we were seated, Chibiham hung her head. Pour me, as she eats all the fries. Yeah, of course, pour you another drink of unsweetened green tea. She says, "I'm sorry, it's so hot, and I'm so tired and so very hungry. I get cranky when my sugars are low." I don't understand what that means. I sighed at her. Are you a diabetic? No, but I need to ensure my sugars are up at all times so that I don't become a diabetic. I get tired so easy. I need energy to keep myself fit and active. Oh, God. And we walked so much today. I'm so worn out, and I barely had anything to eat. Yeah, 'cause you refused the breakfast, stupid. Juicy was obviously hurt by that comment and began to munch on her fries in silence. Poor Juicy. That good old Japanese reserve, though, I'll tell you what. Juicy was thinking of the breakfast, of course, that she had made that morning, which Chibiham had refused. A few nibbles into the fries, however, she stopped eating, just staring at her food. Then she perked up again. Chibiham was mid-sentence. In Tennessee, I walk all the time and never get tired. I walk to the mailbox anytime anyone in my house needs to mail something. And I spend hours at the mall, and that's all walking. It must have something to do with the climate. Chibiham, I have an idea, Juicy exclaimed. What? Chibiham, mid-sentence switch. Sentence switch? What about we could go grocery shopping together? You point out what you'd like for breakfast, and I could make that for you. Deal? She smiled again. Sweet as pure, unrefined sugarcane. God, you're trying so hard, and bless you for it, but it's not worth the effort, I'll tell you right now. That's a really good idea, Juicy. I've never been in a Japanese grocery store, she exclaimed with glee. Not that she had ever been in a Japanese anything, of course. Yeah, except McDonald's. Well, Chibiham excused herself for the bathroom for quite a while, which will be relevant later. Juicy and I discussed the logistics. This Harajuku trip was not going well. We'd better just move ourselves along. Chibiham returned, and we finished our meal lickety-split. Chibiham not only wolfed down her own food, but decided that that wasn't enough, and so she finished off all of Juicy's fries, as well as half of mine. As we left the joint, an employee behind the counter handed us a small cup of vanilla soft serve. He said the staff felt sorry for the crying visitor. No, sir, don't do that, please, okay? Don't enable this. You're rewarding her bad behavior, and while I think your heart is in the right place, I'm not gonna give that to her, okay? You enjoy that. Whoever had to clean up her fucking green tea mess, you take that soft serve and enjoy it, please. Anyway, we made our way to an import foods grocery store not too far away. There, Chibiham pointed to Fruit Loops, Danish pastries and muffins, then also insisted on bacon and sausages and pancake mix and maple syrup and Pop-Tarts. I didn't know you could get regular food here, she was saying when she spotted the Pocky. Yes, that's the most regular food they have. Everybody's very sad here, because all we eat are chocolate wafers. What the fuck are you talking about? On one of the shelves in the candy aisle, 4 different flavors of Pocky was for sale. Oh my god, I've only seen 3. What's the 4th one? Oh my god, I looked it up. There's like 8 different flavors, and I'm limiting my world to the 3 that I know. That's what I'm comfortable with. Chibiham bought one of each, one wholesaler's box each.
Lay off me, I'm starving!
Which was a bunch of regular-sized boxes of all. She bought chocolate, strawberry, green tea flavor, and double-dipped white chocolate flavor, claiming that she wanted to take them home with her. Yeah, I'm sure they'll make it all the way back home. I'm sure. Anyhow, grocery shopping apparently made Chibiham pretty hungry. She began asking about dinner and said she'd leave the choice up to us. Juicy and I, still trying to get her to ease into the local cuisine, chose an izakaya, which is a Japanese-style watering hole and restaurant. Oh yeah, dudes, izakaya is super fucking trendy. At least when I was there decades ago. Now it's probably old-fashioned. Things move fast. Now it's all anime girls and maid cafes, isn't it? Sad state of affairs. Since Chibiham couldn't kneel on tatami, we chose a table and Juicy and I ordered for all of us, and the food came. Once again, however, Chibi continued her point-and-gag routine. Fish, edamame beans, waname salad, shishamo, sashimi. Her gaze swerved to the next table over. She waved down a waitress and pointed. I want that! Fried chicken, karaage, potato wedges, beer, and onion rings. She ordered 3 baskets of each and said, it's so we can all have one each. Yeah, right. You're fooling with that shit. You're trying to pad the blow to the waitress. She doesn't care. She knows you're a gargantuan monster. The only person you're lying to here is yourself, okay? I sighed at her and said, Chibiham, you used to write to me all the time about how much you like Japanese food. I do. I eat it all the time, see? Look at all the Pocky I bought. Pocky? That's candy, Chibi. Not food. Candy is food. It's better than food because it has a lot of calories and almost no fat. Yeah. The sugar is calories, which turns into fat. Calories are energy, and I need energy. There's almost no energy in food like that. She pointed specifically to the wakame salad with obvious disgust. My arguments fell on deaf ears. Yeah, because of course they did. She's never gonna fix herself, for God's sake. Just send her home. Get her out of here. Eating stuff like that will make you anorexic. Oh, that's how you catch anorexia. I didn't know that. People with anorexia don't get enough energy, so they just shrivel up and die. There's so many anorexic in this country because they have to eat stuff like that. Oh my god. This is the story that she's gonna go back and tell everybody in Tennessee. You realize that, right? Opie says, that's ridiculous. The Japanese aren't anorexic. The portions are tiny. They eat seaweed and fish without tartar sauce. I eat stuff here all the time, and I'm fine. And I don't eat Pocky all the time. Chibiham gave me a sideways glance. Actually, I've been worried about you, OP. Ever since we were kids, you never enjoyed real food. You were always punishing yourself. Why have one popsicle when you could have had 3? You were such a strange kid. Because one popsicle satiates me, the second one rubs my mouth raw. My mouth hole's been cold for too long, okay? She endures the pain on behalf of the saccharine sweet. I was gonna say sugar, but probably high fructose corn syrup. So yeah, OP and Chibiham argued. Impasse. Chicken, fries, beer, katsu, schnitzel, potato salad with a side of mayo, ice cream later, and yeah, we went home. I probably do not need to tell you guys that she ate all of our servings of fried chicken and potato wedges too. Instead, Juicy and I ate all the stuff that we had originally ordered. I mean, what else are you gonna do? She refuses. 100% on her own fucking program, and yeah, I can't fix it for you. Enjoy eating potatoes and Pocky for the rest of your life. In the morning, I went into Chibiham's room to wake her and found all 4 boxes of Pocky completely empty. Oh, I ate so little yesterday. I was too hungry. But not to worry, I can buy more later. After all, I'm here for a whole month. Yeah, are we rethinking that by this point? Can we send her home early? Is it an option? She said all this from inside her futon, from which she had not yet emerged. Little did I know that it would be a morning that no amount of eye bleach would ever wipe completely clean. To be continued in part number 5. Oh my god, I'm so eager to do it, but we're out of time for today. As far as the mystery of Chibiham putting herself into a diabetic coma with 4 boxes of Pocky and just like completely nude inside the futon is, I'm pretty sure what's gonna happen. It's a mess. She's been there, what, a day or 2? We got a month of this? Holy crap. At a certain point, you're gonna stop taking her places to do things. You're gonna be like, why don't we sit in the house today? That'll be cheaper, less embarrassing, probably more fun for everybody involved. How did you feel about it, Gubbinses?
Gubbins respect the hustle of eating 4 wholesale boxes of Pocky in one night and then saying, I ate so little yesterday. That is not hunger. That is a calling. That is a woman answering the universe, Gubbins.
She's been possessed by Pocky.
The green tea incident is the Rosetta Stone of this entire woman's psychology. She ordered it as a costume, as proof of sophistication, and the moment it tasted like what it actually was, she wept in a McDonald's. She has been cosplaying a personality her entire life, and reality keeps spitting it back across the counter. Dark Gubbins.
Wait. She walked to the mailbox for exercise, Gubbins.
Gubbins. The Pocky. The futon. The inevitable Chapter 5 that will sear itself into the author's retinas. Focus. Dark Gubbins.
Okay, but the mailbox, though, that is a commute. She filing taxes on that. Gubbins.
Well, yeah, you gotta get your fuel rebates and whatnot. But I think Dark Gubbins takes that one real hard. He's got like a great allegory, you know, life spitting the green tea back across the counter at her. Give it the old flip reverse judo chop. Good job, my boy. Oh, it's kind of psychedelic, man. I kind of dig it, dude. Kind of funky monkey, bro.
Just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in.
And it is Chibiham, Juicy, and Me, Japanese Bathroom, Chapter 5. Oh my god, the magic of a Japanese bathroom. Like, a warm toilet seat's fucking gross anywhere else in the world, but in Japan, it's nice. A robot heated that up for you. And also, it's gonna spray your bum with warm water. I don't know, dude. Like, it's pretty next level. Maybe a bit over the top, though. But Japan is that, if anything else. Sorry, I'll let OP say the thing. Warning, don't read before lunch or after lunch or if you ever plan to eat again. Oh, good. Nice nice warning up front. People love that shit. I guarantee, however, that this is the ickiest story of the series, and I will never put this much ick into any story ever again. So if you can't stand the ick, then you could just skip this one. Oh no, that's what we showed up for. That's what I'm waiting for. Now that I have that out of the way, this and the next story were supposed to be one part, but I cut it into two because of length. There's less fat logic in this one than in the next, but bear with me here. I posted this NSFW because of the ick content, but the pictures are safe for work. There are all of the previous chapters with their links exposed. And now we're into chapter 5, all about the Japanese bathroom. It's gonna get worse than me talking about a Japanese robot toilet squirting warm water in my chocolate starfish. I guess just brace yourself, like it's gonna be one today, you know? The morning I came into the guest room to wake Chibiham, and I found all her newly purchased Pocky completely devoured, was also the morning that I noticed a revolting pungency. Despite it being summer and characteristically humid, Chibiham had not bathed, at least in the 2 days that she had come to Japan, and the sweat was catching up to her. That's nasty, bro. A humid environment? Come on. How can you possibly survive? Chibiham, get up. You stink. What's that supposed to mean? She demanded from beneath the covers. And there she is, the mound of filth under some blankets. It means you're offending my nostrils, is what it means, okay? OP says it doesn't really mean anything except that you need a shower. So I'm gonna run the hot water and set out a towel for you. And you'd better be up by the time it's hot, and that really only takes a minute. There was a grumbling beneath the mountainous futon, but she agreed, and I did as I said I would. Honestly, that's a pretty nice way to wake up, you know? Smoke a blunt in the shower. Holy shit. Think you're really living. Eat an orange and smoke a blunt in the shower. All at the same time. Think you're really living. Now, Juicy lived in an old house. A really old house. The bathroom on the second floor was equipped with a small unit-style shower and toilet, which are frankly tiny and difficult to maneuver in. Uh-oh. Hijinks will definitely ensue. Is she gonna just miss the toilet completely with her battleship ass? She couldn't line it up properly? Hopefully not spoilers. To give you an impression of the space, the toilet itself was up on a platform, but very old-fashioned. It looked somewhat like this, and definitely like the old-style Asian toilets. There ain't nothing to sit on, you pop a squat, it goes down the hole. No fancy robot toilets here. She's definitely gonna miss. Oh my god. Opie says, while I do admit that it looks like a death trap, I never expected what would come of it. Nothing good. Her knees are gonna blow out, bro. She can't use that. You gotta get her like a little old people seat or something. Help her out. I went downstairs to enjoy breakfast with Juicy. We planned to take Chibiham to Asakusa, the touristy temple area downtown. After all, she was saying how much she wanted a kimono, and that's what we would get her. All the while, I heard Chibiham getting up and lumbering across the floor hallway to the bathroom. Some 10-15 minutes passed. There was some sound in the bathroom, thumping steps and bumps and squeaks the entire time, but then the running water stopped, and it stayed stopped for a long time. Enough for us to wonder. The sink ran again and we relaxed. Perhaps it was a girl ritual. Those take time. But a few minutes later we heard the door whip open, thunderous running down the hall, and a dramatic door slam. Oh crap. I ran up the stairs before Juicy and peeked into the bathroom. Oh crap. Everywhere! Oh my god, it really is everywhere. Look at this artist's rendition. Everything's been fouled! We got a nice hand towel hanging up and you got poop on it. And, So Juicy was behind me on the thin staircase, trying to peek her way past me. And then she was like, hey, what's going on? It's my house. Did you ruin it? Yes, we never should have invited this person. I've learned so many lessons. None of them can ever fix what happened in your bathroom. I'm sorry. And, what is it? She asked. I stopped her. Don't go in there, Juicy. Why? Did she make a mess? Just don't. Let me handle this. Could you get a mop bucket and some rags? Maybe some rubber gloves and stuff? Juicy cocked her head at me, but nodded, and tiptoed down the stairs again with worry. Yeah, what the hell's happening in my house? This is not good. I burst into Chibiham's room. Get up, now! You're gonna clean up that mess that you made. She was under the covers. I could hear sobs from beneath the comforter. Blah, poor me. I pooped on everything, but don't you feel bad for me? No, you just pooped on everything. Have you no shame? She really doesn't. She says, I can't. I'm so embarrassed. Opie says, what did you do? My stomach hurt. I haven't gone since I got here. I know you showed me how to use that toilet thing, but when I got in there, I couldn't see the toilet from behind, bro. How did I know exactly what it's gonna be? And there she is in her moo-moo, looking confused as shit about aiming your own beehole at a target. A large target, given that, you know? What you need to start doing is run a line down your crack with a weight at the end, you know? And then you just look between your legs at where the weight is. And that's probably your trajectory. A little bit of engineering science for you there, Chibiham. She is pretty gross, though. And right while I was going, my legs gave out and I fell over. I predicted it beat for beat. I started flowing out beneath my feet, and I tried to flush, but I made things worse. And it was covered in poop, and it was so gross. So I ran into the shower real quick, but the poop just kept coming out. Opie says, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, no, don't tell me. Yeah, it's sickly candy poop. Like, this is not healthy poop. But I thought if I was in the shower, then it would be fine. But then the shower stopped flowing too, and I didn't know what to do. She's a waffle stomper. Yeah, it's an old house. The drains aren't too good. Please don't shit into them as as a favor to me. Could you just not? I tried to rinse off, but everything was such a mess, and oh God, I'm so embarrassed. I just want to die. Oh, don't you feel bad for her? She pooped on everything, but apparently it's just fine to mash your poop down a stranger's shower drain because Chibiham thought it would be okay. Probably it would be fine and nobody would find out, except now everybody knows. Now we gotta snake the whole fucking thing. Opie says, okay, I've been there. Well, not there, but I've been embarrassed before, and I can imagine how she was feeling. I mean, sort of. But if it's your own doing... Many years ago, the first time I went to visit my wife's aunt, I got sick, and yeah, it ended coming out of both ends. And it was like it was super embarrassing. It's like the first night that I known this person, I'm fucking just making a horrible mess. But nobody really judged me. Nobody brings it up, you know? But that's not really my fault at the end of the day. If I smush poo down the shower drain, then yeah, I think it's a bit more unforgivable. I'm sure you did have your reasons, but that's not something humans do, silly. What are you doing there? Anyway, OP says it would be horribly embarrassing if I couldn't see the toilet under my own rear end as well, and I missed when I had a bad stomach, but... Ah! Juicy's scream echoed through the hall. She had found the mess. Juicy, don't touch it! Let me handle it, I cried and ran out into the hall. Juicy had a hand over her mouth, and was taking deep breaths of air, trying not to be sick. You fouled my house, you monster. I can't believe it. Why would you do this? Juicy, being characteristically Juicy, protested and said that she wanted to clean it because it was her house, but I was having none of that. And I ordered Chibiham to apologize and come out to clean up the war zone. She slowly peeled off the futon, and guess what? She was also still covered in her own mess. They're looking like Pigpen. God, you really just ruin everything you touch. Somebody gives you a nice futon, and within the first couple of days, you get shit all over it. You truly can't take her anywhere. She's incorrigible. OP says it looks like she had tried rinsing it off, but there were light brown streaks running down her pasty calves, and she was still wearing that muumuu. That awful, dirty muumuu. Well, what was worse, there were pale brown water stains all over the inside of the futon covers. I hate her so much. I can't stand it. Just how do you not kick her out of your house in that instant? Like I do feel bad for you. I think you'd be more comfortable fucking anywhere else away from me, okay? I can't tolerate this anymore. What am I supposed to do after all this? Just sit here and wait for the next catastrophe to happen? No, thank you. Go shit in a hotel shower drain, okay? Stomp it down and break their plumbing system. At least you'll have to pay their deductible or whatever the fuck it is. Oh, Opie says, I looked at Juicy and I said, Juicy, how about you go downstairs and just finish making breakfast? I suggested. Juicy nodded slowly and began walking downstairs. I turned to Chibiham. You come with me. Chibiham grouched. This is really all your fault. You didn't know what it's like for a normal person to go to the bathroom. Normal person? I need a properly sized toilet that's built for proper sized people. I can't just do squats every time like that. And I told you that I can't eat that vegetable and fish stuff. I never had problems with my bowels before. But she stopped complaining when she saw my face. Standing up, she lumbered off to the bathroom, brooding. Yeah, you're about to get your ass kicked, is what's gonna happen. And so with mops, rags, a blue plastic bucket, and a plunger, Chibiham and I cleaned the bathroom in silence. And there's Chibiham. She's looking real sad about what she done. Why doesn't anybody feel bad for me? And OP's just cleaning up saying, ew. Ew, ew, ew. I hate you. I hate my cousin. Why are we related? How are we related? You were a mix-up at the hospital. It was partially the smell and partially the dumbfounded nature of the situation that kept me from screaming at her. Surely she was ashamed and disgusted too. The buckets of waste were carried outside to the sewer grate. It took more than 3 hours to properly clean the room, but I got the toilet and the shower in working order again. I mean, I don't know if that shit'll ever be the same. How thorough were you? This is a bleach situation, okay? I hope you used a lot. I don't need it in just working order. I need it not smelling like shit. It works great. But also, does it smell like human feces? Juicy, in the meantime, had run to the nearby drugstore and purchased some drain cleaners, so when the room was clean enough, she dropped the pellets in the drains and closed the door, letting the chemicals work their magic. Now, what to do with Smelly Ham? To be continued in part number 6, woo! Which, I think I do have somewhere around here, yeah. I gotta get the government's take on this one, of course, so, yeah, go ahead, boys.
This is really all your fault. She detonated a biohazard event in someone else's home, and her first instinct was to locate blame outward. The ego required to produce that sentence is frankly more impressive than the disaster itself. dark gubbins.
Maybe more disgusting as well.
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the moo-moo. The moo-moo went through all that and came out the other side. That moo-moo is a survivor. Scientists need to study the fabric, put it in a museum. Moo-moo that saw things, Gubbins.
Moo that saw some things, ReddX audience that saw some things. I give the point to Gubbins. Let's continue on into part 6. I'm chomping at the bit! Thanks so much for being here today, by the way. Patreon patrons, YouTube members, you could sign up as one if you wanted. We just released the new members only video. I can't even say the name out loud. That's how spicy it is. So, do consider signing up. Thanks so much. And now here's part 6. This is Chibiham, Juicy, and me all clean. Chapter 6. We got the all clear to go for all clean. Alright, you with me? We're doing the thing? Thanks so much. In Juicy's old house, there was a bathtub on the first floor, but it was really, really, really old, and just as small as it was old. Here's an illustration. Please don't let it be filled with poop. Well, it's Chibiham sitting in the tub, so I guess it is filled with human poop. Great. At least this is just the poop dregs, you know, not like solid chunks we gotta shove down the bathtub drain. But the bathtub is now, it can only make foul soup forever. I'm never bathing in there again. OP says, you can imagine how this would not work. Oh, she didn't actually do it, thank God. Juicy suggested that I take the smelly, poo-covered Chibiham down to the local Sento, which is a bathing house. Oh no. I don't know how Chibiham would react to a communal bathhouse, but at that point I didn't really care if she was uncomfortable because there was no other option. So I told her, you got one set of clean clothes left, right? The t-shirt and shorts that you brought? Get in those and come meet me down here. The shamed Chibiham nodded obediently and ran upstairs to get her clothes. Juicy told me, do not let her put on that filthy summer dress again. When she takes it off, throw it in the trash right away. That's real as shit, dude. I agreed wholeheartedly and accepted a plastic grocery bag to put the thing into. Yes, the foul thing. They're giving each other like a little salute or something. Alright, I know what I must do. Don't tell Chibi anything. Just surgical like, you know? Where'd the dress go? I don't know. Must have got lost in the shuffle. Really, a fucking raccoon is digging through it. And, so yeah, we went to the Sento, and it was local and a mostly empty place that had little more than basic amenities, but it would have to do. The owner made no show of displeasure in our arrival and gave us our locker keys without incident. I mean, yeah, it's a bathhouse. We get dirty fucks in here all the time. One's worse than her, even. In the Sento bathing house, as well as in Onsen Hot Spring, if you care to know, you remove all your clothes in the locker room and put them in your cubby hole. God, I hate cubby holes, dude. It's a cupboard. A locker, perhaps. Don't cubby hole me, please. As soon as Chibiham left the room, I snatched up the nasty tent dress and shoved it in the plastic bag provided to me by Juicy, and then I threw that bag right into the trash. Hell yeah, OP. Surgical, like I said. You saw the dirty thing that needed to be done, and you're like, I guess I gotta be the one. I gotta be the one that does it. He's my dog, I'll do it. It is then that you enter the bathing house. There is a communal shower first. Everyone's naked as the day they was born, but there's no ogling. Chibiham seemed to express some discomfort, but there was really no one there, so she got over it pretty quick. Small stools are provided, and you sit in front of a mirror with the establishment-provided soap and shampoos and washcloths and other items. Ooh, do you get a loofah? I'm pretty big on the loofah, you know. You gotta exfoliate me. There's a bucket and a shower hose in front of you. Since the bathing stools were too small for her, I lined up 2 for her to sit on. I then showed her how to fill the bucket with water, douse herself wet, lather the soap, and begin to wash herself. Somebody else has to use that poo soap? That's terrible. I mean, I guess it's soap, but like, even if the bacteria is dead, it's still human fecal material on there somewhere. I can't unknow that. I don't want that soap. Get a bag for that soap. I also want it to go in the trash can. Destroy all the evidence. That's what I say. So yeah, she obeyed and glanced around nervously. She washed her hair, her armpits, her legs, and bits and everything. Thanks for that. She once again doused herself in the water from the bucket, and then she turned to me. "Now what?" she asked, but she was not clean. Her acne-stained back was still icky. The smell still wafted, and I was sure that she had not washed between her rolls. I pointed all this out to her. "I can't reach," she said. "It's just my boobs. They're way too big. They're in the way. You're so lucky to have small ones, but I wouldn't trade mine for yours." What the... Huh? Yeah, okay. Cool double speak. What? Opie says, "Oh God." I won't go into detail, but boy, did I have a newfound respect for hospital nurses when I finished. I took her washcloth and I scrubbed her back. She's sitting on 2 stools too. You've done a great job with the art in this. I'm glad Chibiham's mostly covered up too. Jesus. I was gonna comment on how we didn't get any illustrations inside the bathhouse, but I didn't want to speak it into reality, and yet, I did. I guess all you have to do is think it. Anyway, I lifted her arms and her rolls, and I helped scrub in between the toes and all the other things. Bro, you going too far. You'd be lucky if I wash your back. Like 20 seconds, alright, you're good. You're good. Opie says she did in fact have a lurid layer of lint in the folds of her boobs, but I have blocked the details of that from my memory, so no picture. Yeah, please, oh God, don't even make me imagine it, okay? You think I want to hear about the gray, dry, crusty treasure in between all her folds? I don't! I shouldn't speak these things out loud. Why do I do this? Opie says, "Oh yeah, she also had shampoo left in her hair, which I helped her rinse properly. I would guarantee you that she has not been this clean in years." Yeah, and that's really sad, actually. Like, nobody showed her how to bathe properly as a big girl. That's why you're walking around smelling all the time? Jesus. It's a mess. Just like in every subject that we study, on some level, like, you have to feel bad. The human part of me is like, oh, but then, you know, the analyst kicks in. It's just like, what the fuck? Why would you do this? What's wrong? Like, you started on a bad course, but then you picked it endlessly afterwards. At a certain point, personal responsibility has to fall into it. Anyway, after the cleansing, I don't think we can call it that, I showed her how she could now sit around in a big bathtub full of super hot water and just relax. And did I relax? Chibiham's rolls floated in the water, bobbing up and down like little islands. I stared and imagined her far, far away from my little island, reminded of all the reasons that I had left her behind in the first place. And there's another illustration. I'm kind of scared. Oh, it's kind of psychedelic, man. I kind of dig it, dude. Kind of funky monkey, bro.
I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in.
That's the most pleasing Chibiham's ever looked. Congratulations. Opie says, but La La Land was not to last. It never does. When we got out of the water, we rinsed off once more, then returned to the locker rooms. The owner/cleaning lady was there, replacing the amenities, taking out the trash. I distinctly remember seeing the offending plastic bag in her industrial-sized trash bin and feeling a great sense of relief. We could now start afresh. Or try to, at least. I told Chibiham to get changed, and then went to the mirrors to dry my hair and do all that other girly after-shower stuff. Once I was satisfied and relaxed, I went to the lockers to get changed into my clothes. And there was Chibiham, wearing what was left of a cheap Lolita outfit. Oh no. What are you doing now? Words can barely describe the sight, so I drew it for you. Oh, do you dare feast your eyes? I do. Oh, wow, yeah, there's not enough fabric there for you, friend. But, somebody might be into it somewhere, you know? She's freshly bathed, at the very least. If she put that on filthy, then it would be, like, repugnant to everybody. Although, before anybody makes any decisions at all, do remember she was covered in her own shit mere hours ago. So, it's up in the air. Opie says it barely covered her chest, the bottom of the shirt just resting on top of her voluminous belly. The skirt covered nothing, shoving whatever was supposed to be hidden up and out. Fortunately, this bit was discreetly hidden by the fupa. Oh, thank God for the fupa. Yeah, God knew what he was doing on that one. Probably he did, actually. She was beaming. What do you think? Oh my God. What are you wearing, Chibiham? I bought it yesterday in Harajuku. Do you remember when I pretended to go to the bathroom? I went and I bought this instead. Isn't it cute? OP says it doesn't. You didn't even try it on, did you? The shop assistant didn't know what he was talking about, so I just told him to give me whatever size he thought would fit the girl who was with me. You went back to the same shop? How did he even let you in there? And see, it fits me just fine. It did not fit fine. It did not fit fine! Okay, Opie, I get it. Please just don't illustrate it again. I believe you. Oh my God. I said, Chibiham, you can't wear that outside. What happened to your shorts? Oops, I must have left them at home. Chee-hee. She fake laughed without even smiling. And what do you mean I can't wear this outside? This is Japan. Lots of people dress like this. I'm sure she was referring to the goth Lolita cosplayers. This was a large, humongous insult to them. I said, and everybody. If she hoves into your field of vision, it's an insult to your own eyesight. I said, no, Chibiham. You are waiting here until Juicy brings your clothes, and you are going to change. Chibiham started to bawl. You're not being fair. You're just picking on me because I'm bigger than you are. You think it's only the privilege of skinny people to dress like a gothic Lolita. That's what it is. That's why they tell me there are no dresses in my size when there are, but big chicks can be goths too. And this dress fits just fine. I think people are going to disagree with you, okay? It doesn't leave anything to the imagination, essentially. I would be embarrassed to be seen with you like that. I would say you have to find your own way home if you really insist on it. I let her bawl for a moment. She threw a tantrum for a few minutes before finally calming down and sniffing to herself. She had lost, and I didn't have to say anything to convince her. Yeah, she's terrified to go around like that. This was the trajectory it was taking the whole time. It just took OP being there as like an excuse. I don't think she was really down for the cause at all. She just wanted to be more inconvenient. I telephoned Juicy and told her the situation. She agreed to run the shorts and t-shirt over to the Sento. I hung up and looked at the undressed ham. I told her, you've been nothing but trouble since the moment you got here. You're not going to disobey me on this, so help me. You're going to change back into your real clothes, go to the store, buy new sheets and towels to replace the one you ruined, and then you go back home, where we will finish cleaning up with no more bad behavior. Yeah, there's too many parts for me to really believe that. But good on you for trying to draw the line in the sand, OP. God bless you for it. Chibiham grumbled and spat, but she obeyed. And there she is with her new towels and bed sheets. Hooray! They don't have poop on them. Awesome! She changed into her shorts and t-shirt, and we did exactly as I said we would do. Juicy and I decided not to take her out anymore that day. Dude, that day? We've still not driven the lesson home that we just need to keep this person boarded up in their room until it's time for them to leave. And then you can go home and say you did whatever in Japan. It's fine. We saw all the things. Nobody's going to ask you any more questions about it because nobody wants to interact with Chibiham further than they have to. Good God.
The shop assistant didn't know what he was talking about. She received professional measurement advice, rejected it on ideological grounds, and used a stranger as a sizing decoy. She did not come to Japan to see the culture. She came to win an argument with a mirror. Dark Gubbins.
Might be a bit too deep for its own good, if I'm honest.
She go to Harajuku, sneak away, and specifically tell the shop assistant to size it for the thinner friend. That is a heist. That is a caper. There is planning involved. There is reconnaissance. Gubbins want to see the crime board she had in her hotel room with the red string. Gubbins.
Oh my God, I love a Pepe Sylvia conspiracy board. As far as who won, duh, it's Gubbins. I love a heist. I love a caper. I want this one.
I want that one. I want that one.
This one right here. You want this one?
Chibiham, Juicy, and me, Mama and the Kimono, part number 7. Once again, this has become a one-part story that grew so long that I split it into 2 parts. Oh well, I've given up on trying to keep the story under 10 parts as it is. I might have to apologize for this one too. It is a necessary part of the story, but not as scandalous as the other sections. Expect some preachy mothering too. Oh, is that Chibiham's mom, or what's going on there? Whose mom showing? Is it Juicy's mom? Nah, Juicy's mom's probably cool. Reintroduction of the characters. That's OP, Paprika. Average red-haired Hungarian-American Jew living in Japan. Yeah, just your average, like, normal American-Hungarian Jew living in Japan. There's also Juicy, Japanese roommate of OP, slightly pudgy by Japanese standards. Chibiham is our villainess, a ham planet who came to eat Japan for a month. Or not. She hasn't tried any Japanese food. Pocky. She's going to devour every last stick of Pocky in the land. And also introducing Mama, Juicy's deliciously badass mother. You don't mess with Mama. Well, okay, confirmed to be Juicy's mom, and I guess, yeah, a bit of a tiger mom, no? So yes, Chapter 7, a bit of background. If you remember, I live in a house with Juicy, whose family owns a home nearby our school campus. Juicy's parents lived in Kanagawa for most of the time, and only come back to town on occasion. I've been here long enough so that the guestiness between her family and I has worn off, and I call Juicy's parents Mama and Papa on an everyday basis. I mean, yeah, they're your parents in Japan, essentially. You've been adopted. After Chibiham ended up with only one outfit left for the remainder of the month, we had to figure something out. She had come to Japan on the assumption that she would be purchasing all sorts of clothes while here. Average sizes in Japan are small, even on me, and I mostly wear boys' clothes as a result. So, yeah, poor Chibiham would be in a world of trouble. I mean, you gotta go to, like, the suit fitters. I bet Chibiham will rock the hell out of a zoot suit, you know? You can get 3 for $100 in Thailand. I know we're in Japan, not Thailand, but still. What's the conversion? 10,000 yen and you get a zoot suit? Sounds like a win to me, honestly. Anyway, OP says, on the evening of the bathroom fiasco, Juicy tried to cheer the embarrassed and irate Chibiham up by offering a suggestion. Why don't I lend you a yukata to wear? That way we can keep your day clothes clean. Ooh, what's a yukata? Asked Chibiham. It's like a kimono, but for the summer. It's a lot easier to wear, too, Juicy explained as she pulled out a couple yukata from her chest of drawers. She showed Chibiham how the yukata is simply like a long coat that you wrap around yourself, left over right, and tie with a couple of strings and an obi, which is a belt, and Chibiham was ecstatic. "A kimono!" she cried in glee. "This is just what I wanted!" I mean, no, it's different. It's a simplified kimono. We call it a different thing because it's a different thing, you see. But I do remember being in Japan, go to the Cherry Blossom Festival. All the girls walking around, chilling in their yukata. So yeah, Juicy set upon dressing Chibiham in her yukata. Now, I won't tell you what dimensions Chibiham has because it's not really relevant, but a few people have asked if poor Chibiham really is as big as I drew her, or whether it's an exaggeration. Well, here you have it. This picture depicts the two girls in the same outfit. Yeah, it looks to me like Chibiham can't really wear that one in public either. Her chaunch is just hanging out the bottom because she can't close it up because she's too damn wide. Come on now. It's a nice gesture, but we're not fixing any of our problems. Anyway, a kimono is supposed to be able to wrap around the body so that it fits tummies of all variations. A little tummy is actually good in a kimono because it fills the belly out and makes you look soft and rich. But Chibiham's kimono didn't close. Oopsie. You need two of them. You gotta sew them together like a fucking circus tent. In fact, those strings, which you wrap around the body, himo for those who want to know, wouldn't wrap around her. Juicy was at a loss. She had to safety pin the front of the yukata to get it to close. Yeah, close enough for government work. I don't know what to say here. Juicy, these must be kid sizes. Do they even fit you? Chibiham giggled. After all, we're the same size. I should fit into your clothes no problem. Juicy smiled weakly. Impossible, I said to Juicy in Japanese. If even a yukata won't fit her, how are we going to find clothes for the rest of her trip? We can't let her wear that t-shirt and shorts combo for the rest of the month. The last 2 Moo days were anything but a pleasant memory. Juicy just grimaced and said, I'm gonna call Mama. Yeah, Mom will know what to do. She's gonna get this shit sorted right out, let me tell ya. The next morning, I awoke to the smell of cooking downstairs. Assuming it was Juicy, I hopped downstairs in my boxer shorts and tank, but Juicy was sitting at the table, already fully dressed. Mama turned around from the stove. Well, she looks quite severe, but I guess she's doing a nice thing. I will wait to pass my judgment. But she does look very severe. I arrive at 10 in the morning, and you girls still aren't awake. Tisk, tisk. Bad habits start at home. Juicy, this is why you're pudgy. It's because you spend too much time sleeping. And you, OP, you can't run around in your underwear, family or not. I didn't get much omotenashi, which translates roughly as hospitality. Food will be ready in a moment. We're having miso soup and homemade oshinko, which is pickles, she continued. And I picked up some nice saba fish this morning at the fish market in Tsukiji. Mama homemade everything except the fish, which she would have caught herself if someone had given her a net and a javelin. I fully believe in her ability. Just then, Chibiham emerged. What you cooking? It smells good. And then she spotted Mama. Mama was wearing a kimono and she said, Oh my god, it's a geisha! She squealed. Ah yes, the perfect introduction. Thank you for cooking me breakfast, you whore. I guess a geisha's like a little classier for some reason. Chibiham was dressed in the yukata that Juicy had fixed for her yesterday, after she got stabbed with safety pins in her sleep. They apparently added some buttons and shortened up the bottom so Chibiham could fit into it without safety pins, which is nice, but I think the safety pins would help teach her a lesson too, honestly. Juicy, being not only made of buttercups and sunshine, but also sewing needles, had added a row of buttons down the front of the yukata to hold it closed for sleeping. Well, what a blessing, honestly. Mama turned around and took a deep breath. I wondered what she was going to do. Gasp? Yell? Gawk? She nodded. I see, she said, and she smiled. Ohayo gozaimasu. Chibiham thought she knew that one. Good morning. Ohio, she blurted with a grin. Mama's smile remained unchanged. Ohayo gozaimasu, she insisted. Ohayo gozaimasu, Chibiham repeated. So, nodded Mama. Yeah, we take those. Chibiham entered the kitchen and opened the cabinet to pull out her Fruit Loops. Clap! Mama had snatched her wrist in midair. She said, nope. No fucking Fruit Loops while I'm in the kitchen, you Fruit Loop. I love it. We're maintaining control of this situation, I'll tell you what. She turned her head to look at the stunned ham planet, then slowly took the sugar reel from Chibiham's paw, put it back in the cupboard, and closed the door. She smiled, stiffly. No, we are having saba today. And she pointed to the table. Chibiham had no idea what Mama just said. She began to protest in a whiny voice. But no, Mama ordered. Today is saba. Chibiham didn't protest. She didn't whine. She didn't fuss. She pouted. And she went to sit at the table. Yeah, I guess we call that a win. I snatched her up midway and dragged her upstairs with me. Who is that? Chibiham asked me upstairs. That is Juicy's mother. Do not mess with her, I warned. She's here to help you find clothes. So get dressed. She's kind of strict sometimes. She doesn't have to be such a bitch about breakfast. Chibiham started to whine. I have needs. If I don't get my sugar in the morning, then I won't have any energy for the rest of the day. Aren't you the one that's hauling around like a bag full of Snickers? I think you got plenty of sugar, alright? You're gonna live. I declined to continue the conversation and advised Chibiham to hurry up. Chibiham bitched and complained at the breakfast. Is this how guests are treated in Japan? No way is this gonna be enough for me. Maybe she's trying to starve me because she thinks I'm fat. That's what this is about, isn't it? A passive-aggressive old Japanese lady thinks the American is fat. Yeah, nobody ever said that. That's what your own internal monologue is screaming, and guess what? It's right. Juicy glanced at her. There was a tiny bit of bitterness in her grapefruit glance, but she said nothing. Mama, too, who did not speak English, quietly and daintily ate her meal. I told Chibiham, you should be quiet. It's about time you had a Japanese breakfast. You'll never get used to the food here if you don't at least try it. But this isn't Japanese food. This is torture. Japanese people eat sushi and pocky and crepes and stuff. Yeah, among other things, but generally, you want some protein for a real meal, okay?
Get the president on the phone. Tell him to have some steak with his butter.
I guess there is protein in the sushi, a little bit. A lot of mercury. That's that's the main draw for me. I advised Chibiham again to be quiet. Mama spoke up. What do you want to do while you're here, Chibiham? I translated for her. Chibiham grinned and went off into Happy Land. I want to see castles and temples and samurai swords and stuff. And I want to eat Japanese sweets and go see the cosplayers and buy some anime stuff and meet a real geisha. Mama nodded at the answers and seemed to be making mental notes. Well, for today we are going to find you something to wear because that just won't do. Juicy translated this time and said, today we are going to buy you a yukata, Chibiham. Yeah, one of your very own, so you don't get poop all over mine. After breakfast, Mama took us to a department store in Ginza. There, she had Chibiham measured properly, and the shop assistant told her that there were no yukata at the store that fit her at that moment. Mama was browsing a catalog of the store, speaking to the shop assistant about possibilities and looking at the pictures. Chibiham, however, had decided otherwise. I want this one! She pointed to a picture of a very fancy kimono called a furasode, which is used for highly formal ceremonies. Okay, how much money you got, Chibiham? It looks to me like a pricey one, okay? I don't know what your funding situation's like, but I'm definitely not down to help you with that one. OP says, I shook my head and I explained to her, you don't wear that kind of kimono every day, Chibiham. Those are for, like, coming-of-age ceremonies and weddings and stuff. It's like a tuxedo. Chibiham gazed back at the catalog, which Mama was holding. But I don't like those kimonos. They're boring. And those colors are ugly. I want a fancy one like this. God. There are none that fit you at all. But you want the fancy one. That doesn't fit you at all. Sure, fuck it. Anything's possible in Imagination Land. Juicy tried to explain, that's a special kimono for use in the winter. It's too hot to wear that right now. Chibiham decided to take offense. You're lying to me! You're just saying that because you don't think a properly sized, curvy girl like me could be a geisha. But I want to be a geisha too! Not on your fucking life. She once again started to get red in the face. You wouldn't let me wear the Lolita clothes, and now you want to let me wear geisha clothes? Her voice had gotten big. Maybe it's because you're jealous, OP. Yesterday, too, you thought my curves were too sexy and would take all the attention away from you. I promise you, Chibiham, all eyes in the room are always on you, I conceded. What's that supposed to mean? Chibiham read my tone and got louder. It means you're a fat monster, okay? Everywhere you go, you fucking just destroy things. You're loud, you're disgusting, you have no consideration for anyone else, and the worst part of it all is that you don't seem to care. Like, not in the slightest. You're completely on your own shit, and it's unbearable. It was then that Mama appeared out of nowhere. Clutch. With a stern expression, she whisked the three of us out of the building and piled us into a taxi. Mama demanded to know what Chibiham was fussing about, and Juicy explained how Chibiham wanted to be a geisha. Mama smirked and said in Japanese, there are no sumo geisha. Sumo geisha? Damn, bro. This Mama's got the sickest burns. She muttered in Japanese. OP says, I did not bother to translate. So far, it seemed like Mama did not like Chibiham, and Chibiham did not like Mama. Oh yes, there will be a duel to the death, although not in this part, presumably. Because that's the end of it. We gotta get into the next part and see how all this pans out. But as always, fucking animation's on point. I just love to see it. I'm gonna go watch the Chibiham anime, or read the book, or whatever it is. I feel the need to consume more of this. All of this. This is all I ever wanted, really, truly. How about you, Gubbinses? What more could you ask for in life, huh?
We are the same size. She said this out loud to a human woman with her whole chest, in a yukata held together by safety pins. The delusion is not a defense mechanism at this point. It is a lifestyle. Dark Gubbins.
Yeah, we are the same size, she could say to, like, a cow. A blue whale.
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the clap. One clap, no words, just a single clap, and the Fruit Loops return to the cabinet like they were never born. Gubbins need Mama to come to Gubbins' house and clap at Gubbins' bad decisions. Just stand in the corner, silent, ready. Clap when Gubbins open the chips at midnight. Gubbins.
God, maybe I need that to hold myself
Wait,
accountable
but Gubbins
too.
need to know. She said Ohio instead of Ohio, and Mama just corrected her. Like a school, Mama turned into a school. Chibiham accidentally enrolled Gubbins.
School of Hard Knocks, I tell you what.
Gubbins, the Ohio moment is irrelevant. The woman accused Juicy of being jealous of her curves, while standing in a yukata fastened with sewing notions. Stay focused. Dark Gubbins.
Chibiham's got some deep delusion, like Moby Vic level.
Gubbins is focused. Gubbins focused on Ohio. Ohio is a state now because of her. She created a state with her mouth. That is power. Gubbins.
What are you I want some of what you're smoking, Gubbins. That's what I know. I don't think that's true. I don't think any of what you said's true. I'm gonna give the point to Dark Gubbins, and let's go ahead and continue on into part 8. After I mention that I have a Patreon and YouTube memberships, if you hit the join button down there. There's all sorts of wonderful videos. Most importantly of all, for me at least, is that it helps to support the channel. We are also up on podcast services of all types, Spotify, iTunes, and that helps the channel in its own way as well. So does buying merch off of our Fourth Wall shop. Any of these ways you can support would be massively appreciated. We here at ReddX Industries, thank you for your patronage. And now, the part number 8 that I said we were going to do. Here it is. It's coming right now. Chibiham Juicy and me versus Mama. Dude, that sounds like a battle royale. This is chapter number 8. Sorry for the delay. Work got in the way. I'll have to draw a mini story for you guys tomorrow to make up for it. Expect some Saturday afternoon cheese in this one, but it was a great sight when it happened. Well, I like that. Fucking give me a show. As soon as Chibiham, Juicy, Mama, and I arrived at Ryogoku by taxi, Mama suggested that we get lunch. Naturally, the first thing Chibiham did was point to McBeatus right next to the station. Mama instead took us to have soba noodles. Chibi pouted and whined the whole way. First it was, why do we have to walk so far? There was a burger place like right there. And then when we arrived at the soba restaurant, it was, I don't want to eat this stuff. It's gross. Why can't we just have McBeatus? Mama looks like she's never had a hamburger in her life. Which honestly, yeah, was probably true. It is a weird flex. Oh yeah, fucking bet. I ate like 1,000 times more hamburgers than you, so suck it. What? I'm way more at risk of heart disease. Oh, okay. Well, enjoy that, I guess. What are you talking about? Juicy reluctantly translated what Mama said to her. You should try this because it has very little fat. Chibiham didn't like that word. I don't have to worry about fat. I hope she doesn't think I'm fat. This is all muscle, you know. I'm actually very strong, like a sumo wrestler. I could take all of you guys out. Mama giggled to herself. Like, I'll beat you with one hand tied behind my back. I want to see it, honestly. I hope that's how all this ends. In the meantime, Chibiham had pulled out her pink backpack, and what came out of that right at the table, but of course a fistful of chocolate. Oh my god, high stakes drama. Here's the big stare down. Mama looked on in horror and said, do not eat that. You haven't finished your soba, Juicy translated. But my sugars are low. I didn't eat anything this morning, and now you're making me eat this crap. I need my sugar. Truly, you're not gonna make it, Chibiham, okay? Maybe it's time to call it quits a little early. Just lay down in a hole. What do you got, another 10, 15 years left before your heart gives out? Is the decade and a half really worth living, I guess is what I'm asking you. Might it be a little bit easier on everybody involved if you just, stop being here forever? And Mama's response was, you do not need any more sugar. Your whole body is sugar. That's why you're too fat for a normal kimono. Well, Chibiham didn't like that one bit. There's no fat in sugar. Yes, but sugar gets converted to fat. Why do I need to explain this to you? What the fuck? And I told you this isn't fat. Your stupid kimonos are just too small for normal people. She pouted, but by that time, Mama had already snatched away the backpack. If you don't like the soba, that is too bad, said Mama. You'll have to wait for dinner tonight then. We're having sushi. But I'll die without my candy. Don't you understand? Americans need sugar all the time. You don't want me to turn diabetic, do you? What the fuck? If you turn diabetic from not eating like a pig, I will buy you a lifetime supply of insulin myself, okay? Mama says, no, That is why I'm refusing to return your candy until dinner. When you have finished your dinner, you can have as much candy as you would like. I guess that's sort of a start, you know? She's gonna eat that whole bag, though. She is gonna end up diabetic, and she's gonna blame you for it. I ate a 24-pack case of king-size Snickers, and now my fingers feel all tingly. What's going on there? Chibiham turned on the waterworks, of course, but Mama completely ignored her. At last, dessert came. Green tea ice cream with azuki beans and kanten. Chibi made a face while eating it. I thought dessert was supposed to be sweet. These look like chili beans. Azuki are plenty sweet, but despite the complaints, she gobbled up the dish in a few seconds while I drank my tea and let the soba settle. And then she reached for mine. Mama glared. Chibiham stood up with my dish of ice cream, walked away from the table, hid behind the Fusama wall to the booth. And again we have another stare down. Who's going to win? I think Mom's got the upper hand, really. Mama shot arrows at Chibiham with her eyes. Chibiham shot back needles. Chibiham sat in her seat. You didn't need it anyway, did you, OP? You have Japanese food all the time. With a visibly annoyed sigh, Mama put her napkin down on the table and went off to the restroom. And also to pay, which is a very Japanese thing to do. You pay for everyone's meal while pretending to go to the bathroom at the end. Ain't that nice? Good old Japan. Juicy smiled weakly at Chibiham, who was in her pouting mode. Mama's strict on everyone, especially me, but it's because she doesn't want to treat you like a guest. She thinks of you as family. She held out her untouched dessert and says, "Here, you want my ice cream? I'm not gonna eat it." Chibiham nodded at her. "Yeah, it was really good, actually. Thank you." Oh my god, she actually showed gratitude for once in her miserable life? I'm shocked. And then Chibiham ate Juicy's dessert as well. Mama came back in just as she finished and tisk-tisked at her. "Juicy, you must learn by watching the follies of others," she said tritely, giving the evil eye to Chibiham. "I'm sorry," I said, feeling responsible for her behavior, and the behavior of all invisible, brutish foreigners everywhere. Yeah, quite a few of them out there, that's what I know. Don't apologize. The only person that she will be accountable to is herself. And Mama herded us out of the room. Damn, dude. Mama's hardcore. She don't fucking pull no punches. I admire the hell out of that. Ryogoku, says OP. Sumo Land. If you know nothing of glorious Ryogoku, land of the sumo gods, then look it up on Wikipedia, because, yeah, this article is already too long, kinda. In the land of the Lilliputians, the enormous, towering sumo wrestlers are revered like gods. But unlike the Wild Ham Planet, these quarter-ton beauties are massive, pure, rippling muscle with lightning-fast reflexes and an exercise regime that would put many Olympians to shame. And they gotta wear something. Yeah, don't they wear a big old diaper? Throw a handful of salt? Everything I know about sumo wrestling I learned from E. Honda. If I was gonna pick a Street Fighter main besides Blanca, maybe E. Honda. Mama took us to a kimono outfitter in Ryogoku on the suggestion of the standard kimono shop in Ginza, and there, at last, Chibiham found sizes that fit her, and covered up all her bits and pieces, and, gosh, even suited her, and she reveled in it. "See? I knew you people were hiding all the real clothes," she giggled. "Is this where you buy all your clothes, Juicy?" She pranced around in one yukata after another, trying to find one that she liked. "Yeah, that's really good, Chibiham. You look less like shit than usual. So, progress." Congratulations, I guess. She even began to flaunt them. "Does this kimono make me look fat?" she cooed. Juicy and I said nothing, but Mama did. She said, "No, kimono don't make you look fat. You make kimono look fat. Kimono make you look red. Mama snapped at her, and we once again thanked the heavens for the language barrier that allowed Juicy and I to filter out the vitriol. Maybe she does need to hear it, though. I don't know. Just see what happens. She's gonna freak out. She'll have a fucking meltdown. Then we gotta clean it up. Yeah, okay, fine. Just let her have her own stupid happy time in Kimono world. So, Mama bought her 3 yukata, and then we moved over to a Western-style clothes store, which also catered to sumo and larger tummies. There, Chibiham found a pile of shorts, shirts, and tank tops, which she didn't hate. She complained that there were no goth lolly outfits, but Mama made a stern face when she began to whine, so she shut up pretty quick. Well, look at that, Chibiham is capable of learning. At last, Chibiham had clothes. My God, I can't believe it. What a blessing for the world. Mama took us to Ueno, the older part of town where she was born. She showed us the park and the old shopping areas, gave us treats to eat and little trinkets for our hair. Even Chibiham behaved. She was walking around in a yukata, munching on Japanese snacks that Mama gave her and pretending to be a geisha. She snapped pictures of everything. Oh, she's eating that fish ice cream and the little balls on the stick? Oh my God, that's the best thing ever. I'm glad she's having a good time. I'm stoked she's stoked, honestly. Maybe if she could stop being an asshole, I'd be even more stoked. We could turn this all around right now, Chibiham. Unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna happen. Finally, we went into a nice sushi restaurant. Chibiham had never been to a sushi restaurant before. There she is looking all shocked. What the fuck? They got a conveyor that goes around the whole thing? Chibiham's face fell when they were seated at a counter. These seats are too small. Why don't they have real size seats? They have real size clothes. So where are they hiding the real size people? They all died of heart failure. She sat her bum on 2 seats and refused to move. And then she continued, this isn't a real sushi restaurant. Where I live, the sushi comes out on a conveyor belt. Where's the conveyor belt? That's the sushi that I like best too. But not every sushi restaurant gets a conveyor belt. That's a sad fact of life. That's a different style of sushi, explained Juicy. Here, we leave the menu up to the chef. And the sushi came out, 1 piece at a time. You might be able to imagine the effect that this sight had on the ham. That is a Garfield-ass look on Chibiham's face. She's like, 1 piece of sushi? What am I supposed to do with this? Well, fucking eat it or wait until they stack it up higher. I don't know what to tell you. Opie says, Mama was very thorough. She told the wincing Chibiham how to pick up each piece of sushi with her fingers, turn the piece over, being careful not to get any soy sauce on the rice, and then eat quickly and wipe one's fingers on the provided wet cloth off to the side. It was a laborious task that Chibiham did not appreciate, especially when there was so little food set before her each time. I guess she doesn't know how to enjoy herself legitimately. It's like offering a dog like the finest cut of steak. You're just gonna wolf it down in 3 bites. He don't know anything about enjoying that. You might as well feed him fucking chuck roast, because there's no difference.
Her favorite foods are sketty and butter.
What in the blazes is this? Are you trying to starve me here?
Chibiham ate up one after the next, and when the sushi was done, the chef asked if we wanted anything else.
Yes, cried the ham. I want avocado rolls, 3 of them, and cream cheese and salmon rolls, California rolls, tempura rolls, shrimp mayonnaise rolls, teriyaki sushi, beef rolls. See, you guys, I know lots about sushi.
Juicy and the sushi master had blank faces. I have some nice beef sashimi, said the chef, and began preparing something. I turned to my cousin. Where'd you eat that stuff?
In Tennessee. I eat Japanese food all the time.
Yeah, none of that's really Japanese, I explained to her. You might be able to get some of that, like California rolls and shrimp mayo at the low-class places, but this is real sushi, Chibiham. You better leave the ordering up to Mama and the chef.
But you guys only give me bland stuff, because you want me to be thin and anorexic like you guys, isn't it? You're picking on me!
Even if I am picking on you, I'm only picking on you about half as much as you actually deserve, okay? Let's keep that in mind. Let's keep some humbleness about us. Just as Chibiham began to raise her voice, the beef sushi arrived for all of us. And yes, indeed, the beef is uncooked. I mean, yeah, that was implied with the sushi part. Matsuzaka, beef sushi, declared the chef, happy that he could fill one of the orders for the emotional Oni ham. Chibiham started up again. It's raw! Yeah, that's what sushi is, Chibiham. What do you think you've been eating all this time? I cried in disbelief.
That stuff was raw! Oh my god, I'm gonna die! I'm gonna get salmonella! None of the sushi I ate in Tennessee was raw! Oh my god! I want a steak! I want a burger! This is disgusting!
Yeah, you probably are gonna die. That's fine. Not a single fuck was given, I promise you. She shoved the food away from her rudely and snorted. Mama snapped. Chibiham, how shallow of you. You've flown all the way to this country and for what? To throw your weight around and refuse to accept the new challenges that you've chosen to put before yourself by coming here? Whatever will you gain by acting like such a child? How will you ever improve?
Improve? Whatever. I don't need your lecture. I'm perfect as I am.
No. No one is perfect as they are. We're given this time in our lives to steadily improve ourselves. The moment we let our guard down and become selfish enough to think that we've obtained perfection, that is the moment that we have lost the battle, and we lose all right to command respect. Chibi wasn't quite sure what had just been thrown at her. Fucking advice for life. Chew on that, you fat cow. And there was a moment of silence. No one moved. No one breathed. But then, hesitantly, Chibiham reached out her puffy fingers and picked up the beef sushi. She dipped the edge in the saucer of sweet soy sauce, careful not to get any on the rice, as Mama had told her not to do, and she lifted the thing to her lips, and in one fell swoop, gobbled it down. A moment went by. What face would she make?
That was actually pretty good, she said, and we smiled. Let me have another 5.
Yes, you can have another 5, answered Mama. Oh, Mama, now you're enabling her. But also, I think it's good that you opened her up to a new experience. The fact that she wants to eat 5 more of them, while gluttonous and kind of disgusting, it also does your heart well, you know? Because it's like, she hasn't tried basically any other Japanese food, but somehow Mama was able to whip her into shape. And I like to see that. Maybe it's not all over for Chibiham. Maybe she can turn it back around. I don't know. What do you think, Gubbinses?
I'm perfect as I am. 4 words that have never once been spoken by someone who was. The tragedy is she genuinely believed it, right up until a Japanese grandmother approximately 1/3 her size dismantled her entire personality over raw beef. Dark Gubbins.
Yeah, she said, you want some fucking beef, Chibiham? I got you right here.
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the moment Chibiham hid behind the Fusuma wall with the stolen ice cream. She did not eat it fast. She did not sneak. She relocated. Full tactical repositioning. She filed a permit, established a perimeter, declared the booth corner an independent ice cream sovereignty. Gubbins think that wall now have a little plaque. Gubbins.
Yes, the Chibiham ice cream corner. All of the children will come and childhood obesity will happen and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna give the point to Gubbins. Congratulations, boy, indeed.
Gubbins goes off.
Gubbins goes off.
Chibiham's hand. Ham hand? So this is Chibiham, Juicy, and me mini-story, not climbing Mount Fuji. One of the many things that Chibiham wanted to do while in Japan was climb Mount Fuji, so Juicy and I arranged a day for doing so. Before Chibiham came to visit me, we had made plans through Facebook. And you can actually read the message that Chibiham sends.
I want to go to Akihabara and Harajuku. I want to go to the temples and castles and meet samurai and geisha and wear kimonos and see some real ninjas and swords and play video games and do cosplay and meet Sailor Moon. You realize Sailor Moon's not a real person. I want to eat sushi and climb Mount Fuji and find a cute Japanese boyfriend. Oh my god, well, good luck with that, you know? And I wanna find a Japanese man who will tolerate me smelling like I got off a flight and haven't changed my clothes in 4 days. Oh, and also the poop that I can take in his shower or whatever. Anyway, on the train... Did you know that the Japanese call Mount Fuji Fuji-san? San is an honorific, and Fuji is so special that they treat it like they would a person, and they call it Mr. Fuji.
Yeah, like in Pokemon. I remember Mr. Fuji. OP says, well, no, actually. In this case, San just means mountain. And then Chibiham says,
Are you saying that Japanese people all call each other mountains?
Yes, well, the indomitable Japanese spirit, that's what I know. When we got to the so-called 5th station on the side of Mount Fuji, we began to climb up the side. We got about 100 meters up the slope when Chibiham started to complain.
Hey you guys, how much longer before we get to the elevator shafts?
What? Elevator shafts? This is a mountain, Chibi. There are no elevator shafts.
Ha! Shows how much you know. Japan's super high tech. Of course they have elevator shafts, right, Juicy?
Juicy says, no, Chibiham. There are no elevator shafts on Mount Fuji.
But look, there are old people. How are they gonna climb the mountain?
Yes, those octogenarians are more physically capable than you. Maybe take that on board. Think about what that really means for you and your health. OP says they're gonna get there by walking, Chibiham, just like everyone else.
Walking? No one told me they would be walking.
OP says you're the one who said you wanted to climb Mount Fuji.
Yeah, cause everyone who comes to Japan climbs Mount Fuji, and not all of them are skinny twigs like you.
Yes, and yet they're still able to make it up the mountain.
There has to be a way up besides walking. I'll die if I have to walk up that mountain. How are you gonna get me down if I die?
I will roll you.
I'm gonna throw the piggy off the hill.
OP says, so you don't want to go?
Chibi says, how about you guys carry me? There are 2 of you. It will be really easy.
OP says, Chibiham, we are not carrying you.
But I'm super light. There are 2 of you and only 1 of me.
No!
You're just picking on me because I'm fat. You're so mean.
So yeah, we abandoned the trip. Probably mercifully. She was gonna complain the whole way up. We visited a nearby cafe instead and then went right back home after that. That night, on her Facebook page, Chibiham shared a photo from Shizuoka, Japan, climbing Mount Fuji. Woo! Hard work! Yeah, she got all 100 meters up there, you know. That's more than she'd done before. Gosh, the Chibiham series is truly just a delight, is it not? I love it! Let's go ahead, continue on into part number 9? I think it's 9. It is 9! It's called Boys, Boys, Boys. She is gonna find that boyfriend. OP says, eek, work is getting in my way, but this isn't going to be a 10-part series. At the moment, it looks like it's going to at least part number 13. Yes, keep going. Go to a part 130. I will sit here with rapt attention the entire time. Anyway, one day, about a week after Chibiham had come to Japan, Juicy came home from an outing crying. Her boyfriend, Kintama, had broke up with her in no uncertain terms. She said through tears how he had told her, "I want a model girlfriend. We're just not compatible physically." And it was because he thought that she was fat. That's cold-blooded, but the heart wants what it wants. Other parts want what they want too. To reiterate, Juicy was chubby by Japanese standards. Her nickname, too, was a reflection of that fluff. She was pretty self-conscious about her weight, and this breakup put her into a depression. And when she got depressed, Juicy would eat. She'd go to the local convenience store and stock up on puddings and cakes and potato chips and ice cream, and then close herself in her room and read romance manga until she felt better. Oh yeah, looks like you're having a lot of fun in there, Juicy. Okay, well, I'm just gonna close the door and back out of the room slowly. I hope you feel better. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Kintama happened to work with me at the university library. Ooh, scandal. And I confronted him about the breakup. Oh yeah, OP going to work. I'm sort of shocked to learn that Kintama is a blonde guy. Maybe he's bleach blonde? I don't know. That seems to be hip at some points in history. He explained, "People are always watching me. I know Juicy's sweet and all, but whenever I bring her places, people are like, 'Why are you with her? You could do better.' And I got sick of people telling me that, so I decided to get a new girl. You are dickless," I told him, but he shrugged. "She'll get over it," he said. I mean, yes on both accounts. Okay, it sucks, but obviously he wasn't willing to stand by her through all that. And I do think that's sad, but it's better that she know that now than later. Anyway, this was to be a problem, because we had planned to take Chibiham to a summer barbecue with our classmates, among which was, of course, Kintama. Juicy, who felt responsible for bringing the salads for that day, decided not to decline. She put on a stiff upper lip, and we all went to the barbecue in Watabori Park. The moment Chibiham laid eyes on Kintama, she was in love.
Is that Kintama?
Oh boy. Look at her, she's just head over heels. Love at first sight, or some semblance thereof, I guess. Yeah, it is Kintama, Juicy sighed, lowering her eyes. Chibiham, do not get any ideas. I thinned my eyes at my cousin.
What? They're not dating anymore, right? He's free game,
she reasoned, and pranced after the group of pretty Japanese men. Go off, you know? Maybe this is a bit of karma for Kintama. Kintama had brought his new girlfriend, Darumo, and she was exceptionally beautiful and very slender. Juicy sighed deeply when she saw the girl, repeating "Natoku, Natuku," which means something akin to, "I get it, I'm satisfied, I understand why he dumped me." Damn, poor Juicy. Yeah, that's got to do a hell of a number on her self-esteem, you know? I hope somebody comes along and perks Juicy up. You know, she got too good of a heart to have to suffer through all this shit. Chibiham began by pulling her tank top down a bit too far. Plenty of cleavage. She sashayed up to Kintama, who was in charge of the grill and trying to avoid Juicy. I mean, being in charge of the grill is probably the worst place to be if you're trying to avoid people, because everybody's gonna come and get some. Is Juicy a vegan? I don't think so. She's gonna want some of that meat. But look at Chibiham. She's wanting some of that meat right now. Kintama ain't having it though. He's like, what the hell is that? Please, I'm just trying to cook the sausages. Go away. Chibiham says, have you ever thought about getting yourself a nice American girlfriend for a summer fling? Chibiham started. Juicy and I giggled. That is, I giggled. Juicy was pretending not to see Kintama. American girlfriend? You mean you? Kintama laughed. That's funny as hell. He was embarrassed, and most Japanese guys will laugh when they're embarrassed. Chibiham didn't know this.
Don't laugh! You're laughing because you think I'm fat, right?
Bro, you just bring that into everything. Stop it. It's like self-sabotage.
Why are you making these choices? You don't know what you're missing here. In America, I'm what they consider super hot, like a pinup model. They like curvy women out there. Have you ever seen knockers as big as this? She forearmed her boobs together until she had 3 lines of cleavage. Gintama pretended to be blown away. No, I've never seen some that big. I can't have those around here. I might lose concentration and burn the meat. And then he shooed her away. Yeah, I guess that's the most polite thing. He spent the entire time coming up with a reply that would just make her go away. Don't embarrass me in front of new girlfriend. She's watching me cook the meat. Well, if you change your mind, I'll be waiting over here by the sake, getting very, very drunk, she said with a wink. Oh yes, nothing's more attractive to me than a fucking lush who can't control their alcohol intake. Amazing, wonderful. You have a good day now. Chibiham did situate herself in the middle of the party, and she ate to her heart's content. It's a good representation of America, you know? You go to a foreign land, not really to experience the culture, but to get pics for Facebook. And then while you're there, you just portray Americans as the most selfish, gluttonous pigs that there possibly is. Is everybody else getting to eat? Juicy's like hogging the whole thing. She wolfed down one steak after another, one bowl of nabe soup after another, and Juicy cautioned her, Chibiham, you shouldn't eat so much. There isn't going to be enough for everyone else. You snooze, you lose, Chibiham replied. I can't help it if they're missing out. You're just the lowest class type of person, ain't you? What the fuck? Everyone contributed, Chibiham, I told her. You're a guest and all, but you are eating way more than your fair share. That's super childish, Chibiham growled. You know, you're the ones being childish. I'm an adult. I can eat as much as I want. I spent my whole childhood being told what to do. Screw you guys, she spat as she finished off a bag of chips. Okay, somebody's gonna have to physically restrain her at some point. Let's just do that now and get it out of the way. While Gintama and his friends cooked the meat, there were also all sorts of games being played nearby. Someone produced a soccer ball, someone else produced a badminton set. Oh hell yeah, motherfucker, it's time to play some sports ball! Summer lovin' had me a blast. Pretty good vibe, I gotta say. Juicy and I did join in, but Chibiham, in the meantime, was disappointed that Gintama was not paying attention to her. And so, Chibiham buddied up with Gintama's new girlfriend, Darumo. Come on, Chibiham, play with us, it's fun. I hate exercise, yelled Chibiham back. I didn't graduate high school just to go back to gym class. I thought you said you were good at it, OP teases. Chibiham says, I am, but I don't want to get sunburned. Red tan lines on my boobs and all. The already drunk Darumo laughed next to her. Yeah, no suntan, she called. I mean, to each their own, you don't have to get a suntan if you don't want to, but I prefer a bit of a tan, yes. Chibiham and Darumo were the only people sitting on that picnic blanket. Gintama was at the grill with a couple of his friends chatting over a beer, and the rest of us were playing. Chibiham was still chowing down. Just, nobody's restrained her yet? Okay, you'll pay later. Some time passed, and the sun was past its peak, and we all returned to the picnic area to get drinks, and found the boys chatting nervously to each other. Chibiham had eaten all of the meat. There's not enough food, she wailed through the park. Is that really even possible? I asked the guys. I thought I got enough for everyone, but she just keeps eating and eating. One of the boys shrugged. It's all right. We got this place for a few more hours. I'll just go to the grocery and get some more. Yeah, but first you gotta remove Chibiham from the situation. Or else the new supply is just gonna get eaten right through too. I stomped over to Chibiham. She and Darumo were piss drunk off their asses, red-faced, making fart noises with their armpits. Chibiham
Where's your wallet? What? She yelled between gasps and giggles. Why? Because you're paying for the next round of meat. Why do I have to? You guys invited me. Because you just ate 12 people's worth of meat. like not literal people. A serving size per person. We're not serving people. We wouldn't do that. Now drink your Soylent. Yeah, Chibiham says it wasn't just me. Daruma was eating it too. Her chopsticks weren't even split. She had not eaten anything. I argued with Chibiham, but I won, and I took what little cash she had from her wallet. But by that time, Juicy had already sent the boys off with her own money. She refused to take the cash that I tried to give her. She only has this set amount for the entire month, Juicy reasoned. Besides, she's right, we can't make a guest pay for the meal. That would be inhospitable of us. Inhospitable would be eating all the fucking meat available and not thinking of anyone else. We're past that point already. I pretended to concede, but I put the cash into Juicy's bag later when she wasn't looking. That's MVP plays right there. You gotta pay one way or the other. Chibiham and Daruma grew increasingly drunk. The two of them were hanging all over the boys, running around, trying to get them to give them piggyback rides. The skinny one, maybe. The big one, I didn't take my glucosamine chondroitin. My knees might blow out. While Daruma was distracted and being lifted up on the shoulders of some of our friends, Chibiham charged at Kintama. Kintama was standing near the stone grill, unprepared for the onslaught. Boom! And that comic is graphic. It looks like Kintama just had his teeth knocked out on the stone grill. Everybody's having fun. He's bleeding from his mouth. It's been a good day, I guess. Chibiham literally cannonballed into him, knocking the Slender Man face forward into the edge of the stone grill and slamming his cheek into the wall. Bro, fuck. His sunglasses cracked and he cut his cheekbone open. What the hell? He yelled in the much softer bunny fur swears of the Japanese language. Chibiham was laughing. So was Daruma and a couple of others. Chibiham yelled at him, "Why didn't you catch me? They caught Daruma." "I didn't know you were coming," he said, trying very hard not to insult her. Bro, again, the indomitable Japanese spirit. Just, I have to be hospitable to you. No matter how fucking awful you are as a human being, how much we all can't stand being around you, I'm going to tolerate you on some level. It's fascinating. I yelled at Chibiham, "Chibiham, you are drunk! Stop it!" "No way, I'm not drunk. I can handle my liquor better than anyone here. You're just angry that I'm having all the fun, and I'm getting all the boys, and I've got some damn hot curves." And with that, she lifted up her shirt, tucked the bottom in under her bra, and shook her tummy for all to see. Oh my god, I'm gonna be sick. If I had anything to eat, it would now be ejected from my body. And she then ran away next to Daruma, who was still laughing, and yelled the only Japanese insult she knew, "Baka!" Oh my god, dude. Yeah. This is quickly becoming untenable. That's been established, right? And then Chibiham threw up. All the meat she ate, and she just... Oh my god. Blissfully entertained, Daruma fell into a fit of laughter, and Chibiham stumbled over to a patch of woods to expunge her stomach. Juicy grabbed a couple bottles of water and a rag and headed to Chibiham's side. "Leave her alone, Juicy," I said. "She needs water," Juicy replied and joined her. God, Juicy's too good for this world, I'll tell you that. I will dump that water bottle on her fucking head. I'm so over it already. For the next half hour or so, I helped clean up at the barbecue site. The meat arrived, the cookout continued, Daruma was passed out in the grass, Chibiham was in tears, drinking water, and trying to regurgitate the worst of the mix. It was fun for a little while though, wasn't it? I'll be honest with you, I'm really glad that you're having a miserable time. Couldn't have happened to a worse person, Chibiham. Kintama had patched up his battered cheek. His injuries were minor. Yeah, but still, you slammed your head onto a stone grill. Some fat girl jumped at you. Like, just for no reason. You need to be careful around the inebriated. That's what I know. Later on, Chibiham sobered up somewhat and joined us. She was crying again, this time from shame.
It's just not fair. I want a cute Japanese boyfriend too. You've embarrassed me.
Juicy took out some sparklers, another staple of Japanese summer. Look, Chibiham, cheer up, she said. Kintama isn't really that cute anyway.
I guess, Chibiham sniffed. A real man would be into me.
That's right. The things that probably are true within our own perspective. Someone pulled a cooler of ice cream out and yelled for everybody to come and get it. Chibiham jumped up, happy once again, characteristically forgetting how sad she was a moment before, but Juicy stayed. You don't want any ice cream? Juicy shook her head. Chibiham wasn't satisfied.
I know you do.
Chibiham smiled. I think that the sweetest ice cream is the type that you never get to taste, she said. Chibiham, confused, ran off. That was kind of deep, Juicy, I commented, making note of her philosophy in my notebook. Very mature-like. Nothing tastes better than being skinny feels. Just remember that, butchas. But yeah, she said it in a better way, I guess. It was then that Juicy went to join Kintama, who was curled up next to the grill alone, bruised and battered. Are you okay? She asked him. I think I owe you an apology, Juicy, he said to her. Would you consider going back out with me again? What about Darumo? She doesn't seem to know how to behave at times like these, he said. Another poorly chosen party favor? That's heavy. But yeah, Darumo is a fucking mess, I'll say that much. Drank far too much, passed out in the grass. I can't deal with all this.
She belongs to the street.
You're not the one. But I hope Juicy doesn't take him back. Like, I was too big then, I'm still too big now. Go ahead, fucking go live your life. I'll find somebody who can value me for me. But, you know, that's just what I hope for her. Juicy bit her lip and sighed deeply, disappointed. And she said, I think you're too concerned with what others think of you and not concerned enough about others. Kintama laughed. What? Juicy stood up. What I mean to say is, I don't think we're compatible. Damn, bro! Threw his words right back at him. That's cold-blooded. I like that look on you, Juicy. Like, she's super kind and everything, but she also knows when to fucking pull no punches. She's like, you need to hear this. Too concerned with what others think of you and not concerned enough about others. I think Juicy's probably my favorite character in the whole thing. Chibiham, massively hateable. OP, okay, yeah, just fine. Serves to move the plot along. But yeah, Juicy's kind of blowing my hair back and whatnot. What happened to Mama, though? She went home now? I really was hoping that we could get some more of that, but I guess it wasn't to be. Maybe she'll reappear at some stage in the future. I really want to see what the Gubbinses have to say about this one, so go ahead, boys!
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the chopsticks. She never split the chopsticks. Darumo sitting there whole barbecue holding an unsplit chopstick like a tiny wooden sword, fully complicit in the meat crime, completely innocent of the meat crime. Somewhere in Japan there is a courtroom and a judge holding up Exhibit A, one unbroken chopstick. The verdict is not guilty, Gubbins.
I don't want to talk anymore about the meat crime, if I'm honest.
Juicy turned down the man who broke her heart the moment he came crawling back, battered and humbled at her feet. And she did it with a philosophical quote about ice cream. Meanwhile, Chibiham is in the bushes negotiating with her own stomach. The gap between these two women is the distance between a person and a cautionary tale. Dark Gubbins.
I think calling Chibiham a woman is generous. I guess she's a girl, really.
Wait, but Gubbins need to say, Juicy put money into notebook. OP put philosophy into notebook. Everyone at this barbecue is archiving. This is not a cookout. This is a library field trip. Kintama work at the library. It all connect.
Holy
Gubbins.
shit. Get out the conspiracy corkboard right now. We need to chart this.
Gubbins, the notebook is called Being a Writer. It is not a conspiracy. Please, Dark Gubbins.
If it's a conspiracy, it just depends how deep you look.
Gubbins just saying. Very suspicious amount of documentation at this barbecue. Gubbins keeping an eye on the notebook. Gubbins.
I think that's real. But I think Dark Gubbins clinched it out with the first comments. The bickering definitely went to Gubbins, but that's not how we score things. The points don't matter anyways. None of it really matters in the grand scheme of things, so why not toss some funny money around at your favorite YouTuber ReddX over on Patreon or YouTube memberships. I'd really appreciate that. If you don't got the scratch, I mean, you can help us out by watching more ReddX videos or watching on the podcast services, Spotify, iTunes, etc. Also, 412 for the merch. I'd appreciate your support in any way it comes. Thank you so much. And with all that said, yeah, let's go ahead and see what Chibiham gets up to in Chapter 10. Is she gonna finally find the boyfriend of her dreams during a Dance Dance Revolution competition? I don't know. It could happen, maybe. This is Chibiham, Juicy, and me, the Anklet, Chapter 10. Can Chibiham wear an anklet? I thought her foot and her calf were just like kind of the same coffee can sized hoof. And another beautiful spring day here in Tokyo. I want to thank you guys who gold my posts. I'm totally flattered. It's like a virtual kiss. Yeah, less viruses that way. It makes me seriously want to stay up into the wee hours drawing the next stories all the time, just like I did last night. Thank you so much. Yeah, an artist cannot be stopped from their craft. This is very true. Anyway, I have an important meeting today, so wish me luck. If it goes well, it'll be like the first step on a long road to making my dreams come true. Well, you know how these things go. I mean, yeah, you accomplish the one dream, and then you're like, what's the next thing that I want to do? And I like that, though. Just walking the path. One more note. Here's a new Japanese word in here for you. Gaman. G-A-M-A-N. Gaman. If you have never heard of it before, let me try to explain. It means patience, stoicism, self-control, among other things. It can't really be translated into one single term. Therefore, I had trouble summarizing a certain conversation that Juicy and I had without it, so I just left it in. You learn something new every day. Yeah, gaman. That's called getting your fucking bearings right, okay? Oh, somebody threw a nasty surprise at you? Well, fucking let it wash over you like a wave. Nothing moves me anymore, okay? Stoicism's some good shit, that's all I'm saying. The evening after the barbecue, we all went home very drunk, downing tiny bottles of Ukon no Chikara, which is this kind of anti-hangover drink. Yeah, anti-hangover drinks are pretty big throughout Asia, you know. Chibiham, who was still infatuated with Juicy's ex-boyfriend, asked Juicy to show her memorabilia of the couple's relationship. Oh god, this is like serial killer shit. I mean, I'm glad Juicy's happy to share and whatnot. Probably because she dumped the guy who dumped her, and that'll help you heal up. But it's time to burn all these mementos, I'm pretty sure. Juicy had also decided that it would be best to put the items away somewhere where they would not be a nuisance. Yes, like in this fire pit. One of the items was a silver anklet that Kintama had given her on her birthday. She still wore it often, and Chibiham cooed about how romantic it was to be given jewelry from a guy. Yeah, I guess anklets count. It's kind of a weird choice. The next day, Chibiham was still terribly hungover, but Juicy and I were not. We decided to leave her while we went to run some errands in town. Call us if you need anything, we told her, and she grunted her acknowledgement from beneath the covers. How is she still hungover? She's not hungover, she's just lazy as shit. Juicy and I walked to the station and took the train over to the next station of Shinanomachi, where she had to pick up a few things. Afterwards, we stopped in a little cafe that we frequent in the area. Oh, it does look so nice and cozy, doesn't it? Come on. Just stop by for a little coffee, you know? Juicy always had a habit of ordering a tea cake with coffee, but today she just stuck with coffee, and I remarked on the change. Actually, she confessed, I decided to make some effort. I don't need cake every time we come here. Are you on a diet? I mused. Well, watching Chibiham these last few days was like a mirror. I don't want to be like that. Juicy was in no way like Chibiham, so OP asks, well, what could you possibly mean by that? Juicy says, well, it's her lack of reservation. She always takes what she wants. She has no gaman, she explained. So what I realized when it comes to some areas of my life is that I need to practice gaman too, so I don't end up turning into a Chibiham. That's real. There's a lot of places you could cut back, you know? I think we should be allowed our vices somewhat, but there also comes a certain point where it's over now, and we have to let things like that go. A tea cake, that's a good place to start. If you're feeling a little big around the middle, you're like, okay, I'm taking tiny steps. It's not a tea cake for most people, but whatever it is, I hope that you can move past it. I laughed at her imagery and said, I hope you're not doing this because of Kintama. Of course not. I think Kintama has even less gaman than I do, she giggled. I'm doing this for my own sake. Fuck MVP plays, what can I say? Instead of taking the train home that day, we decided to walk. Now it's just under an hour's walk between Shinanomachi and Yotsuya. You can do it much less if you jog, and we did take our time returning. After all, we figured Chibiham wouldn't be up before noon with the hangover that she seemed to have. When we got home, we entered the front door and Juicy called out the quintessential "Tadaima, we're home" greeting. We heard her thunderous running steps upstairs and heard the bedroom door slam. And the first thought that I had was, oh no, not the toilet again. And I made a mad dash upstairs. But peeking into the bathroom, I found no disgusting mess. Yes, where is your disgusting mess of a cousin? Oh, you're talking about the toilet mess. Yeah, I'm glad that didn't happen. What could it possibly be this time? So nervously, I hurriedly opened the door to Chibiham's room, and there she was, cowered in the corner, covered in tears. She was wearing Juicy's clothes. God damn it. I let you into my house and this? How do you possibly have the audacity? Chibiham, what are you doing?
Would you fuck me? Then fuck me.
You shouldn't take Juicy's clothes without asking her. I was only trying them on, she sniffed. Well, they obviously don't fit, so take them off. What do you mean they don't fit? You probably only put this dress in here to shame me. This belongs to you, doesn't it? You put this in here to trick me, didn't you? You're so mean. She started on her typical rant, but her face was quite red and puffy. She had been crying for some time, and surely not over a dress. I noticed that she had her arm behind her back. Chibiham, I said in the most condescending tone I could manage. What are you hiding behind your back? Nothing, she exploded. Why do you always pick on me like that? Then show me your hand. No, Chibiham, cut it out. It's none of your business. We started to argue. In the midst of it, Juicy had peeked into the room and walked over to Chibiham with a curious face. Would you show me? She said, somewhere in between the shouting, and this seemed to break the spell. I didn't mean to, Chibiham said, somewhat involuntarily, and took out her arm. It's just you could get a cute Japanese boyfriend, and I wanted to be like that. It had swollen to twice its normal size. Normal Chibiham versus holy crap Chibiham. Chibiham's hand ham hand. It's all swolled up because of the bracelet. I thought it was an anklet. I guess it's an anklet for Juicy, but for Chibiham, you know, the coffee can ankles, you can't get an anklet. So we'll try the wrist. Wrist didn't work either. Oh snap. And Chibi's normally pudgy fingers were as large as sausages, and her hand was bright red and purple. I just couldn't get it off. There, hidden beneath the folds of skin around her wrist, was Juicy's anklet. Why it hadn't snapped, I have no clue. Damn this Japanese quality. But it was so deeply embedded in the rolls that only a sliver of the item was just barely visible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to cut that off. I'd seen this happen before with a friend's ring. After buying some dubious jewelry at some Asian market, she had an allergic reaction to the metal and her finger ballooned up, and she had to get the ring cut off. That's an anklet, Chibiham, Juicy said curiously. Why do you have it around your wrist? Oh, we figured this one out. We brained it out already. That can't be an anklet, Chibiham retorted. It doesn't fit around the ankles, only the wrist. And even then, it took me like half an hour to squeeze into it. It's gotta be like a kid's size or something. Chibiham had cut off her own circulation trying to put this anklet on her wrist. I mean, it's good that you guys came back home when you did. If you walked a little longer, her fucking hand would have fallen off. And going down into the kitchen, we discovered the counter a mess. In her attempts to get the anklet off, Chibiham had tried butter, olive oil, cooking oil, and even tried to snap it with a butter knife. Nothing worked. So we decided to take her to the hospital. Oh, neat. This is my first time in a Japanese hospital. I grabbed Chibiham's hoodie, and we headed to the clinic. Chibiham's tears increased. Surely she was in pain, but I noticed a pattern. First, she would not walk the 4 blocks to the clinic. She wanted an ambulance, and so we settled on a taxi. Then when we got to the hospital, her injury was considered non-emergency, so we were told to go up to the 2nd floor reception. Juicy and I turned to the stairs, but Chibiham refused to climb them. My feet hurt. I don't want to walk up there. Can we take an elevator? Juicy replied, there are many elderly people in Japanese hospitals, and people in wheelchairs and with broken bones need the elevator a lot more. People going up 1 flight of stairs do not need the elevator. But I ache, Chibiham cried. I can't move any of my limbs. I need a wheelchair. You need a fucking lobotomy is what you need. You don't need a wheelchair, Chibi, I cried, and Chibiham sat down on the staircase. I feel faint. Don't make me exercise when my body's in such pain. You don't know what it's like. I'm gonna show you real pain in just a fucking second if you don't stand up and get your fat ass off this fucking stairs right now. Juicy had run for a wheelchair as soon as Chibiham started raising her voice. Oh god. The receptionist gave Chibiham an odd look, but shrugged and produced a roly-poly, nurse and all. We refused the help, and I took the driver's role. The moment Chibiham was seated in the wheelchair, she stopped crying. Oh, look at me, I guess I got the thing I wanted. I don't have to cry anymore. Chibiham, I'm going to strangle you. I'm gonna put a pillow over your face in your sleep and just hold it there until you stop moving. Now, push me to the elevators, she said, as if she were shipping off. It took me one heck of a heave to push that bulging thing forward, but eventually momentum took over. Yeah, inertia's a hell of a bastard, isn't it? The elevator arrived, other passengers got on. It was small, but surely we could fit. I tried to turn the wheelchair toward the doors. It was caught on an odd angle, but it was just too heavy to turn from that position. Chibiham, stand up. I can't turn the wheelchair. What do you mean can't turn the wheelchair? That's what wheelchairs are for. You're just being lazy. Bitch, how dare you? I'm rolling your fat ass around and I'm the lazy one? I'ma bite her nose off, I swear to God. This irritated me. Chibiham, your feet are fine. There are people waiting for us to get on the elevator, so stand up! My feet hurt! Juicy let the elevator go without us, and the two of us pushed and pulled and inched the wheelchair into an ideal position for entering the next elevator. All the while, Chibiham was complaining that we were just exaggerating. She insisted that she wasn't that heavy. Bitch, yes you are. Let me confirm for you right now, you're massively heavier than you could even possibly conceive. Can you do one pull-up? If you can do just one pull-up, I'll never bring it up again. But I think you can't, because you're lazy. You're gross. You offer nothing. Anyway, we took the elevator to the second floor, and all the while, Chibiham seemed to have forgotten her pain. We arrived at the waiting room. Chibiham spotted the drink dispenser. "Give me a Coke," she ordered. I looked at the machine. There's no Coke. There's water, green tea, regular tea, coffee. "Is there anything sweet in there?" she cried. "This is a hospital, Chibiham, so they should know I need sugar at a time like this." "My adrenaline's up, so my heart's working harder, so I need something to give me more energy." Yes, here's a honey bun. Finally, some real food. Fucking 900 calories, 46 grams of saturated fat. It's real food. I rolled my eyes and bought the only sweet thing in there, a canned cafe au lait. She took one sip and made a face. "This isn't sweet." "It's plenty sweet. It's like caramel," I retorted, irritated. I admit I wasn't in the best of moods, having to roll the princess upstairs. Chibiham continued to complain, but at last she drank the canned coffee and requested another one since it wasn't sweet enough, so I need to double it to get my sugars up. God. Can we just push her down the stairs or something? In the wheelchair. Just roll her to the edge. Let gravity do the work. It wasn't me, officer. It was what, are you gonna arrest gravity? Fortunately, our number was called before we got into another argument. We went into the examination room. Since this was a university hospital, 3 students came into the room with the older doctor. They eyed her swollen hand with some surprise. Yeah, holy shit. What happened to your hand there, lady? Is it gonna fall off? The doctors do look concerned. The doctor told the students to be quiet. In Japanese, he said, "You must not be shocked. No matter what the patient shows you," he explained to them, "it will cause them to worry." But Chibiham was sure that they were talking about her. "They're making fun of me. I know they are, aren't they, Juicy?" she demanded. "Stupid twigs. Never seen a regular-sized person before." Jesus Christ.
Hey, you're the one. What do you have, like a non-functioning amygdala?
She continued to complain, but neither of us answered her. Juicy was completely absorbed in the actions of the doctor. He had slipped a projection sheet between the bracelet and the ring and taken out his mini-saw. Juicy gasped a little. "Is there no other way to get it off without cutting it?" The doctor shook his head. He lowered the tiny tool, and there was a gentle filing sound. Juicy started to tear up, and then pop! The bracelet snapped. The doctor gave Chibiham a compress and told her to massage her hand, and she'd be back to normal in no time. Or as normal as Chibiham gets, I guess. And Juicy was beside herself as we left the hospital, cradling the beloved anklet in her palm. Chibiham was complaining about the pins and needles feeling in her hands. "Let's get a taxi home. I'm starved." Chibiham began to coo. Juicy looked at her. "It's really nice weather out. Let's walk instead," she said. "You know, that dress is just about your size. I'm sure my mother would be able to let it out for you." Juicy tossed Kintama's anklet in the trash and didn't look back once. "Hey, that's good silver in there. I'm gonna dive in the trash can right after it." Probably not even pure silver. It's cheap silver. It's gonna tarnish in no time at all. Good for Juicy finally letting go. And Chibiham, like, I understand why she would want to be more like Juicy. There is some kinship there. You know, they do understand each other, at least on some level. One is just let go much more than the other one. Thank God for Juicy's mom, you know? She's sort of strict and mean, but she's definitely kept Juicy on track. Kept her off the Chibiham path. I guess the frustrating part for me really is that, like, she never pays for any of her crimes, you know? She destroyed the anklet and, like, wears the dress without permission, and Juicy's just like, I guess I'll give it to you. Like, no, you're rewarding her bad behavior, okay? She's never gonna get better. She needs to suffer. Or maybe I just want to see her suffer. I'm not sure which it actually is. Let's go ahead, hear what the Gubbinses have to say about it.
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the butter. She used butter. Then olive oil, then cooking oil. Juicy's entire kitchen become a lubrication laboratory, and still the anklet win. The anklet is undefeated. Somewhere in a Tokyo hospital trash can, that little silver anklet is the apex predator of jewelry. Gubbins.
I like lubrication laboratory. That's weird.
She looked at an anklet, a piece of jewelry designed to encircle the thinnest part of a human leg, and decided it was simply a kid-sized bracelet. That single act of reclassification tells you everything about how she has navigated every obstacle in her life. Dark Gubbins.
Yeah, how have you navigated every obstacle? Just lie to yourself about it. It's fine. I don't think either of them was strong enough for a point, so you know what I'm gonna do?
It's a tie!
Junk food. All junk.
Chocolate? Chocolate!
Chibiham, Juicy, and me, Geisha, in the closet, chapter 11. But you gotta come out the closet, our Geisha.
Nobody's gonna be mad. Everything's gonna be alright. Just come out of the closet.
Then I pulled out my gun! I don't know if it's because I'm pushing the right buttons or the wrong buttons, but it always shocks me to skim the comments section after posting a story and finding y'all asking questions that will be answered in later installments. Do I respond? Do I ignore them? I mean, I read them all, but should I give you the instant gratification of a spoiler or make you gaman? It rustles my jimmies. I mean, that's completely up to you. I think probably leaving it tucked into the story is better. But I don't read the comment sections generally anyway, so it doesn't truly matter. Anyway, this is Geisha in the Closet, Chapter 11. It was after Chibiham ruined Juicy's anklet that I had decided I had had more than enough of my cousin. But being beta and gutless as a Thanksgiving turkey, I resolved to talk to my aunt, Chibiham's mother, in order to fix this issue instead. I sent a message to her on Facebook and said, I need to talk to you about Chibiham. Opie says, I'm so ding-dang doodly-darn mad this time, etc., etc. I can't read the text. It just says, Chibiham's mom, my auntie. And is that her actual face? Did you include her actual face in there? Probably Chibiham's mom's gonna be like, I hope this talk means you want to keep her. You can, if you want. Auntie says, oh, Chibiham posts her adventures on here every day. We're so happy she's enjoying herself out there. Thank you so much for hosting her. This really is the chance of a lifetime for her. I was embarrassed by my aunt's words. How could I tell her to get rid of Chibiham when she was so grateful that I was taking Chibiham in? See, this is all part of the game that she's playing with your mind. Don't let her get in your mind, alright? You gotta send her home. It's untenable. It's untenable there too, but at least Auntie is the one that spawned Chibiham. You have to take part in this. OP says, well, Auntie, Chibiham seems to have had a different image of Japan than what it actually is. I'm not so sure that she's enjoying herself. Auntie, she can be a little fussy, I know, but she's really enjoying her stay out there. She told me all about how she got to wear a goth lolly costume thing. Huh, Auntie? And dressed up like a geisha? Geisha? What? Auntie? And how you brought her to the spa? Does she mean the Sento bath after she, Auntie? And how you guys climbed Mount Fuji? Climbed, Auntie, and about all the friends she's making out there. You know her too, of course, OP. She can be temperamental, but you are always her best friend, so you know her best. You've always been patient and kind with her. It's really a great influence, and I wish she spent time with you more often. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. After this experience, I'm done. I'm checking out. OP says, and I melted. She knew exactly what she was doing, okay? Auntie is playing this hand perfectly, and you fell right for it. You gotta say the thing. Sure, it's a hard conversation, especially after all that nice shit that you just said, but it's not gonna work, okay? It doesn't seem to be working. OP says, of all the gosh darn what's a damn it, come on, Auntie! Give me a break, you... Ugh! And I cursed the day I was not born Judge Judy. Yes, if only we could all be Judge Judy. She's got an iron heart and an even stronger will.
Now here's an ad about a fat people disease you have.
Well, if Chibiham really was gonna stay for the rest of the month, at this point it had been just over a week for those who need the reference, then we'd need to lay down some ground rules. Put her through a boot camp or something. If only someone had the alpha to control Hamzilla. Tadaima! Mama's voice echoed up the stairwell and through the corridors. Yeah! The return of Mama! Whoop whoop! I'm excited as shit. There's the alpha that we all need, isn't it? I dashed to the vestibule. She was putting away her umbrella and had her arms full of grocery bags. Take these to the kitchen for me, won't you? Mama handed me her groceries and turned to pick up her suitcase. Suitcase! You have a lot of luggage, I commented. I have decided to stay for a while, Mama told me. After all, you're now 3 girls in a house, and it would be in everyone's best interest if I took over the housework while you enjoy your summer. Yeah, and there's going to be a lot less housework if people are keeping Chibiham under their thumb, right? Juicy and Chibiham, who had been watching television in the other room due to the bad weather, also joined us in the entrance. Mama turned to look at Chibiham, who was less than amused. Yes, her mortal enemy has returned. She says, uh-oh. Hell yeah, that's right, uh-oh. Ain't gonna be no more fucking shenanigans. I'll tell you that much right now, Chibiham. Hello, Chibiham, she said. How are you enjoying your trip? Juicy, who had not yet taken Mama's suitcase, translated for her. Just fine. Thank you very much, Chibiham replied, eyeing her nemesis suspiciously. Why are you here? I thought you lived somewhere else. And let you eat us out of house and home? I wouldn't dream of it. No one translated that part. I'm here for you, Chibiham. After all, you want to become a geisha, don't you? A geisha? Chibiham liked that word. Yes, Mama smiled. I'm going to teach you to be a geisha, which is nice. And I learned in the previous episode that geisha are actually artists, not hookers. I was lied to by a World War II soldier once upon a time, okay? Or it's just really that the ladies of the night like a nicer name. You know, geisha seems like a nicer name. But if a girl ever tells you she's a guest relations officer, you better run. Anyway, some 20 minutes later, Mama had us all in the tea room, a square-shaped tatami room with some tea, and she brought out a book of photographs. Well, Chibiham does not seem impressed by that book of photographs, I'll tell you that much. She's like, look at it! Look at it, damn you! What are the photographs of? I need context. They were all geisha pictures. Oh! Chibiham did ooh and ah for a while, and Mama told her that she could choose any photo she liked and keep it next to her vanity table. Aw, that's so nice. She's trying to buy her way in a little bit, but it's not a bad strategy. When Chibiham heard that, she seemed happy for a while and looked at the pictures more discriminately. Eventually, her face grew sullen, and her fat logic came out.
They're all so thin. Don't you have any pictures of geisha who aren't anorexic?
I don't know what you're expecting, said Mama, but these are all normal geisha. They're not particularly thick or thin.
But I can never be like that. I want something that I can be.
Well, just, use your imagination. They're fatter in your mind's eye. It's like magic. You mean right away? Asked Mama.
Of course! All I have to do to be a geisha is wear a kimono, right? Kimonos aren't only made in one size, so why are all the geishas only made in one size?
They're not, is the answer. Mama laughed at her silly comment. It doesn't work like that, Chibiham. Kimono is just clothing. The word geisha means artist. Literally. They not only learn the art of clothing, but the art of dance, tea, music, literature, flower arrangement, the art of conversation, the art of entertaining others. It's a tradition that persists to this day in Japan. Both men and women can go into just bars where you talk to somebody attractive of the opposite gender. I don't think they call themselves geishas anymore. Artists? Pickup artists, maybe. Anyway, all this, of course, Chibiham did seem more interested in. Instead of whining or complaining, she listened to Mama's lecture. Yeah, for the first time in 11 parts, she listened. Fucking amazing. The ladies in these pictures didn't start out like this from the beginning. They worked very hard to get there, and starving yourself isn't part of the regime, but much exercise and self-restraint is. Yeah, why you need to eat 2 hamburgers? Just have the one. That's a portion sized for a human. Chibiham says, exercise! Mama says, why, yes. Do you see this picture? This pose is from a dance. Geishas dance. It's one of the many arts that they learn to do.
Dance is an exercise!
Yeah, sure. Do you like to dance? Asked Mama.
I do. I'm really good at it. I get to move my curves around and look sexy.
Yeah, I'm sure some people are into it. I'm glad you're having a good time. Mama giggled. Is that so? 10 people, 10 colors. That's something like to each his own, or in Valley Girl speak, whatever. Sort of my response too. Do you want to learn the colors of the geisha? We have about 3 weeks, and I can teach you if you want to know. Chibiham agreed. I don't know where she got it from, but after choosing the prettiest picture of the prettiest geisha doing the prettiest pose, somewhere she decided that she was going to do that too. Yeah, or some semblance thereof. Mama took over the kitchen and brought Chibiham with her. While Juicy and I began to set the table, Mama told us not to do it because she wanted to teach Chibiham how to do it. So we watched from the sidelines. See, this is the sort of, no shade on Auntie, okay, but this is the sort of mother that Chibiham needed her whole life. She wants to do the good thing, she just needs some fucking direction, you know? Understanding and being like, oh, that's okay, it doesn't move you past a certain point. There has to be some criticism and instruction sprinkled in. Anyway, we watch from the sidelines. First of all, this is Japan, and you are now a geisha, so you do not eat these things, announced Mama. She went into the cabinet that we designated for Chibiham and began throwing out all of the junk food. Yo, what the hell is this, Oreos? Those are birds. Get that shit out of here. Cheetos? Nah, that doesn't sound like food. Get that out of here. Mama's doing the heavy work, and Chibiham looks horrified. Chibiham's eyes grew wide. But I need that stuff! You don't need it, Chibiham. People here have lived without it for centuries, so you can live without it for the next 3 weeks.
But I'll die! I have nothing to eat!
Mama was having none of that, and the food was in the trash before you knew it. Mama then draped an apron over Chibiham and began to take out various food items, dashi, wakame, tofu, miso, leeks, all things that Chibiham had never seen in her life. She was teaching Chibiham to make miso soup. And there is the full instructions for miso soup on the screen right now. You might want to get a pen and paper. Message from Mama. You may tell them my miso soup recipe as long as you show them the proper way to hold the owan bowl. And it looks like 3 fingers supporting and the thumb on the lip of the bowl there. I guess that's how you're supposed to drink from it. I hold it like a cup, like a savage. So thank you, Mama. I'll try to do better next time I'm eating at a Japanese restaurant. I'm gonna show my wife this one because she loves a good miso soup. I'll say that. Anyway, cool. I hope Chibiham will write it down and remember too. But no, of course, instead, Chibiham began to complain. Where's the cream? Don't you use butter to make soup? What's this green stuff? But I didn't translate any of her comments. It's just a bunch of whiny baby bullshit. Insert whatever you want there. Chibiham complied with some of the instructions and complained about the others, but somehow the dinner got made. Mama was just about to start teaching her how to set a Japanese table when Chibiham was nowhere to be seen. Oh, see? Now you gotta go up there and jerk the leash and get her back in line. That's the thing that her own mother was not willing to do. Let's see how Mama handles it. We went upstairs, into the living room, the bathroom, the yard, but no, Chibiham had disappeared. We were just coming out from the loft to the second floor hallway when we heard the unmistakable sound of rappers coming from Chibiham's room. We looked in the room again, but there was no one there. The rappers crinkled once more. The closet.
Just leave me alone! Well, we can't leave you alone because you won't come out of the closet.
You got some towels there on the top and a very angry Chibiham on the bottom, eating spray-painted styrofoam peanuts. That's what the box says. Probably not far from the truth either. She does look upset though. I'm sorry you're upset. We're trying to teach you to be a normal human being. It's not easy. You're right. Now get the fuck back downstairs. This is the kind of closet that's made for putting away futons rather than just hangers. There's a human futon in there. And Chibiham, who had not put away her own futon, had fit herself into it instead, as well as the trash bag full of junk food which Mama had taken away from her that morning. Mama sighed as soon as she saw it. I should have thrown the bag outside right away, she said. Yeah, it's like having a beagle in your house. We have one. Just can't help herself. She's like, I smell something in the trash. I gotta see what it is. Monosodium glutamate. Opie says, what are you doing, Chibiham? Chibiham turned red in the face again. I was so hungry. I've been on my feet for more than an hour. I'm so tired, and Mama wouldn't give me a break. An hour is not that long of a time, Chibi. It is! My ankles hurt, and my knees are aching. Yeah, imagine how your joints are gonna feel in 10 more years at this size. We're trying to help you make changes. Don't you see that? How can you not see that? Juicy explained why Chibiham was complaining, but Mama didn't like that one bit. Your knees and ankles hurt because you are putting so much weight on them. And where do you think that weight is coming from? She reached out and snatched a bag of candy bars from her. From this! Fuck. Well, Mama's, yeah. This is my favorite character in the whole thing. Chibiham tried to reach out her hand and grab the bag back, spouting something about energy and all the things that Mama doesn't know about. And then she stopped. She was stuck. You ate yourself in there, Chibiham, just like Winnie the Pooh. Oh my god.
Perhaps you should push with your shoulder and not your fist.
Don't worry about it.
What a pathetic picture. And still, this won't be the reality check for her. Hopefully it ends with her, like, actually making changes. That would be the best ending to Chibiham for me. But she's so hateable and self-absorbed that when she suffers, I can't help but cheer. And Chibiham squirmed and wiggled, but closets are not meant to be easy places to get into or get out of. Mama threw her hands up in disbelief. Hey, you guys, come on. This hurts. Help me, Chibiham yelled. Mama sat on the ground in front of her. Chibiham, do you know who hides in closets? children and Bakemono, monsters, hide in closets. Which one are you? Then Mama looked like she was thinking. She got up and left the room, and a moment later came back with a tray of kibidango. She sat down again. She picked up one of the little sweets and deliciously bit into it. Oishi. Chibiham's eyes opened.
What's that?
Mama looked at her. It's kibidango. She took another and similarly enticingly popped it into her mouth whole.
What's a kibidango?
Mama looked at her incredulously. You don't know what a kibidango is? You should try one. She ate another, but perhaps I'll eat them all.
Are they sweet?
Very sweet.
Can I get one?
Come and get it, Mama said, turning away ever so slightly to the side as she nibbled at the snack, which was, incidentally, the traditional favorite snack of children and Bakemono. She does look like a monster popping out of that closet, you know? Children would be terrified. She doesn't need the candy, but yeah, I guess that's one way to make her get herself out of the closet. She's just reaching out like, give me one! You have to hand deliver it! In the Chibiham way, and Mama's like, no. Come and get it, bitch. Impeccable style.
I can't reach it,
said Chibiham. If you really want the kibidango, then you must make an effort to come and get one. Mama was eating up all of the kibidango. Chibiham made a sour face, but squirmed and budged and wiggled, and pop! Out came the Chibiham. She rolled forward, and as if she had completely forgotten that she had been stuck in a closet moments before, she plopped down contentedly next to Mama to try out the kibidango. Now, see what you can do if you make the effort? Mama smiled slyly at her and clapped her hands. Oishi? Chibiham didn't like the thought that she was being talked down to, but she very much did like the kibidango.
Oishi,
she said. You see how delicious Japanese sweets are? Chibiham somewhat nodded and continued devouring the kibidango. Mama stood up and put the leftover junk food and wrappers into the trash bag, taking it out of the room, and this time, Chibiham did not complain. Yeah, why would you go all the way to Japan and still want to eat Oreos, okay? Oreos have like 100 ingredients in it. This kibi thing has like 4 or 5. It's just, yeah, essentially glutinous cornstarch with a nice little filling. You can deep fry it. Oh, everything's deep fried in the Philippines. But I've seen these out there deep fried on a stick. And I love the deep fried balls on the stick. Anyway, miso soup recipe was added. Somebody gilded this. I don't know how to thank you, so I'll just have to write more. Yes, write even more. This is just a killer series. I cannot get enough. Like, part of me hoped that it goes on forever, you know? It's just that good. The characterizations are completely on point. We didn't get much from Juicy this time around, but I'd swap Juicy out for Mama. That's completely fine. Not in like a mean way, not in a weird way. Whatever. Don't think about it too much. Let's see what the Gubbinses feel about this thing.
She hid in a closet with a trash bag of contraband candy rather than stand in a kitchen for 60 minutes. The body has declared its terms, and the terms are unconditional surrender. Dark Gubbins.
She will surrender, one way or the other. Her body's going to fail on her.
Gubbins need everyone to understand that a grown woman got lured out of a closet with a snack like a feral raccoon under a porch. Mama just sat there eating kibidango with the patient energy of someone who has trapped animals before. Many times. Professionally, Gubbins.
Feral raccoon got me. And yeah, the respect for Mom, my goodness. Who deserves it more than her? Let me ask you that. I'm excited to get into another chapter, so why not? Let's do it. But first, friends, Patreon, YouTube memberships, they're open for your use. Don't you want to support the channel? Don't you like the things we do every day for free for you? Maybe give a couple bucks a month, huh? Just if you could. Or enjoy us on the podcast services. That helps out too. But let's be honest, it helps a lot less than you just directly handing me money. So if I could ask you for that, Most of you do already. It's fine. If you can afford it, that's cool. If not, that's also cool. Let's get into part number 12 now, shall we? Chibiham, Juicy, and me to Conbini. Chapter 12. What is Conbini? This time I've decided to add Mama's recipe for the key item of food in this story. It's super easy to make, so if you want to try it, find the recipe in the pictures, and I'll add more later. Oh, we get another recipe? My wife is going to be like, where are all these drawings from? What is this? Yes, I'll try and make the miso soup. The first day of Mama's takeover was not as brutal as we expected it to be. Well, that's too bad. Takeovers stick a little longer if there's some bloodshed, you know?
Pure business. Flash bomb. Business. Plain and simple.
Juicy and I watched as Mama lured Chibiham from the closet, showed her how to put away the futon so that she couldn't enter the closet anymore, and brought her to the kitchen to show her the art of moritsuki, or how to display food on dishes. Dude, this is nice. Mama's doing the whole thing. Was she a geisha once upon a time? She's got some artistry about her. Among the many foods Mama had prepared was potato salad. Oh, hell yeah, dude. There's all the ingredients. I can't help but notice that there's no proper way to hold a bowl of potato salad. So I'm going to hold it with both hands right at my face like a bipedal dog would eat from a bowl. Yeah, it sounds pretty good to me. And putting a cucumber in it, oh, adds a little bit of a refreshingness to it. So nice. Okay. I'll send this one to my wife too. Here we go. While making the potato salad, Chibiham had complained, "That's not how you make potato salad. You need more mayonnaise." Though we didn't translate when it reached this petty level. Now that the food was all made, she was disappointed at the small dollop of potato salad that she was finally told to serve. "That's never gonna be enough," she said. How about, it's already made, so sit down and shut up and say thank you. Also, why does Chibiham have, like, kind of Goku hair going on in this picture? Is she achieving, like, a new power level? I guess she is. Finally applying herself to something that isn't fucking imaginary. Mama convinced Chibi to stop complaining about the amount of food on each plate by replying, "There may only be a small amount on each plate, but there are many plates. It only looks like you're eating less of each, when actually you're eating more." And for whatever reason, the thought that she was eating more seemed to placate the ham. While eating, Chibiham was eyeing the potato salad with disdain. "Ick, fucking potato salad doesn't even have any freaking mayonnaise in it. I don't know why I have to eat this crap." I wish I could go hide in the closet and eat more Oreos instead. Yeah, those are choices you can make, Chibiham. Chibiham then decided to stand up from the table to go get ketchup, and Mama glared at her. "I thought you were going to try new things," she chided. "I will. I just know potato salad. It totally tastes better with ketchup." Chibiham, what flavor does ketchup have? Ketchup flavor? That's true. "And what flavor does this have?" She gestured to the potato salad. "I don't know." Then wouldn't it be better to be surprised by a flavor you don't know than to be bored with a flavor that you do know? You might just like it. Chibiham reluctantly sat down and did eat the potato salad. She didn't try to get any other condiments for the rest of the meal. Yeah, let's have some nice happy surprises. Oh, the cucumber, it sets it off. It's so refreshing. It seems like a big brain idea. I haven't even tried the Japanese potato salad. Anyway, in the afternoon, Mama took Chibiham into the room and showed her how to do girly things like washing her face properly and putting on point makeup, which also gave Chibiham some hair accessories. Oh, that's so nice. Dare I say that in this picture, Chibiham actually does look sort of cute? Oh no. Oh no! I guess it's good though. I applaud her growth. Keep doing what Mama tells you. You'll be alright. And yeah, Mama also taught her how to fold her yukata, which is important so it doesn't get all wrinkled and gross. All the while, Chibiham asked about dinner, Unfortunately, Juicy was stuck in the middle, translating. She wants to know when dinner is going to be, again, she explained to Mama. Mama gave her the evil eye. Juicy, does this routine sound familiar to you? She sounds like you did when you were 8. So here, I will give her the same answer that I gave you. Tell her that she can have dinner after she walks in the park for 2 hours. And I want you to take her, she ordered. When she comes back, there will be a dance lesson, and then we can start dinner. Juicy translated the orders to Chibiham, whose eyes inevitably bugged out. 2 hours? Dance sounds like more fun. Can't we just do the dancing stuff? Juicy didn't bother translating the protests, and just told Chibiham to come along with her. Juicy's seen this whole song and dance before. I lived it when I was 8. Just do it. You're not gonna get out of it, so just do it. Juicy took Chibiham outside. Mama tells me to do that every time I get hungry, and to tell you the truth, it does kind of help. And there's a really nice park around the corner there, too. What's that? Chibiham pointed across the street to the convenience store. You've never been to a Conbini? Oh, that's the translation of convenience store. Interesting. And so the two of them headed into the Conbini instead of the park. Uh-oh. Oh, what a wonderland it was. Oh, corn and wheat-based snacks, some covered in chocolate. It's just like America, but it's got other writing on it. And yeah, the flavor profiles are pretty different too. Like, coming from Southwest, I mostly like chili and lime. Give me a Taki. I think that's the best flavor in the world. But then you go to Japan and everything's sort of more like sweet and creamy. And not like a super sweet kind of sweet either. It's subtle as shit. But it is new and interesting, at least for a time. On week 1, yeah, I remember my mind being blown too. Anyway, all the things Chibiham saw that she had never seen before. Chibiham started to load up a cart as she pranced down the aisles, shrieking at every little thing. What's this? What's that? What does that say? Ew, what's that green thing? And she put into her basket all sorts of things. Pink germ masks, overnight shampoo sets, cold packs, and thigh thinning lift stockings, toys, figurines, underwear, and a whole stack of manga books. The Japanese really do have manga everywhere, she exclaimed. Bouncing around the aisle as Juicy tried to catch the things that she absent-mindedly knocked off the shelves behind her. Yeah, you can't just do that. She's like, whatever, they got people for that. Just please, be aware of your surroundings for half a second. Mama's gonna be so pissed, dude. You're not gonna eat any dinner tonight, Juicy Ham. I'll tell you that much. And I call them Juicy Ham because they're in on this together, okay? And then she turned the corner, the junk food aisle. Chibiham's stomach growled. Remembering how Mama had emptied her stash of junk food, she began perusing the goods. Soda pop, Coke and Sprite, ice cream, Oreos, in the basket. Ritz crackers, in the basket. Snickers, Twix, Pringles, in the basket. The mountain grew. Yeah, but this is all the shit you can get back home. It's just... I'm so mystified. You come to Japan and you're like, I want the exact same thing I've seen before. Chibiham, if you bring all of that home, Mama is not going to like it, Juicy warned. It's not that much. I'll eat it all before we get home anyway. We got 2 hours. Eventually they got to the checkout, and the bill rang up to about 7,000 yen. But Chibiham didn't have enough. Juicy, too, had not brought her purse, since she thought they'd only be going to the park. Chibiham tried the ATM machine, but foreign cash cards don't work in Lawson Conbini ATM machines. Damn, bro, sucks to suck. And that guy's gonna have to put all that stuff back, too. Wild. Chibiham thought about it for a moment, and then pulled out her credit card. Oh, God. Dad gave it to me, just to use in emergencies, she explained. But the clerk saw the card and shook his head. They don't take credit cards at Conbini, Juicy explained. What? How am I gonna pay for all this stuff? She whined. I only have 3,000 yen. I guess you'll just have to put most of it back, Juicy reasoned. You don't really need it anyway, right?
What are you talking about? Of course I need it. Mama only gave me tiny amounts of food for lunch, and it's gonna be at least 3 hours before dinner. I need to snack, or my body will go into starvation mode, and I'll retain everything that I eat.
Sort of seems to me like that's what's happening regardless. So maybe we think about trying the other way? No? We're still making the wrong choices? Okay. Alright then. So Chibiham started taking anything out of her basket that wasn't edible. Goodbye manga, underwear, masks, slimming socks, shampoo sets. She was forced to take out some of the drinks and ice cream as well. At last the bill was under 3,000 yen, and she had left a huge pile of refused items behind the counter. Hey, you're just an inconvenience anywhere you go, Chibiham. Has anybody ever told you that before? She's terrible. Why would you put away the things that aren't edible? Wouldn't you rather have the manga and masks and slimming socks? Because I would. It's more permanent. The 3,000 yen you just spent, you're gonna turn it all into poop. Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, Juicy took Chibiham to the park, but Chibiham didn't want to walk. They sat down on a bench near the entrance.
I've been on my feet all day, she complained. Mama really works me to the bone.
Well, she means well, Juicy said. She's really strict on me too. Chibiham was breaking out the potato chips and chocolate.
I don't know how anyone can be strict like that on their kids. Don't they want them to be happy? My mama let me do whatever I want, and look how free-spirited and well-rounded I've become.
Well-rounded indeed, says OP. Chibi saying no to the fat fodder chips. Good for you. Holding the line. Watching somebody do the wrong thing, yes, but holding your own line, and I guess that's what's important. And Juicy learned all that from Mama. I think Chibiham would have turned out real different if some more lines had been drawn in the sand for her. There's something to be said for encouraging your kids. Yeah, I want you to be well-rounded and free-spirited, but also know that there's fucking rules in place. You will abide by them.
Do you want some fat fodder?
Chibiham offered Juicy. Juicy smiled, but declined.
You know, you'd be real popular in America. You just need to gain a little more weight. You need bigger boobs to make it in the States, like me.
Juicy giggled. Yeah, I'll take that into consideration. Do you have a boyfriend?
Not at the moment, but there's like 3 guys who like me right now. But you gotta be choosy, you know. Anyway, let's head home. 2 hours are gonna be up.
And as if she had timed it, Chibiham bounced to her feet and led Juicy back toward the house in search of dinner. Do you think the 3 guys actually exist? It's possible. But you know, it's not a serious thing. Anyway, as soon as they stepped in the door, Mama spotted the Conbini bag. Chibiham, I told you to go walking. Juicy, didn't you watch her? Juicy protested. Chibiham, who had no idea what they were saying, was shocked when Mama snatched the Conbini bag from her hand. Mama opened her eyes wide. Junk food. All junk.
Chocolate! Chocolate!
I thought you were looking forward to dinner. Now you will have too full of a stomach for sure. She thought about it for a moment. What did you spend on this bag of junk? At least 2,000 yen, I'm sure. Here's what I'm gonna do. You can have 1 treat every day. After dance lesson, Chibiham whined.
What? But those are my snacks. You don't understand. There was like no sugar in that lunch, and I was feeling faint. You can't take those away from me.
But Mama was gone before anyone had a chance to translate for her. Get into your yukata and we're beginning our dance lesson. You want to be a geisha, don't you? Yeah, she does, but not with like any work behind it. I just magically want somebody to wave a wand and now I'm a geisha.
Yes, I do want to be a geisha, but I don't want to faint from starvation,
she muttered and stomped up the stairs. At least she's complying. Mama's too good at this shit for real. She's just like, I see ya for what you are.
Lord have mercy.
Juicy and I helped Chibiham get into her yukata, and we all joined Mama downstairs for her first lesson. Mama showed her how to stand with her knees slightly bent to give her a stable stance and low center of gravity, and showed her how to always point her stomach to the corners of the rooms at all time in order to look thinner. It's good tips. Alright. One day, you will not have to go makasu, which means to lie or put on a show or pretend she's not the size she is, Mama explained, though no one could really think of a good translation for gomakasu at the time, because you will have years ahead of you in which to improve. If I have these years ahead of me, why do I have to do it right now? Chibiham complained. Because you will have less years ahead of you if you don't. God, I wish I could have heard all this when I was 20, you know? Fuck. Oh. It's like the most simple, deep, pointed wisdom ever. Anyway, the lesson ended, the promised treat was given, dinner was made, and the day finished in peace. Late at night, I was in Juicy's room, and she told me what Chibiham had done in the Conbini. Either way, it meant she was now out of cash, and we would have to take her to an international bank. After all, Mama did have a big day set up for tomorrow, and she probably would want to crash. We ran downstairs into the kitchen, and there was Chibiham, standing in the middle of the kitchen with the fridge open. Oh my god, you big stupid idiot. You're gonna eat potato salad with a fork? Yeah, probably does work with a fork just fine. I'm just saying things so you can look at the picture. Just leave it up for a little bit. Podcast listeners is like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Sorry, dudes. It was hilarious if you saw it, though. The Tupperware of leftover potato salad from lunch was overturned on the floor and covered in ketchup. Mama came in right away. Chibiham, what have you done? I was too hungry, and I wanted to try it with ketchup, because I know ketchup will make it even better. Why did you not put it on a plate? There's only a little left anyway. Mama shook her head. This is a pity. I was saving the rest for tomorrow's outing, but I guess we'll have to picnic without it. Picnic? Where are we going? Why, Chibiham, we are taking you to a Matsuri, a Japanese-style festival. Matsuri! So we have that to look forward to, and also another comic to begin the episode after this one. Sick shit, I'll tell you that much. I just like Chibi. I love that Mama's in for the whole thing now. I hope she doesn't leave, because, like, she is necessary, you know? Who else is gonna out-alpha Chibiham? She's just, like, loud, blithering, oblivious. And so she sort of always gets her way, but Mama doesn't let it happen. It's like, okay, I'll follow up with you 3 times. And it's what she needed the whole time. The parenting that she couldn't get at home. I think it's beautiful. What do you think, Gubbinses?
My body will go into starvation mode. She has rehearsed this line. It lives in her mouth. Ready. Like a lawyer's objection. Deployed the instant anyone suggests she consume fewer than 4,000 calories between meals. The truly damning part is that she genuinely believes it. Dark Gubbins.
Yeah, the thing that lives in her mouth has infected her brain. It's crazy.
Gubbins very stuck on the ketchup on the floor at midnight. Not the eating, not the fridge raid, the floor. She crouched down in the dark kitchen and applied ketchup to floor potato salad like she decorating a tiny crime scene. Gubbins thinks she have a future in forensics. Gubbins.
You think she dumped the ketchup on after?
Wait, but Dark Gubbins, she say she well-rounded herself, she make the joke, she volunteer that, Gubbins not sure if that brave, or if she genuinely not know, Gubbins.
She does not know Gubbins. That is the tragedy, and I refuse to let you make it charming. Dark Gubbins.
I like that. Dark Gubbins holding the line.
Okay, but Gubbins appreciate the self-awareness even if it accidental. Like a stopped clock, delicious stopped clock with ketchup, Gubbins.
You can miss me with the ketchup clock. I think the point goes to Dark Gubbins there. And with a twirl of the matoy, he was back on his merry way. This is Chibiham, Juicy, and Me mini story by Paprika Girl, OP. It's called Akiba Geeks. They're going to Akihabara, isn't that cool? I didn't have that great a time there. Wow, a bunch of games that I can't play in the DS I'm going to take back home. Neat! Among the many things Chibiham wanted to do when she arrived in Japan was to go to Akihabara. While once an area of Tokyo famous for electronics and gadgets, Akihabara has changed drastically over the last 15 years to become a mecca for anime fans and cosplayers. Oh, that's true. I saw girls in like fancy costumes squatting on the street, and I'm like, what's all that about? And my buddy's like, hey. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now. Chibiham says, I want to meet anime artists and seiyuu voice actors and buy all the manga and anime and posters and stickers and figurines and see all the cosplayers. Oh, and I want to cosplay too. Juicy and OP say, cosplay? Chibiham says, anime guys are just so hot. Like, I'm sure all the anime fanboys are as well, especially in the mecca of manga. I think you might be disappointed. I think you might meet people like yourself and be disappointed in how they are. Just brace yourself for that. Chibiham says, just like all anime fangirls. Translation, me. Yeah, totally. This is gonna be the best time of your life. Grab hold with both hands. So we arrive at Akihabara. Look! Anime posters, manga, games, figurines, wow! We went into a cosplay shop and Chibiham gushed over the costumes. Look! It's Sailor Moon stuff! It's kind of cool though. I would like to just buy one. Not for my own personal use or anything. Of course, all of that didn't work out so well for Chibiham. She says, you guys wouldn't let me try it on, but it's totally my size. It's totally not. You're going to destroy it. She did spy something that she could fit after a little while. It's a Sailor Chibi Moon wig. Holy gazongas. Yeah, that's different than a regular one for reasons. She insisted on putting it on right away, and we continued our walk through Akihabara. I mean, you might as well get some use out of it. You guys, I don't really see any hot guys around here. I wonder where they could be. Yeah, probably not in the nerd mecca, just for the record. Then Chibiham spots something, and she says, look, a maid kisa! Only a true weeaboo would know this, but maid kisa are cafes where the chips dress up as really adorable Lolita maids and serve sweets. If there's any place to find guys, it'll have to be in there. Yes, the guys that have to pay for it. The guys that you're clearly not interested in anyways. Surely when they see me, they'll fall in love instantly. Bam! Considering how adorably chibi I am. She slams the door open and sees a cafe full of just, yeah, probably on the ugly side type of dudes. And one of them has eyes for Chibiham. He says, hey, baby. And Chibiham is like, oh no! OP says, well, Chibiham, it looks like you're the belle of the ball after all. Congratulations. Also, oop, I'm a poet and didn't know it. Chibiham says, well, yeah, but these guys are gross. They're all geeky and fat. I don't know what you expected here. OP says, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? And OP also labels herself as a geek in that frame, which is good, you know? I definitely don't stand above all this shit, but I also see it for what it is. Chibiham says, what's that supposed to mean? I'm not fat, I'm voluptuous. Women are supposed to be soft and curvy. We retain fat easier than guys do. Men don't have an excuse. Yeah, except I want to be lazy as shit just like you, you know? I like to kick back in the lazy boy with a pack of Oreos every now and again. What's wrong with that? So sue me, alright? A maid steps up and says, Goshujin-sama kawaii ne? See, she said I'm kawaii. Give me one of everything you have on the menu. Kawaii, kawaii, Chibiham, kawaii. And I'm sure everybody believed that. All the maid had to do was call her cute, and she's like, I'm in for a penny, in for a pound. Did they hit the bank already? Does she have more money to waste on frivolous bullshit? I guess that question might be answered soon. A wonderful comic, as always. I love these mini-sodes. But now it's time to get into the beefy text post, so let's get over there and make it do what it do. Maybe break this tie between the Gubbinses. This is Chibiham, Juicy, and me, the Matsuri! Chapter number 13. And I also don't know what a Matsuri is, so cool. I have to apologize for this taking 4 whole days to get up. I mean, I found it years after the fact, so it's fine. Work sent me out of town for the last week, and I couldn't finish the pictures. As penance, though, I have a present for the Mama fans out there. Yeah, Mama's back again! Yesterday, I had a dance lesson, and I asked her if I could film her dancing the new song that she's teaching me, so here it is, folks. Mama dancing Kanto Harasame Gasa. I like any dance where you can use an umbrella. That's important to me. She's super graceful. But I like the hell out of that. You ain't gonna watch the whole thing, but I totally did. I'm gonna pin a comment to it as well. Mama's a badass. Certified. Hope he says, I promise you will not find a cooler version of this dance anywhere. Mama is golden. P.S. Sorry about the sucky iPhone camera. I'm not much of a cinematographer. And it is available in HD. Check your settings! Yeah, YouTube likes to crank that down to save on bandwidth. They're like, you don't mind it in 240p, do you? Yeah, I guess I don't. Pixels are neat. It looks like everything's in Minecraft. Anyway, this is chapter 13. One more side note, this story contains a number of untranslatable Japanese words that refer specifically to Japanese festivals. I urge you to open another browser and Google alongside if you want some good explanations and pictures. Matsuri are really quite the experience and worth peeking into. Oh, that's right, you told us in the last one this is a Japanese festival. I'm dumb. My brain is like a sieve. Anyway, the next morning, Mama had us all dress up in yukata, and we head downtown to see a Matsuri, a Japanese festival. In such a festival, young men and women dress up in special jackets called hanten, and carry the local Shinto jinja's omikashi through the town. Wherever it passes by is said to be blessed. Chibiham marveled at the sights. Vendors of all types lined the streets selling snacks and goods, and at least half the attendees were wearing yukata or summer kimono, and the atmosphere was lively and colorful. What are those things? Chibi asked, pointing to the paper strips hanging from ropes lining both sides of the street. And sure enough, that's a piece of paper hanging off a rope, isn't it? Mama says, they are called shide. Oh, come on, Mama, they don't look that shide. They tell the omakoshi where to go. Everyone who wants to be blessed by the omakoshi comes to this street. We decided to take Chibiham over to the omakoshi, but it was crowded and difficult to get through, especially with a slow-walking, panting cousin. It's hot, she complained. Can't we get a Coke? We just got off the train 10 minutes ago, Chibiham, I snapped at her. No Coke, but you may have a ramen. It's probably ramune. Ramune, offered Mama as she brought one for each one of us. Lamune, commonly written in Romaji English as ramune, for those who care to know, is a corruption of the word lemonade, from when such sweet drinks were introduced to Japan during the Meiji period in history. It tastes just like cream soda. Oh, that kicks the shit out of a lemonade, boy, let me tell you. It's a popular children's drink during festivals. So, anyway, I love that. Little history lessons and such. As we sipped our ramune and strolled down the street, we finally came to the place where the omakashi was to begin its route. And there, she saw the official bearers of the grand golden omakashi. And they were wearing nothing but fundoshi. Not my photograph, safe for work, but you might get some looks. Yeah, I've gotten looks before, it's fine. Great! Googly moogly! Oh no! Yeah, back out of that one quick. It's not what I thought it was. It's not great. Chibiham grew red in the face. Yeah, just man-ass everywhere. Oopie, she whispered. You can see their butts. You sure can. There's another immigrant link there, but it's been lost to time, tragically. I giggled and told her, yeah, you can indeed. And we shared an adolescent girl moment. Well, at least they all have really nice butts, OP compliments. Yeah, Chibi said, making a snapping gesture at the air. Yummy! Insert overeating joke here. Yeah, we knew that was coming. We purchased water balloons, and Chibiham took pictures of every little thing. In the meanwhile, Chibiham bought a snack from every stand along the way. Dude, what are you doing? You're supposed to just pick a thing. I guess she's not going to be there that long. There she is with her giant pile of snacks. You didn't even finish the last snack before you got the next one? You're a glutton. That's what you are. Disgusting. She got yakisoba, taiyaki, yakitori, takoyaki. Google for visual beatus. Tell me if you want recipes for any of it. I mean, takoyaki's pretty common around here. Yakisoba's nice. Taiyaki, I don't know what that is. Yakitori doesn't ring a bell either. So yes, recipes for those would be great 10 years after the fact. I appreciate you, OP. I bought a chocolate-dipped banana, and Juicy bought a cup of fried sweet potato wedges. Mama, too, bought some mizuame. Yeah, why not treat yourself, you know? Chibiham wolfed her food down as fast as it came, but eventually found herself with too much in hand and no place to put it. She finished up her ramune drink and bent down to leave the empty bottle on the side of the sidewalk. Mama saw that. Chibiham, pick that up immediately! Chibiham looked at her incredulously. What? But there's no place to put it! Yeah, that doesn't mean you can be a fucking litter bug. My kids know this one too. You knock it into them while they're young. You will deal with your own messes, says Mama. Do not leave trash for someone else to pick up. But my knees hurt. I can't bend down again. Now, says Mama, and Chibiham grudgingly did as she was told. And Juicy showed her how to use her yukata sleeves as temporary pockets, into which she could put her ramune bottle until she found a trash can. Yeah, it's so basic. Come on, do you like the place where you live? Then try not to shit it up. How about that? We decided to find a good spot to sit on the side of the road, where locals had set out overturned plastic crates and made some wooden tables available. Oh, sweet. While there, a group of old local men allowed us to partake in their crates of beer, pleased to treat the sumo gaijin and the pretty girls in yukata. The sumo gaijin. Yeah, there she is. My goodness. I bet she gets 6 beers deep before she even feels it. Chibiham loved the attention, of course. She downed beer after beer, eating plate after plate of food. From the izakaya behind the tables, the locals ordered karaage, which is fried chicken, and okonomiyaki, which is an egg pancake, for all of us. And we all enjoyed it, but boy did Chibiham eat! Chibiham was gradually getting drunker and noisier along the way as well. Do you think they're laughing with her or at her? Mama looks very displeased. Juicy looks embarrassed. OP's just got a twitch in her eye. But I guess Chibiham had a good time, you know? You come to Japan, you have some drinks. It's what you do. I love a fucking izakaya, I'll tell you that. Anyway, at one point, Chibiham took a whole basket of fresh karaage and literally dumped all 5 pieces of chicken into her mouth. Even after realizing how hot they were, she only made a face and downed it all with a chug of her beer. God damn, boy, what a trooper, you know? I got new respect for Chibiham after that. She didn't spit it out, she's just like, I got a solution. Beer will cool it down. The drunk locals were highly entertained, and Chibiham was feeling it. I cautioned her and said, Chibiham, don't you think you've had enough already? What? What do you mean enough? You're just saying that because you think I'm fat, but my fat means that I can outdrink all of you. Besides, beer's totally healthy as a plant, and liquids don't have any calories, so they don't count. So there. Liquid doesn't have any calories. That's amazing. That's new science for me. She stuck her tongue out at me and turned back to her beers. plural. Yeah, it's healthy. It's healthy because it's a plant and has no calories because it's a liquid. How much do you think the world will actually bend to your version of it? Not much, I say. I glanced over at Mama to see if she would say anything, but she only just managed to look mildly annoyed. She noticed my gaze and said, "Don't worry about her. It's a Matsuri, so everyone's allowed to go a little bit crazy." Yeah, you puke on the subway train, nobody brings it up the next day. "Hey, looks like you had a rough night," something like that. "We've all been there before. It's fine." The Matsuri went on, and the Omakoshi could be heard coming down the road. Chibiham wanted to go see. She ever so discreetly hid her trash beneath the table and pretended it wasn't hers when she stood up. Of course, Mama saw all of that. Chibiham thought she was getting away with something. Mama said, "No! You get in the train again right now! Go!" I like that. Really holding their feet to the fire. "I'm trying to make you into a decent person, goddammit." "Chibiham, pick that up right now," she ordered. "The trash cans are right over there across the street. You must learn to deal with your own trash." "But I can't," Chibiham cried. "It's too far." "If you do not put your trash away, then you cannot go see the Omakoshi parade," Mama ordered. Chibiham grumbled and mumbled, but hobbled over to the trash cans at the other side of the road. "Yeah, now pick up 10 other pieces of trash, 5 for each time you tried to fucking trick me with your stupid litterbug ways, okay? You deserve to pay. You gotta clean up for other people now." Anyway, the Omakoshi did come our way. The heavy golden shrine was carried on 2 poles on tops of the shoulders of nude, muscular men. Some of them wore hanten, a blue and black vest of sorts. Chibi wanted one, and the men at our table, all being locals, did have a few spares. Oh boy. Chibiham donned the hanten and ran out completely drunk with the rest of the locals to help carry the Omakoshi through the area. The happy girl took up 2 spaces, but enough people were carrying it, so it didn't matter all that much. Dancing around the Omakoshi were Hikeshi, traditional firefighters, mostly Yakuza, carrying around tall, heavy poles called matoi, atop which white streamers slapped and swirled as they danced. Now, you're making me wish I would have gone to a real festival when I was in Japan. Would I go to like Summer Sonic or something like that? It was a good time, but this is like traditional and shit. It kind of hits different. The Omakoshi bounced and swayed to the chant of "Osoi! Osoi!" Hot and sticky, sweaty and smelling of sandalwood, the group pressed forward with tiny, metered steps. Chibiham among them too was enjoying herself immensely, drunk and carefree, happy as a clam among sardines. Yeah, clams don't care, you know? Pack them in. Fuck it. At least she's doing something, sort of. She's probably in the way more than anything, but it's fine. It's all fine, so I've been told. Anyway, she bounced about, but not to worry. No amount of jiggle could topple the golden tower. Yeah, there's too many people bouncing it out or something. And then it happened. Chibiham, thrilled that there were so many cute nude butts all around, had the gall to smack the bare butt fundoshi wearing guy in front of her with her hand. Bruh, you can't do that. You gotta keep your hands to yourself. What the hell? He turned to look at her with quite a face, but he laughed once he saw her. Oh, it's just a sumo gaijin. I understand now. She was thrilled that he had smiled at her and began bouncing happily. Suddenly, Chibiham noticed that amidst her gleeful bouncing, she had lost one of her floppy pink beach sandals. That's how you know you're really drunk, when you start losing your shoes and shit. She stopped right in the middle of the street where she was and bent down to pick it up, only slightly inconveniencing the men carrying the Omakoshi behind her. Unfortunately, she had bent down right in front of a Hikeshi, and the poor Hikeshi, carrying the 20-kilogram matoi, turned and tripped over the ham, toppling over her. Yeah, like I said, she's just always in the way. Oh no, I eat shit! Why do you do these things, Chibiham? Can you make me understand? You can't. You don't understand either, I don't think, on a lot of levels. Anyway, He was conveniently caught by a kind passersby, and he did not drop his matoi. Damn, bro, that's fucking some sort of reflexes. Chibiham whined, "Ow!" and then turned to look at the man, who laughed. "Bikuri shita!" He was surprised by her, he said breathlessly, for it would have been very bad luck for him to drop his matoi. Mama ran up and apologized, but he was a jovial man, and with a twirl of the matoi, he was back on his merry way. Mama looked at Chibiham and said, "Why didn't you apologize?" "It's not my fault he didn't look where he was going." "It is your fault that you didn't look where you were going. Or did you knock into him on purpose?" she scolded. "Naughty girl. You're too drunk carrying the omakoshi. Come on." And she pulled the noisy, protesting Chibiham from the parade. Yeah, sometimes you gotta know when to call it quits. Know when to fold them. That's what they say. She's only gonna do dumber shit as the day progresses. Chibiham was cross for the rest of the afternoon because Mama sat her down at the table again and made her drink nothing but water. She refused to buy her any more snacks as well. Chibiham would have to wait until supper. Chibiham bitched and moaned and cried, but Mama didn't even understand English anyways and was ignoring all of her complaints. Juicy and I refused to intervene. Yeah, you're gonna feel better. Just stay hydrated, okay? It's the hangover cure that you always wished for. All these like energy drinks and shit that they sell in Asia, that don't work. Not as well as water. Come on now. But it is bubbly and tasty. I think that's a big draw too. Anyway, eventually Chibiham lightened up and began snapping pictures again, and the time oozed away into the dusk. The locals came back, the drinking continued, lanterns went on, the crowds dispersed, the locals who had lent Chibiham her hanten returned, and a great big box was brought out from one of the local taverns, from where most of the locals had borrowed their hanten. A pile amassed on the table, and a young lady was accepting all the hantens and shaking them out for washing. Chibiham, too, waddled over to return her hanten. Good for you, Chibiham. Probably because Mom is there keeping you honest. Chibiham's the type to steal 3D glasses. You think she's not gonna go steal an adult diaper or whatever as a memento? As she turned and came back to where we were all sitting, the pile of hanten toppled over onto the ground. Mama eyed Chibiham. "Chibiham, go pick that up." Chibiham sighed dramatically and made a face. "Why do I have to pick 'em up? It's not my fault they fell over." Mama glared at her with thin eyes. "No, Chibiham, it's not your fault that they fell over, but it will be your fault if you fail to pick them up. When you see something that needs fixing, it means that you've been given an opportunity to prove that you can do it. And that is why you must never ignore a problem." God, every time Mama has her little lessons and stuff, I suck it up. It's honey to my ears. It's the best philosophy ever. What the fuck? It took me so many years to put that together, and I can still never say it as gracefully as she does. Ugh. And then Mama continues slowly and finishes with the dunk. "That is why I do not ignore you." Chibiham's a mess for Mama to clean up. Chibiham had quite sobered up by now and wasn't sure how to respond to the words that were translated to her. "This is a chance, Chibiham," Mama explained. "A chance to show what level of person you are." "Level?" Chibiham liked that word. "You mean like in a video game?" Mama saw the ham's eyes light up and says, "Yes, Chibiham, like a video game. It is a chance for you to level up." I mean, if that's the terms that works for you best, fucking anything to set her down the road toward progress. Mama's playing this real well too, you know. Anyway, suddenly getting it, Chibiham nodded and turned slowly to the girl who was fumbling with the clothes. She waddled over and bent down while the girl thanked her for her kindness. Mama nodded. Chibiham was beginning to level up. Oh my god, I love it! Is it possible? Is this where all my dreams come true for you, Chibiham? You turn into a decent person, not just an annoying mess that ruins everything that they touch. Now she's going so far as cleaning up other people's messes. She went beyond picking up the 10 pieces of trash. She's picking up a whole pile of adult diapers and putting them into a stack. Is that what hanten are? I don't understand. I'm scared to Google it after bare asses. It is what it is. I'll feed it to the gubbins. How about that? How'd you feel about this one, boys?
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the hanten lady. She just standing there, shaking out jackets. One normal Tuesday. Then a drunk ham materializes from the parade and the whole pile topple like it cursed. That lady go home and open a diary and write, "Today the clothes fell and I do not know why, but I feel it connected to something larger. Gubbins."
Weak performance, Gubbins, if I'm honest. Just for improvement next time.
She smacked a stranger's bare fundoshi bottom in the middle of a sacred procession, and then blamed the firefighter she tripped for not watching where he was going. In 2 sentences, she revealed her entire philosophy of life. Dark Gubbins.
We've seen it exhibited endlessly over 13 plus parts, but yeah, I guess I'm still surprised at the depths of her depravity. I still am hopeful, though, that she might be able to turn it around, you know? There's always that little spark of me that's like, I hope they get better. Like, I do want to laugh, too, and continue laughing, but I hope they get it fucking figured out better than all this. And I don't know, I see, like, the glimmer of light for Chibiham. And that's what I hope the most for this story. I guess we'll see how it goes. Let's get into the next part, shall we? We're gonna knock this out the park today. Oh yeah, point to Dark Gubbins also. Duh. And sign up on Patreon, YouTube memberships. Check us out on podcast services. Thanks so much. Okay, next post. Chibiham Juicy and me, the tea ceremony. Oh, that's gonna be so fancy, bro. I can't wait to drink some tea. I hate tea, but I want to feel fancy, though. I'll try to post recipes where possible, and if you tell me in the comments what you want, I'll ask Mama to give me hers if she has any. Some requested recipes are difficult, though. Takoyaki, taiyaki, and mizuame, for example, are specialty foods that require very specific kitchen utensils to make. Even Mama doesn't make them. For foods like that, you're just gonna have to come and visit Japan. I mean, the takoyaki's not so hard. I guess if you don't have the little plate for the balls or whatever. Current recipes, miso soup, potato salad, and okonomiyaki, yakitori. What the fuck? I missed these? Okonomiyaki is like one of my favorites. Just simple egg pancake. You put some like flaky pork on top. Oh my god. It's delicious. I'll leave it up on the screen for a second, and then I'll swap over to Mama's yakitori recipe, which is, you know, skewers, essentially. But I mean, chicken thigh and onion leek, how else can you possibly go wrong? This is, it looks wonderful, that's what I'll say. Fry the grill, get that shit in my mouth. Not shit, whatever, it's fine. We'll continue on. Where did these recipes come from? OP's just wild, dude. People ask for things and like you draw a whole picture and thing for it. Give accurate recipes. It's awesome. Anyway, a bit of culture for you and all of us, I guess. In a Japanese tea ceremony known as ochokai, there are numerous roles, but in this story, only the following needs to be known. The teishu, prepare the tea room, the decorations, the flowers, the sweets served. The shokyaku, the first guest, has to ask the teishu about the tea and decorations and sweets, and then the kyaku are the rest of us, and we don't need to remember all that much. Just sit still and do as in Rome. Yeah, I'm following along. I'm tracking. Let me be a kyaku, please. Shokyaku is too much pressure, let alone teishu. My goodness. So one morning, Mama announced to all of us that we were going to attend a tea ceremony at which she was going to be the teishu. Oh my goodness. This informal ceremony was set up in honor of Chibiham's coming to introduce the guy ham to an admired part of Japanese culture. In truth, it was probably Mama who set it up. She brought out a number of kimono that we were going to wear, including one for the abnormally wide Chibiham, which she had rented. Chibiham didn't like the kimono because ochokai kimono are very plain. Hers was simply a very pale pink. Yeah, if you wear that Chibiham, everybody's gonna say, "Hey, Kool-Aid!" But really, why don't you be grateful for like half a second? Thank you very much. It's very kind of you to set all of this up and even rent an extra wide kimono for my lard ass. Just, yeah, say all of those things, because Mama deserves it. Did you wish your mom a happy Mother's Day? I got everybody. I got my wife, my mom, my grandma. I nailed it this year. Anyway, what was I saying? Who cares? I want a fancy one. This one is boring. Can't I just wear the ones you bought me? She said. And Mama explained that the kimono she had upstairs was really just a yukata, and this being a formal event, she needed a formal kimono. Chibiham wasn't buying it. I bet you're only making me wear this one because I'm fat. It's just like in a bra shop. The bigger sizes are always the boring granny colors. I bet no one else here has to wear a boring kimono. Mama then took out all of the kimono. They were all as plain and formal as the first, in muted pastels, and this shut Chibiham up. Thank God. It's always because she's fat, isn't it? She would have complained, but she decided that she liked pink better than any of the other colors that other people got. Yeah, there you go. You're totally the belle of the ball, the princess whatever. Princess Fathead. Mama then took out a number of sweets and other items that she had bought to decorate the room at the tea ceremony, and she explained each one. She had willow, lindu, which is Gentiana scabara, and a number of leaves called baby hands in Japan. Baby hands? Oh, why? They're just hanging off the trees? That's horrible. She carefully explained how these flowers can only be used in the tea ceremony decorations of late August, and what each flower means. I would like to know what the flowers mean, please. Anything that Mama said, I probably would listen to, and like with rapt attention. In the meantime, though, Chibiham wasn't listening to the flower explanation. Fucking heretic. Instead, Chibi had fixated her gaze on the sweets, those pretty colorful things that came in multiple shapes. There were to be 9 people at the tea ceremony, so 9 heavy wagashi had been purchased, as well as 9 lighter sweets. Mama noticed Chibiham's gaze. What's that? Chibiham mumbled. Again, that is just a Garfield-ass drawing. It looks like John if he had short blonde hair and his tongue hanging out. I sort of love it. It's delightful. And then all the noms in the background. Can't forget that. Nom 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 nom. Well, those are Kawamuraya Wagashi sweets that I ordered from Kansai, she explained. Each person gets 1. They're very sweet, so you must eat them with the bitter matcha tea served at the ceremony today. Chibiham liked the sound of that. Mama helped Chibiham get into her kimono, but Chibiham didn't like it very much. She looks like a pig in a blanket, that's what I'll say. The face, the death glare is not helping much either. I think if you put a smile on, it might look better. Like attitudes half the battle or something like that. Anyway, unlike a yukata, the kimono had multiple layers and was very tight and straight. This is what you asked for. Why didn't you know what you were asking for? Mama practiced with us all a few times to show us how to enter the room, how to kneel before entering, how to be careful not to step on the door threshold, how to walk and turn, and what to say when being served tea.
Yes!
Yes! It was pretty straightforward, and Mama wasn't going to be a stickler about it, especially since this was the first time that Chibiham would ever participate in something like this. We just needed to sit down and shut up and drink the tea. Yeah, simpler than it sounds maybe for Chibiham. I guess we'll see. Maybe she'll do great, you know? We arrived at a pretty tea house in a lovely wooded Japanese garden. Mama began to set everything up as the people arrived, and Chibiham was surrounded by the other guests, as well as Juicy and I, rehearsing what to do and say. Each of the ladies had some personal philosophy tidbit about how to enjoy the tea ceremony and be in the moment, or how to appreciate the sound or lack of it, the sense of the seasons, and the meditation-like state of the entire event. One lady suggested to Chibiham that the experience was like yoga. Yoga! Chibiham spat, bug-eyed. You mean like exercise? No, Chibiham, this isn't exercise, Juicy explained. But if you breathe deeply, then it makes the whole experience more relaxing and easier. Chibiham soon learned what Juicy was referring to. Everyone moved to the tea room, and after going through the greetings, they kneeled. Chibiham had a little bit of trouble kneeling. She was more or less sitting on her calves, and her feet began to fall asleep. She squirmed left and squirmed right, but that tickle began in her toes and wriggled its way up to her feet and ankles and spread into her calves until the calves felt like they were sparkling and her toes throbbed. There's her and her stupid feet, and it says, ouch, and it's all sparkly. I do hate that pins and needles feeling, but, yeah, just unbend your legs. It's probably like an extraordinarily short amount of time she's been doing this pose, and her feet just fall asleep immediately. That's a problem, okay? We can't continue on like this. Anyway, rubbing her toes, Chibiham excused herself suddenly and insisted that she needed to go to the bathroom. While Chibiham was in the bathroom, the ceremony stopped. After all, it was mostly for her. She's gonna stay in there, dude. The Shokyaku asked Mama about the decorations and the flowers and the cups and such, but time passed and Chibiham was still nowhere to be seen. She can't fit out the bathroom window. What the hell happened? She died in there? I decided to run to the restroom after her to find her. I left the tea room and began to walk to the bathroom, once again haunted by the thought of an accident, but then I passed the preparation room on the right-hand side of the hall, the place where the tea, the instruments, and the sweets were kept. God damn it. She can't be decent, can she? Just for 1 second in your life, could you? I want to believe, but it gets harder every time. Anyway, there was Chibiham with a thick wagashi sweet in each hand, and they had been almost completely devoured.
I don't know what to say. They're just too delicious and stuff.
Maybe you could just eat the one that you were assigned like a normal human. Would that be okay? Would that be so very hard? God! The wagashi for tea ceremonies are quite thick and heavy and rich, sort of like peanut butter. Chibiham had a sticky mouthful and had trouble speaking. Water? Chibiham, what have you done? Oh, snitch, OP. Come on. Everyone came out into the hall. Oh, shit. OP says, what a familiar sight. She's gonna get some just desserts, all right. Mama gasped, Chibiham! Those were for the tea ceremony. Did you eat them all? Chibiham had swallowed what was in her mouth. I had to. I was so hungry. Ever since you took away my candy, my sugars have been so low. I felt like I was gonna faint. You've been starving me too, limiting me to 3 meals a day and super tiny portions. Don't you know that real people of my size need to eat more than you Japanese guys? Ask OP. She could tell you. I was angry that she had dragged me into it. Chibiham, you can't say that! I never stole any wagashi before a tea ceremony. It is rude. You're rude! You're letting them starve me! Then she began to cry. Oh, here comes the fucking crocodile tears. The waterworks. You think this is funny, don't you? Starving the fat girl? It's funnier than it should be when you phrase it like that. Stop making me laugh at it. It's not my fault that I'm fat. It's my genetics. This is my natural size. If I don't maintain it, I'll become anorexic and bony. And I don't want to be bony. Chibiham backed up into the corner as she cried and sat her huge bottom down on the bamboo wood box for the tea ceremony set. And as soon as she put her weight on it, crack! Oh my god. You're just a walking disaster. What else can I say, truly? The box splintered. The ham cascaded to the ground, rolling about upside down. Chibiham had grabbed at the counter as she fell and, unfortunately, tipped over the can of light sencha tea, too. The powder flew into the air and landed all over the tiny room. Oh my god. Don't you want to grab her by the neck and shake her? Why can't you be normal? Just please, try it for all of our sakes. Oh, God. She began to bawl at this point. Oh, that hurt. How could you? I yelled at her. The box wasn't a seat, Chibiham. It would have supported you. You just put it there to shame me. Maybe you could use a little more shame in your life, if I'm honest. If I might offer that tidbit. We pulled Chibiham to her feet. Thank goodness that all the materials for the tea ceremony were already in the tea room, and nothing beside the box itself had actually been destroyed. The nice women who had come over for the tea ceremony fussed over Chibiham and asked if she was all right. Mama, they said, you must have chosen some very good wagashi indeed. It must have been completely irresistible. And then they laughed among themselves. That is good, though, to make a joke of it. You might get pissed off that it happened, but if somebody's willing to lift the spirits, MVP plays right there. We all finished the tea ceremony without the heavy wagashi and savored the light sweets instead. One way or the other, at least Chibiham finally learned to like Japanese sweets. Yeah, maybe a little more than like. Maybe a little obsessive, if I may say so. But I don't know, Mama went out of her way to get it, you know? I bet it was delicious as shit. I don't know if I could have resisted, but it probably would have been way better with the tea, you know? You want a little accoutrement to go with your sweets. Some bitter coffee. Oh, it's the best thing in the world. With a nice cookie in it, a little biscotti. Oh, you guys into that biscotti? You guys into stirring your coffee with a stick of Pocky? Like a true Japanese person would do, allegedly. Maybe, as Chibiham believes. Let's see what the Gubbinses think of all this. I hope we'll laugh at her breaking a wood box with her ass.
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the bamboo box. That box live whole peaceful life, hold ceremony set, exist with dignity, ask nothing from nobody. And then one day, boom, it meet its destiny, and it is a large American bottom. The box did not deserve this. Gubbins want a moment of silence for the box. Gubbins.
Agreed. That box he was too young. That's true.
It would have supported you. She looked at a splintered box, and her first instinct was to accuse it of sabotage. She has constructed an entire architecture of victimhood so thorough that even furniture is conspiring against her. Dark Gubbins.
I think you misunderstand a little bit, Dark Gubbins. It was Chibiham accusing the cousin, not the box. So for that, Gubbins gets the point. She's very food driven, like a beagle. It's Chibiham, Juicy, and Me, the Blindfold game, Chapter 16. Oh no, so it's kind of hot. What's all this? The story comes directly from the mouth of Juicy, who remembers it far better than I do. There's current recipes for miso soup, potato salad, yakisoba, okonomiyaki, yakitori, nikujaga, takoyaki, and goya chanbaru, which, I guess I'll just make them into community posts that you can look at your leisure. I'm not going to click through each one. So in the 2 weeks since Mama had moved in, things had changed. Mostly for Chibiham. Her snacks that she had brought with her from the States were gone, hidden away. She was limited to only 3 meals a day, which Mama made herself, so there was none of that Pizza McBeatus fried fatball food that she had been used to. Oh man, I love Pizza McBeatus fried fatball food.
Lay off me, I'm starving!
There was now only a choice of green tea or water to drink in the house. No Coke, no sweet drinks. Yes, Chibiham complained, but no, we didn't translate. And Mama, who did not understand ham blather in any language, simply ignored her. Trust me, this is the best thing for you. It's like turning the TV off for a week, you know? Your brain, in the first couple days, is like, oh no, and then you sort of forget that it's a thing. That's your dopamine receptors resetting. It's real good for you sometimes. But it wasn't just that, truly. OP continues. Chibi and us, darn it, weren't allowed to sleep in anymore. We woke up at 7 every day, which sucked for the first week, but came naturally to us by the second. Yeah, again, sort of a reset. It's nice. Although I can never truly keep human hours for very long, it seems. We cleaned the house and helped with breakfast, which was normal for Juicy and I, but the source of much grousing from the ham. Then after breakfast, Mama would tell us what we were going to do that day. Sometimes it was a day indoors, depending on the weather. Other days it was an excursion about town. Yes, fancy about town.
Yes!
One time we got to go see Sumo in Ryogoku, where Chibiham brought her kimono, or to Asakusa in the Old Town, where Chibiham made her wish, or to the Itomura Museums or Ghibli Studio in Kichijoji. Mama planned and executed it all far better than any of us could have done. Damn, she's a go-getter. I'll say that. I don't like you, but I want to make sure you have a good time. It's that Japanese hospitality all over. But one thing that had changed for all of us was the introduction of a dance lesson. Mama wanted Chibi to learn 2 simple dances before she left the country. Ume wa Saito, a geisha dance, but this is not my video, and a light rhythm kapore dance. Just the music, not the dance. And we could all perform it together.
Moments later.
Video's been privated, so that's fine. Just look it up on your own time, if you're interested. Every morning when she woke us up at 7, Mama would have us washed and dressed in yukata and downstairs by 7:30. And we would practice this dance for 1 hour before beginning breakfast. Who's cooking breakfast while we're doing the dances? Now, the dance, Chibiham didn't seem to like all that much. She would diligently follow along with Mama as best she could, and rarely complained that her knees hurt or that she wanted a break. While she would ask for sports drinks and Coke, she learned that Mama would only give her tea and water, so she stopped asking. Please, won't you for my beatus? Mama said, no, not in this lifetime. It's good for you. Chibiham was happy with just water now. Icy, cold, refreshing water. I do enjoy good cold water. It has to be cold though. If it's lukewarm, I spit it out of my mouth like Jesus does. She was always sweating by the end of the hour and happy to gulp down glasses and glasses of the crystalline liquid. Look, Chibiham, exercise doesn't suck that much, does it? Chibiham laughed. Shows how much you know. Dance isn't exercise. As long as Chibiham believed that, life was pretty good. One day, late in the month, we practiced the kapore dance 3 times in a row, which is actually pretty grueling. It may not look like it in the video above that we didn't see, but Chibiham came to me complaining that her bits hurt. It's called muscle fever, Chibiham. It's nothing to worry about. But I ache! Yeah, that's normal when you exercise. It's your muscles rebuilding themselves. Yeah, they're gonna come back stronger. It's pretty cool. Muscles! Chibiham freaked. You mean my muscles are gonna get bigger? OP says, I don't think that's a problem for you, Chibiham, considering you probably don't have any muscles now as it is. But I'll get huge! Why are you saying that like it's a bad thing, bro? You're looking pretty chunked up, Chibiham. You could be the sumo geisha of a lifetime. They will write tales of your grandeur. And she'd totally be on it, too. She'd be like, all right, I gotta amp up the exercise then, if I want to be the greatest sumo geisha ever. She started to freak out, and yeah, the noisy voice reared its head again. When you work out, your arms get bigger, and I don't want to be big. I mean, a lot of other parts will get smaller. It's a good thing. I nodded warily and just said, yeah, Chibiham, unless you want to lose weight. Chibiham seemed to listen to this for a moment, but only for a moment. Her face grew red like a balloon, and she exploded. Why would anyone want to lose weight? This is what stupid doctors and the media want you to believe. We should be happy at our own size. Who even needs exercise? Human beings who don't want to have heart disease later in life. Just for a start. And then Chibiham plopped down on the ground. Oh god, she figured out that dance is exercise, didn't she? You blew it, OP. Mama approached and said, come on, one more time and then we'll get ready for breakfast. No, groused Chibiham. I'm not exercising anymore. You're trying to shame me. Juicy tried to translate for Mama, but the fat logic was lost in translation. Mama says, shame? There's no shame in trying to improve yourself. What is shameful is for a geisha to be flopping around on the ground like a great big tuna fish out of water. So if you don't get up and finish your lesson properly, then there will be no breakfast. Who needs breakfast? Your breakfast sucks anyway. So rice and vegetables, everything tastes the same. Mama then turned her nose up at the ham. Very well then. No breakfast for you. Juicy. Paprika. One more time, and then we will wash up. Damn, dude. Chibiham really tried the collar on it. She's gonna fold before the end of the day. Oh, your stomach's gonna be grinding at you. Mama turned on the music one more time, and Juicy and I danced while Chibiham defiantly flopped on the ground in the back of the room. I'm not gonna do anything for my whole life. Yeah, I know. You haven't up until this point. I'm surprised we got you to do it while we did, but now that you've just completely given up, great. At least I know not to expend any more effort on you, Chibiham. We then bowed properly to finish the lesson and went upstairs to change. Chibiham ignored us and remained in the tatami room. Yeah, she don't get breakfast. I'll throw it on the floor like a dog. Breakfast came about, and everyone but Chibiham pitched in. Mama, Juicy, and I took turns curiously peeking in on the ham, but she was in the corner just brooding away the whole time. She was really mad this time. She did not peek out during breakfast, while Mama told us how she planned to take us to the farmer's market that day. Surely Chibiham had heard it, but she still refused to leave the tatami room or to go wash up. Yeah, you want to lay there like a great fat pile? That's fine. Just a sweaty, disgusting chunk laying in the tatami room. I guess she'll be there tomorrow when we come into practice and we can like dance around her. Not in a celebratory fashion, but like an avoidant fashion, because she's sort of in the way.
Oh yeah! That reminds me, my buddy Brian and I have put together an album that will drop on Memorial Day. It's the Ham and Grits Island Vibes EP. Woo! 13 straight up banger tracks. One is about lighting a whale on fire. That's the thing that reminded me. Go check it out on Spotify or wherever.
Although it is kind of hilarious that she's now so committed to the lay down and rot bit. She's always been half in, half out for her whole life, but now she's gone full bore, and I sort of respect that on some level. Anyway, finally, Chibiham was told that we were leaving. Oh, she's gonna do some weird shit while you're gone. Though she whined that she didn't want to go anywhere because she was too tired and her muscles ached. Some 20 minutes of prodding had the ham dressed and out the door in some fashion, and she trudged behind us as we walked to the market. Yeah, we're gonna have such a good time at the market. And she's like, I can't believe I had to dance. That thing that I proclaimed that I like, I don't like it anymore. Now you're just shaming me with it. The anatomy in the cartoon's kind of weird too. Chibiham looks like more like a sack of potatoes than usual even. So yeah, the market was a big collection of specialty shops and food sellers, and it boasted a multi-prefecture collection of fruits and vegetables. Yeah, you can see some interesting like foreign rambutans and dragon fruits. I remember coming to the Philippines, I was like, this shit's blowing my mind. Mama perused the colorful plants, asking us what we liked and didn't like. She did not ask Chibiham because, yeah, Chibiham was sure to tell her, what are we doing here? There's nothing but rabbit food. How can we take so long to choose a bunch of stuff that all taste the same anyway? Do all vegetables really taste the same to the ham? I mean, I think she's trying to eat them without letting them touch her tongue, you know? She doesn't actually know the taste. She just pops broccolini down her gullet. Mama replies and says, it only tastes the same to you because all you ever taste is the dressing. That kills the flavor of the vegetable. Have you ever seen a real vegetable before? Have you ever seen this before? And Mama picked up a mizunasu, a kind of eggplant from Kansai that is only available during the summer. She's got a smooth eggplant in one hand and then like this bumpy freaky thing in the other hand. And Chibiham's not even interested. Don't you want to see the bumps? Don't you want to cut it open and know what they're filled with? Probably just, you know, more eggplant meat, but maybe they're like a pustule. I don't know. I'm intrigued. Is that just the brain of a ham incapable of being intrigued because it's been pumped so full of corn syrup? Now it's just like an old motor that never had the oil changed. Just fucking kind of chunks along, but makes a lot of weird sounds and stuff while it does. Tell us more about the eggplant. What does it taste like? Is it like a regular eggplant? God. Now you got me interested. Chibiham just says, "No, I haven't seen one of those." Chibiham spat. "It's a funny color." "It's an eggplant." Chibiham pouted, but didn't turn her gaze away. I don't think I've ever seen a real eggplant before." "How about these? Have you ever had them?" She was referring to a Goya. "Oh, that's the weird bumpy thing." Chibiham made a face and said, "Ew, it's a cucumber with warts all over it. Gross." Oh, Mama says, "Do you know what it tastes like?" Chibiham says, "Like grass? All vegetables taste like grass." Is that a fact? Okay. Well, you learn something new every day, I guess. It's like grass. How often do you eat grass, Chibiham? Might be a good thing to add to your diet, all things considered. So, you eat grass often enough to know, then? Well, you must be a cow. And then Mama laughed to herself. Savagery. The word cow would have been trouble if translated to English, so we left that part out. Why not take an interest in vegetables and learn to like them? Because vegetables suck! Real people don't even eat vegetables! Real people love vegetables. People that live past 30 love vegetables. You know what I love that everybody else considers poor people food in the Philippines is like kamade leaves or kangkong, like swamp cabbage, and you dip it in bagoong with some like chilies and stuff in it. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. And more importantly, at almost 40 years old, keeps me regular. I'm happy to share that with you guys. Chibiham's stomach began to growl. By the time we got home, Chibiham was undeniably hungry. She begged Mama for some breakfast. "Oh, do the dance thing. Just give me some food." "Pity. You've missed your chance," Mama mused, nose in the air. "Go and drink some water." Damn, she is hardcore. "Come on, don't starve me like this. I'll eat anything." "Anything?" Mama turned and smiled at her. Yeah, it could be fun. The Blindfold game, it's coming. We decided to play an eating game, to which Chibiham did not object, of course. I love eating games. They're my favorite games. Since I told you about the Kong Kong, I guess I'll tell you about another thing in the Philippines that was new to me. They hang an apple on a string, and two people gotta, eat the entire outside of the apple. Probably unhygienic. A little uncomfortable because faces are close together. But God, does everybody laugh. There's also one where you stick a cucumber between your legs and try and pass it between two people. It's fucking hilarious. I love Philippines birthday parties. It's ridiculous. I feel like people would be ravenous to go into other countries and learn about the culture and experience the whole thing. But people like Chibiham I don't understand at all what makes you operate. I guess food. She's very food driven, like a beagle. OP says, "I know most of us has done this game in middle school, but we blindfolded Chibiham and had her taste foods to guess what each one was." Honestly, that's so good. It's like the Gordon Ramsay taste test thing that they do on Hell's Kitchen. Everybody always gets it wrong because they suck apparently. Anyway. Since Chibiham wasn't the only foreigner there, I too submitted to the test, because what better way to flirt with death on a hot summer's day? Har har har. War har har. Mama and Juicy had chopped up a bunch of foods into bite-sized pieces. Once Chibiham and I were seated excitedly on the other side of the table, she fed us each one of the same thing, and we were to tell her if we knew the answer. First one, Chibiham hummed and hud. It's a apple? Pear, I said. I was right. How can you tell the difference? Chibiham whined. Mama then fed her a piece of apple. Oh, that's an apple. I guess I like the pear better. Oh, so there was a difference. Yeah, we're starting you off easy. Baby steps. Who would like the pear better? What an animal. Pears taste like sand. I hate a bad pear. I think a bad apple's pretty gross too. Like a good pear's juicy, but sometimes it's too juicy. I don't know what to do with all this juice. Am I eating this fucking thing or drinking it? Anyway, next one. Chibiham made faces and says, "It's like a mango, but it's not sweet. It's like water. Maybe a melon?" "This is misunazu," explained Mama. Chibiham liked it and asked for another bite. I've never tried that, and now it's sort of my mission in life to go visit Japan and try it. Do I want to take the kids home for Christmas, or do we go to Japan so I can fulfill my dream of strange produce? Anyway, next, Chibiham did not like this one, and I too made a sour face at the hard, bitter vegetable. "Ugh," I said, "but I know what this is. It's Goya." Mama and Juicy laughed. "Great friends to play Russian roulette with, huh? Isn't that strange we remember the things we hate more than the things we like?" Anyway, next, Chibiham munched and said, "Maybe plum?" Mama laughed. "It's a tomato." At this, Chibiham was shocked and took off her blindfold. Juicy laughed at her and told her not to cheat, but Chibiham eyed the multiple dishes incredulously.
That was way too sweet to be a tomato.
I guess you don't know what tomatoes actually taste like then. That's crazy, bro. Mama smiled at her and said, "See, Chibiham, all of these things have a different flavor. This is the nasu, this is the bitter goya, this is the fresh cabbage, and this is the sweet tomato." Chibiham tried one each. I thought perhaps she was simply too hungry to care what she ate, but she did savor each one.
"I never had vegetables like this before," she said.
That's hella sad to me, honestly. I love the fact that my wife's into gardening. We've got tomatoes out front right now that are they're everywhere. You can go out and pick a nice juicy tomato every day. Oh, take a big old bite. It's fucking delicious. Vine ripe. It's got a little crunch to it. It's not shitty, flimsy like the grocery store tomatoes. My God. I like a tomato with some snap, you know? Same reason I like sausages, I guess. Although, different flavors. What if we put tomato on a sausage? Oh my God, it's English breakfast. The British have had it figured out the entire time. What am I talking about? It's fine. You have only ever had vegetables covered in salad dressing, Chibiham, but each vegetable has its own flavor. Which one do you like best?
Maybe the tomato, because it's so sweet. And the miso nasu was a taste I never had before. But I don't think I like the goya.
And she made a face. Mama laughed. "I was just teasing you. You don't usually eat it raw, but I'll use it in the lunch today. And you'll like it then. For now, you're free to fill yourself up on the rest of the vegetables here." She stood up to take the goya out of the room. And yeah, there wasn't much to eat, but Chibiham seemed satisfied once all the vegetables were gone. Yeah, and it's not hyper-processed bullshit either, so like the entire thing of food you ate is probably like 200, 300 calories. Vegetables are mostly nutrients for your mind and body. It's so fucking good for you. Especially if it's leafy and green. Oh, did I tell you about the kangkong? The swamp cabbage is amazing. You can dip it in batter, make it into chips. I guess that makes it less healthy, but it's still delicious. After she finished, Chibiham shyly went to help in the kitchen. I don't know if it was to feed her own curiosity or because she wanted Mama to forget her naughty behavior during the dance lesson, but that was the last that we ever heard of her complaining about food. We had the Goya chanpuru for lunch. I don't even know what a Goya is, but there is the recipe on screen. It looks, oh, it's a bitter gourd, ampalaya, isn't it? Okay, I have totally had this fucking thing before. And actually with some eggs in it, oh, it's bangers! I can imagine it being good with the Spam and carrot and miso. A lot of salt, you know, to break up the bitterness of it. Oh, I think it would be a delicious dish. User Really Not Bobby on our subreddit, r/ReddXRead, made an attempt at Mama's potato salad. And somebody came in and said, oh, it looks like shit. But you know what? I bet it tastes real good. It's a little liquidy for my taste, I'll say that. But that's not really a problem either, you know? Throw some cornstarch in it. Make a salad jello. This is my potato salad jello. Anyway, thanks for sharing your food adventures with me. I'm glad that Chibiham could inspire people to try new foods. I'm still really wanting to try that fucking cucumber potato salad. Goya champaru, I probably could make this one as well. Maybe that would be a fun episode. You guys want to see me cook things suckily? It'll just be my wife making fun of my lack of cooking skills. Anyway, we also had an all-vegetable meal that night, and an evening dance lesson in which Chibiham did not complain about getting muscles. Perhaps she had forgotten what she was complaining about in the first place. Still, the strange outbursts, which I should have been used to at this time, bothered me somewhat. To be continued. Yeah, the strange outbursts are pretty weird. She's flying off the handle for seemingly no reason, but at least she steps into line sometimes, I guess, but consistency's really the thing that counts in life. I don't believe you're here for change unless you fucking commit it to yourself and tamp down your ugly feelings, you know? Oh, I'm sorry you felt ashamed of the thing that you're participating in, that you voluntarily chose to participate in. You played yourself. At the end of the day, do you want to do the thing or not? She's not consistent. She might be mentally defective in one way, but I can't prove that necessarily. I want to see what the Gubbinses think about this one, so go ahead, get in here, boys.
Gubbin's very concerned about the Goya Russian roulette situation. Mama sitting there with a whole plan, like a vegetable chess grandmaster who has been studying the board since 1987. She had the bitter surprise Goya ready. She had the sweet tomato pivot ready. She had the Mizunasu as the palette ambassador. Gubbins want to know what else Mama have in reserve that she did not deploy. What was in the second cabinet, Mama? What was the end game, Gubbins?
You think there was a specific reason for the order? That's crazy, bro. Maybe not crazy, though.
She spent 16 chapters convinced vegetables were a media conspiracy, and it took one blindfold and 30 seconds of hunger to undo all of it, which tells you everything about the depth of her convictions. They were never beliefs. They were just the noise a person makes when they have never once been made to sit with discomfort. Dark Gubbins.
Oh my god, Dark Gubbin, you just slapped that shit out of the park. Point right there. Oh, also I gotta catch the points up, I guess. And there it is. Dark Gubbins pulling ahead. Beautiful, you love to see it, but there's still a chance for a tie, or Dark Gubbins to pull away, I guess. I guess we'll have to move on through into chapter 17 and see how it goes. Oh my god, I might be an idiot. It's not part 17 we're getting into. It's part 15 because I was so excited to find 16 that I read that one first. So little bumps in the road. It's fine. It's normal. This is Chibiham, Juicy and Me, The Old Town, chapter 15. I don't think it affects anything chronologically. I wasn't confused by anything in chapter 16. Probably it's fine. I didn't even need to mention it, but I did. I felt the need to be honest with you guys. Okay, sorry I'm late in updating these days, because work has taken over my schedule after all. Yeah, be like that. We are coming close to the end of the story pretty soon. I got maybe 3 more stories and a mini comic or 2 to put up. As usual, please put any recipe requests in the comments and I will get back to them as soon as I can. Yeah, there are 19 parts to Chibiham, which means after this episode we'll have 3 hanging off the back end, which I guess means, you know, big long finale, which is exciting but also sad because, yeah, who wants to see Chibiham go? I guess I'll have to dig up another treasure just like this. It's fine. There's probably more of them out there. Although we're gonna have to probably dig through a bit of slop to get there too. Anyway, in the morning one day, Mama woke us up with the usual routine. Face wash, comb hair, don yukata, 1 hour of dance, clean room, prepare breakfast, and eat. This was the routine every day since Mama had taken over. I mean, it's good to be scheduled, I'll say that. And then, while we ate breakfast, she announced that we were going to Shitamachi, the old town. One part of the Shitamachi area is Asakusa, the town in which Mama was born. It is now a tourist area with old buildings and traditional shops and temples and restaurants in a potpourri of Edo, Meiji, and Showa era styles. Sounds sick as fuck, honestly. Absorb me some culture! Chibiham used this as an opportunity to buy all sorts of souvenirs under Mama's guidance. She showed her where to buy pretty fans and hairpins, Gita sandals for her dad, and incense for her mom. Mama showed her the difference between buying those awful, touristy, trappy pajamas that are marketed as kimono in the Nakamise shopping lane to the temple, and the real kimonos offered just one street over to the side. Yeah, Mom's keen. She'd been around the block a time or two. I guess she grew up here. She's seen it all. She showed the difference in fans, how the skinny ones are made for tea ceremonies and formal events, the middle-sized ones for everyday use, and the big, flashy paper ones were for dancing. Yeah, I'm learning so much too. I love this shit. Chibiham even found an obi belt that she liked in a used kimono store, and Mama vowed to show her how to use it once we got back home. That's awesome. I'm glad you guys are having a great time stimulating the economy. I got some money. This shit's burning a hole in my pocket.
Goose slap logo on it. Call it Goose Tech. Raise price by 700%.
While walking through the streets, Chibiham turned and bounced every which way. She was oblivious to not only her hips and arms and other body parts squashing the tourists, but also that awful pink backpack that she seemed to just forget that she was wearing. Yeah, thanks, sumo gaijin bitch. She's not good at estimating her own circumference. We learned that very early on in the saga, didn't we? Mama did scold her. Stop, Chibiham. Don't you see that you're running into people? Even if you don't see them, surely you must feel them. So, Chibiham retorted, it's their fault that they were there in the first place. They're in my personal space. Mama did not care for Chibiham's tone and ignored it. Do you like it when people run into you? Of course not! They're rude assholes! If someone runs into you, what do you expect them to do? They better apologize at least. And so will you. From now on, every time you run into someone, you're going to apologize because that is what ladies do. That is what geisha do. Yeah, it's also like what normal, decent human beings do too, generally. Chibiham says, but no one even runs into geisha. They're like princesses. Mama says that's because geisha watch where they are going. They're more concerned about others' well-being than their own. Now, look, Chibiham, at what I have. And Mama pulled out a small pouch of candies. Chibiham's eyes grew wide. Mama explained, I have, 12 candies here, and they will all be yours if you apologize to the people that you run into. But every time you run into someone and fail to apologize, I will throw one of the candies away. Do you want all of the candies? I love Mama's games. Chibiham stared but turned away. I don't need those. I'm a real geisha. And with heavy spite in her intonation, Chibiham began to apologize when she ran into people in the skinny gauntlet of Nakamise Dori. Sumimasen, sumimasen, she said left and right, always giving sideways glances to Mama's to make sure that she was looking. Yeah, and mostly to make sure she doesn't throw the candy away. If she throws one of those candies on the floor, Chibiham's going after it. Even if it goes in a trash can. Chibiham's going full-bore raccoon. She's not had enough sugars in her body. It's all green tea and water. How am I supposed to survive? My pre-diabetes is going to revert back to non-diabetes. Is that what you want? Yeah, I mean, that's what most people would want.
Oh, wait. Was she a great big fat person?
Eventually, we came to a very famous stall, surrounded by people. Age manju are sweets that are very famous in Asakusa. Mama allowed us to each choose one manju. There were on the list a number of choices, baked, fried, raw. There were flavors like uncle bean paste, green tea, sakura, sesame seed, and custard. Some were brightly colored, others were plain. Chibiham said, I want a fried custard manju, 'cause that's the healthiest one. She looked at me. See? I can be healthy too. Goddamn. The first one that jumped out to me was the custard. I will admit that much. They got my number, that's for sure. Chibiham says, just look at it. It's the plainest color of them all, so obviously it's the healthiest. And yes, those are certainly balls of dough, and one looks plainer than the other. I'll take the plainest one possible. She knows what she's doing. She's just bullshitting you. I refuse to believe anybody's that dumb. It has to be on purpose. To be fair, nothing about manju is truly healthy, but Chibiham, the healthiest one, if you had to choose, would probably be a raw unko manju. Fried means you get all the grease in it as well, and I mean, custard's like eating pure fat. That's why it's so delicious.
It does not! The grease obviously comes off the manju after it's fried. Duh! They don't serve the food in a bowl.
I guess I'm not one to judge. Let the ham eat what she wants. After all, this was her first snack in days. Yeah, that's fair. When the county fair comes to town, I'm sure as shit first in line for a fried Snickers. But you can't live like that every day. That's fine. Once a year, I will do it to my body. And my body will hate me, but we'll become friends again before the next year and the next fried Snickers. As we nibbled on our manju, Chibiham asked for a ride on a jinrikisha, which is a rickshaw.
The boys were so cute, she said, and she didn't want to walk anymore.
So Mama hired 2 jinrikisha for all of us, and we toured around town. Chibiham tried to flirt with the boys, but I wasn't translating everything. I like this drawing a lot. Again, Chibiham's looking just adorable there. But she is a lecherous American sumo geisha, so I don't know. Probably it's good that you didn't translate all the things. Probably some of the things that she wants to say are untoward.
Oh, what gorgeous bodies they have,
Chibiham admired. Well, that's because they carry around people like us all day, I explained to her. It's great exercise.
I'm actually a great runner, but my knees are bad, and my boobs are so big that if I ran, I'd knock myself out, so I'd better not.
Yeah, right, Chibiham. You probably would. I think that would be best for everybody. When we got off the jinrikisha, Chibiham once again tried to flirt with the handsome boys, but we simply bid them farewell. She peeked over her shoulder to see if they were watching her walk away, but they were not. She was insulted.
I look really cute in my yukata. Why won't those boys come back and ask me out or something? Japanese guys must be gutless in front of true beauty like mine.
And then she made a face, and I heard her mumbling to herself.
I'm more woman than they could ever handle anyway. I'm too good for them.
Yeah, I didn't say anything. Who exactly was it she was trying to convince here? This is an ego preservation technique, OP. You see it from nice guys all the time, but yeah, Chibiham's a nice girl.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing.
There's an Aesop's fable or something about sour grapes. That's Chibiham right now. I didn't want those grapes anyways. They were all sour. On the way back from Asakusa, we transferred to Suhirocho and decided to walk to Ochanomizu from there. Mama wanted to take Chibiham to the Kanda Myoji Shrine, a colorful and unique jinja nearby. And this jinja, unlike most natural ones, is brightly painted in red, gold, blue, green, and purple. It is considered so powerful that many other jinja from across the country are said to send their holy trinkets here for safekeeping in exchange for some of the power that is said to originate here. Dude, this is cool as shit. I love that. It's like that time I went to Thailand and I bought a charm off the street. It was meant to move obstacles out of the way and bring great riches and all that shit. And then we got back from Thailand and 2 months later the channel took off. I'm not saying I believe in hocus pocus or anything like that, but it's fascinating to me. I'll say that much. There's no reason not to give it a shake. I'll say that much. Okay, I've said much enough. One of the reasons is the celebration of the first samurai, Taira no Masakado. This guy was so powerful that even after he was beheaded during a rebellion 1,000 years ago, he continued to haunt Tokyo to the extent that the heads of huge corporations and great landowners still revere him to this day. He's like the patron saint of Tokyo or something. Taira no Masakato has not died the second death yet. People are speaking his name 1,000 years down the road. That's crazy. Crazy, bro. Anyway, Mama told all this to Chibiham, and boy, she was excited. A super ghost? A samurai? The first samurai? Oh my god, that's so wicked. And to top it all off, in this strangely bright and picturesque jinja, she snapped pictures of everything, oohing and ahhing over the omakoshi hidden away behind the glass. You know what she looks like in this picture to me? Like Abu before he snatched the ruby from that monkey and like the whole Cave of Wonders caved in. You know what I'm talking about? She's about to cause some mischief, that's what I know. The omakoshi for this super ghost ninja samurai was taken out every 2 years. Odd numbered years only, and this was not his year. You like the story, Chibiham? I mused at her. Yeah, he's like Braveheart, a loser who was so powerful that he won even after getting his head chopped off. I bet there's no shrine here to the dudes who chopped off his head. And yeah, that was true. They died the second death almost immediately. People are lucky to make it even a century, you know? Are your great-grandkids truly gonna speak your name out loud? Probably not. You fade into obscurity, that's it. Unless you're a baller-ass super ghost samurai.
He's a phantom.
A few meters away from the omakoshi was a statue of Daikoku, one of the founding fathers of Japan. Like most Buddha-ish statues of gods, this statue too was plumb and round and big and grand. Chibiham gazed at this manly pose for a while, and then imitated it. A group of ladies next to her giggled and applauded. Oh, how she looked just like Daikoku, they said happily, and asked her to take pictures with them. She's reincarnated. Chibiham gleefully posed like Daikoku and took pictures with those ladies. She just loves the attention. That's really what it is, but who can blame her? Good for you, Chibiham, putting yourself out there, making friends all across the world, huh? Mr. Worldwide out here, right? We then walked a little bit to the side and found wooden wishing plaques hung up on poles. Dude, hell yeah. Look at them wishing plaques. I know what them's is. Those is wishing plaques, aren't they? Looks like a sign in Animal Crossing or Legend of Zelda, which I guess makes sense. Those come from Japan. But I didn't know they were for wishes. I'm gonna start writing wishes on all my Animal Crossing signs. It says, Dear Jesus, please help me have the best birthday ever. Thank you. Is that a wish or a prayer? I don't know. Yeah, I guess they're the same thing, sorta. if you're asking for stuff. What are these? Chibiham asked. These are ima, Juicy explained. You write your wish on the ima and tie it to the poles. The kanushi, which is like a head priest in Shinto, will come and bless them. Chibiham eyed the Makasato Omakoshi. You mean like Makasato will answer the wishes? Not exactly, Chibiham. He's a little bit different. Juicy tried to explain, but Chibiham liked her idea better than the reality of it, so before Juicy even had a chance to finish, she had continued off to the little shop window and bought herself an ima. What's she gonna write on it? Dear Jesus, please make Makasato real and have him not chop my head off. Amen. Chibiham used the black marker provided and wrote out her wish, and then, under the instruction of Juicy Girl, hung that wish up on the poles. Damn, she said. Come on, Juicy. I saw a whole bunch of little amulets and stuff at the shop that look really cool. And Chibiham ran off with Juicy in tow. I was left behind, curious. I turned around the wooden block that Chibiham had tied on the poles, and on it she had written, I don't want to be fat anymore. Damn. That's kind of fucking heavy, you know? She's taken the steps to change it. Will it be enough? She doesn't have forever in Japan. I'm sure Mama could, whip her into shape, but eventually she's going to go back home and she's going to have to maintain this new lifestyle choice for herself for an extended period of time. And I don't believe in Juicy Ham that much at this point. But I will say we share the same wish. I also wish for you to not be fat anymore either. Or at least, not have the fat logic behind it. Opie says, I looked over at Chibiham, cooing over the brightly colored trinkets and charms for sale at the shop, and I felt a pang of sympathy for her. If this was her real wish, maybe Mama was like her guardian angel. Maybe this was an answer to her prayers. She might not like how she was being forced to change, but she had yet to see how much she actually had changed. As Chibiham skipped away from the shop window with her purchases, she ran into a couple going the other way.
Sumimasen,
she said with a smile.
Sumimasen.
To be continued. Damn. That last part made me feel something. I think the order of the episodes was intentional after all. Like, maybe not me doing it on purpose, but in a God's plan type of way. That's a hell of a way to end the episode. I hope that she can make the changes, you know? I also hope that OP doesn't spill the beans about her wish to anybody, because then Chibiham's gonna double down and clam up and be like, well, I was just born to be fat and that's who I am. And, you know, she makes it a central tenet of her personality, and that's never gonna go a good way. So yeah, you sort of gotta walk gingerly here, I guess. But it could happen. It could. The thing I wished for this entire saga, Chibiham turning into a normal human being. It could happen, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we'll have to find out in the next and final episode. But first, I want to get the Gubbinses in here. Also, sign up on the Patreon, YouTube memberships. Check us out on the podcast services. Thanks so much.
She wrote the wish in marker, in public, at a shrine, where anyone could read it, and then immediately ran off to buy more trinkets. The prayer and the problem exist in perfect, unexamined parallel, as they always have and always will. Dark Gubbins.
The prayer and the problem exist in perfect parallel. It's a lot of peas, man.
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the candy system. Mama invent a whole economy. 12 candies as diplomatic currency for international incident prevention. This is how Gubbins think the United Nations should work. No more speeches. Just one old Japanese woman with a candy pouch staring at you until you apologize to Estonia. Gubbins.
Does it have to be a Japanese woman?
Wait, but the Ema. Gubbins need a moment. Gubbins.
Gubbins, I am begging you, do not make it wholesome. Dark Gubbins.
Gubbins not going to say anything. Gubbins just going to sit here, quietly, with the Emi. Gubbins.
With the Emi? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Are you talking about an enema? Are you mispronouncing enema? Do you need to enema out your candy bag? The United Nations thing's got me good enough. It's fine. Today it's a tie. Hooray! Is it the computer that's made you sad?
Is there something on that piece of paper that's made you sad?
This is Chibiham, Juicy, and Me, The Cavalry, Chapter 17. I mean, isn't that Mama? She was the cavalry? We are getting close to the end of the story. What more can I say? I guess not much more needs to be said. Sucks, but also all good things must end and stuff like that. So it was nearing the time that Chibiham had planned to go home. Chibiham only had 5 days or so before she would have to board the big metal bird and flap her way back to Tennessee. Yeah, that'll burn a lot of calories, you know. It was around that time that Mama surprised us all with an announcement that in the evening we would all go to a special place for dinner in Okaya or Okia? I'm not sure. Or Geisha Tea House with real geisha and a full course Japanese meal. Well, you can imagine how Chibiham reacted. Meal, that's awesome. Oh yeah, there's geisha there too. Oh, she's overjoyed. Look at her. She couldn't be happier. The geisha thing's finally happening for me. Everybody stand back. Yeah, stand back lest you end up like the guy who got his teeth bricked on a barbecue by Chibiham. What was his name? I can't remember. Comments will tell me. There she told us that we were going to perform the 2 dances that we had learned over the past 3 weeks for everyone. Who was everyone? Mama explained that Papa and a few of Mama's friends would be there. After all, she explained, what's the point of learning to dance like a geisha if you have nowhere to show it off? That's right. Give us a show, how about?
Dusty girls on trampolines, like the moves in those blue jeans. It's the show!
Mama took us into another room and showed us that she had purchased for all of us a brightly colored Kapore costume in Asakusa. She even had one made in Chibiham size. We oohed and awed and thanked Mama for the gifts. I knew she would make me use it for a long while after this. It's not really. It has strings attached. Not for Chibiham, though. Chibiham did her work, and Mama wants to reward her for it. Honestly, such a class act. Let me tell you that much. And then Mama turned to Chibiham and said, "You have come a long way," she told her. "You've become quite mature. Look at you, kneeling Caesar like that. You haven't even asked for sweets this past week. You've learned to say please and thank you and apologize like a real geisha." It was more than that, though. Chibiham was no longer smelly or sweaty like she used to be. She did her hair and makeup nicely, as Mama had taught her. And most of all, at least in terms of Fat People Story, I think that you have even lost weight, Mama giggled. Yeah, probably a little bit, you know? You dial back the sugars and magic happens. Chibiham's face lit up for a moment. "Can you tell?" And then suddenly, as if someone had blown out a candle, that joy was gone. "I think you'll be a great geisha, Chibiham, so I had this made for you." And with that, Mama pulled out another long, thin package and opened it. And it was a beautiful furosode in bright, vibrant colors. And it was made to Chibiham's measurements. Is the furosode the fancy kimono? Because that kimono looks really fancy. It's got like flowers on it and stuff. Who doesn't like flowers? Chibiham is looking good. I'm so glad for this entire thing, you know. What a journey. Thank you guys for taking it with me. Anyway, Chibiham was dumbfounded, as am I. It was a kimono, just like she had always wanted. While Chibiham gushed over the item, Mama had gone to the closet and pulled out a number of other pretty items. Hairpins, obi belt decorations, and a long uchikake, which is like a fancy jacket. And she put them all on Chibiham for a nice girly fashion show. That's a good way to see yourself out. Class act, I'm telling ya. "Look at how pretty you've become, Chibiham. Just like a real geisha," Mama said to her. Chibiham took pictures with Mama and Juicy and myself, asking if she could keep the clothing on until the evening. Mama turned her down, telling her how the kimono was not practical, especially with the heavy uchikake jacket, but that they would practice for an hour from now on so that she could get a feel for the dress. Yeah, just soak in that hour. Chibiham bounced about all day, feeling like $1,000,000. She imitated Mama's every move and didn't complain anymore when Mama told her to make this or that or clean this or that. Yeah, I mean, she's in her debt, like more than she could ever really repay. But Mama would never even ask you to repay it. Just be like, "Okay, I grant you this. I left you better than I found you." That's the most that anybody could ask, I guess. In the afternoon, just before we planned to leave, I was looking for Chibiham. I found her by my computer. "Chibiham, let's go," I called to her. But when I went into the room, she looked cross. Damn, bro. Chibiham's got like that serious ass look. She's seen some stuff she shouldn't have seen. That's what I know. What's on your Facebook, OP? What's going on there, OP? "What are you doing, Chibiham?" I asked her. "Nothing. Just checking my Facebook," she replied, still sullen. She quickly turned the computer off. "Let me get my stuff together." She doesn't want to go back home. I mean, who would, honestly? But also, what are you going to do here for money? You have to learn Japanese and maybe come back. She shuffled around the room and I told her to meet us downstairs in 5, but there had been a noticeable change in her demeanor since the morning. Chibiham was quiet in the taxi, as Mama explained how we had a room set up for us in which we could change and do our makeup, and then we would perform the Ume wa Saita geisha song first because it took the most amount of time to prepare for, and then Kapore later because it would let us drink and jump around in our clothing after we got drunk. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Inside the yokaya, Mama's friends greeted us. They led us all into a room with big mirrors and makeup all set up, and pretty Geico in training waiting to do our hair for us.
Could you make me a woman?
Honey, I'm so happy.
Since Chibiham had such short hair, the girls brought in a wig for her. Well, that's nice. I guess long hair is part of the thing for some reason, and I can't help but notice that it's a blonde wig. Where did you find that? Who is that for? Chibiham specifically, maybe. So Chibiham sat at her mirror and took out the geisha picture that Mama had given her when she had just arrived. She asked for the Geico and said, "Could you make me look like this?" The pretty Geico smiled at her and said just like that, "Okay," and the makeup began. A couple hours went by. In the waiting room, we all got dressed in our complicated furasode clothing. Juicy and I were just wearing costumes that we borrowed from Mama, with pale white makeup. Chibiham had to practice dancing in her heavy wig, so she went into a different room that had even more space. Eventually, Juicy came into the room and told us that all the guests had arrived and that we would start in a few minutes. Juicy and I went into the practice room next door to tell Chibiham, and oh, Chibiham, there she was, sprawled out in the middle of the floor, surrounded by candy wrappers and covered in chocolate. That's what you've been doing in here? You're not taking this seriously at all. Oh man. Something she saw on Facebook made her lash out. What could it be? She was on a good path. Oh man. It's a relapse. It's so sad. Okay, well, let's put the wig on. Wipe your face. Let's go. Her makeup was not only ruined, but the white face paint had run down the front of her beautiful new kimono and dripped onto the brocade uchikake that Mama had borrowed for her. She was in tears. Chibiham. I was in shock. I didn't know what to say. Chibiham suddenly grew very angry.
What? What is it? I'm allowed to eat what I want, whenever I want. Why you look at me like that? You think you're better than me, don't you? Trying to make me into something I'm not? Well, screw you guys.
I'm going home. I mean, she is.
You've been tricking me all this time, haven't you? Trying to turn me anorexic like you. I'm not stupid.
And then she continued to rant, using all sort of untranslatable expletives. Suddenly, that loud, high-pitched yell that I had heard back in the airport when she first arrived came rushing back. It echoed through the hall as she berated me, berated Mama and Juicy. We were all out together, she said.
You tricked me into coming here. I hate all you. And I hate Mama and I hate Juicy and I hate you most of all, OP.
What the fuck? Where's this coming from? Honestly, is this something you saw on the computer? Is it the computer that's made you sad?
Is there something on that piece of paper that's made you sad?
You can just pull it out of the wall like this. Oh no, now I gotta start the episode over. She fell over in a dramatic flop and bawled again, like a 6-year-old. The Geico peeked in from the halls. Juicy peeked in from behind the Fusuma. And then the Fusuma opened. I don't know what it is. Is it a closet? A door? The screen thing? Have you told us before? Oh, I guess it's the door. There at the table, now visible after sliding open the paper door, sat Chibiham's parents. What the fuck? What have you been doing here, Chibiham? Are you making the most of your time? Everybody's horrified. The parents are just like, well, it looks like she ain't changed that much, really. Deep down, this is all it took to throw you off track again? Or was it about the parents at all? I don't know what the hell's happening. Please explain. It was my aunt and uncle, says OP. They were red in the face, speechless. After a long moment, Auntie finally blurted out, Chibiham! Chibiham had her mouth gaping wide as she stared back at her parents.
What are you guys doing here?
Oh, you didn't want us to see him mid-meltdown doing this in front of strangers. Chibiham, I have never in my life... Auntie was at a loss for words. Uncle was not. He stormed over to her. Chibiham, get up. How could you act like this in front of these people? Chibiham grew angry. You don't understand. It's all OP's fault. She's been making fun of me since I got here. And they've been starving me the whole time. And it's like abuse, I tell you. They call me fat constantly. And they've been really, really mean. And you don't know what it's like. You apologize right now, or so help me, Auntie scolded. And Chibiham began bawling again. Yeah, the one trick in the book, isn't it? Well, this looks like angry crying in the picture. I sort of expected more like pathetic crying. Don't you feel so bad for me? I'm just a big fat lump. But I guess Chibiham's comfortable around her parents enough to try the angry cry. I guess we'll see how it goes for him. How could you all gang up on me like this? You're so mean. What? We just came to see the stupid dance. What? Come on, man. With the wrappers flying, Chibiham bumbled to her feet and stormed out of the room as best she could. Auntie turned red-faced to Papa, who was sitting next to her at the table. I honestly don't know what to say. Has she been acting like this the whole time? I nodded at her. She hasn't had an outburst like that for a while, but yeah, pretty much. Why didn't you tell me? Auntie asked. I tried to, but then Juicy's father laughed and said, Don't be silly. What would you have done from Tennessee? It isn't your responsibility to apologize for your adult children. You entrusted her to us, so she's been our responsibility. The English-speaking businessman understood every word that had been tossed around. Well, I'm glad Papa got some time off work to make the meeting. We've never met Juicy's father before. English-speaking businessman. Yup, all that checks out. I buy it. I asked the question that was the most pressing and said, what are you guys doing here? And Juicy raised her hand. I invited them, she explained. And she's looking so decked out, let me say that. Juicy hasn't gotten like quite enough juice in these past few stories. Sort of playing second fiddle to Mama, which like, truly, who could outshine Mama? But yeah, Juicy has been like super kind the entire time. Was willing to clean up Chibiham's pig slop in her bathroom at one point. I'm glad she gets to have a day of this as well. So yeah, Juicy explained she invited Auntie and Uncle, and they had been watching Chibiham's adventures on Facebook, and they messaged Juicy, who had been tagged in the photographs, and they sent a thank you message, and they struck up a little conversation. And they had decided to come to Japan for the last few days and surprise Chibiham. Well, you certainly managed that much. They both wanted to see all the fun that Chibiham was gushing about for themselves. You knew they were coming? I gasped, and Juicy nodded. It was a surprise. She smiled. She was very good at keeping secrets. Not saying is a flower, goes the saying in Japanese, and Juicy surely was the brightest flower of them all. She knows when to speak and when to not. Like, kind and also... I mean, not hard in the places she needs to be, but like, she holds the line for herself, you know? Chibiham took her into a convenience store and gorges herself, and Juicy's just like, yeah, my mom said I shouldn't do that, so I'm not gonna do that. It's probably not the best thing for me. You say brightest flower, I say brightest crayon, but potato, I guess. Now, Chibiham had made a fool of herself in front of her whole family, and also her own family. I trudged after her in order to try and fix this mess. To be continued. Also, thanks for the gold. Yay, gold! Isn't Reddit weird? They decide to, like, phase that shit in and out. They can't decide what they want to be. Neither can I, honestly. Neither can Juicyham, apparently. I guess that's just part of the human condition. Constantly evolving and trying new things and changing in ways that are imperceptible unless, you know, somebody meets up with you again after however many years. And even then, it's like the outside has changed, but the inside is still mostly the same. And again, I also think that's Chibiham's problem as well. I was fearing in the last episode that she wouldn't be able to maintain this, and yeah, she couldn't even maintain it until leaving the country. Or she just had this meltdown to like drive her parents away. Is this her way of separating? If she acts like enough of a shit, they'll say, just keep her. Just keep her. She could stay in Japan and dig through the dumpsters or something like that. She'll be a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And then I gotta tell you the deep lore and be like, actually, the Ninja Turtles are not from Japan. Anyway, let's see what the Gubbins thought. Go ahead, boys.
She had one moment. One single, shining moment, where she was genuinely becoming something better. And her first instinct upon touching a computer was to Facebook spiral herself back into the person she was at the airport. Dark Gubbins.
Heavy swing there, Dark Gubbins. Yes, I like it.
She is in full geisha costume, white face paint, borrowed kimono, borrowed uchikake, borrowed wig, and somewhere in that room there is a hidden candy stash. She planned this. She packed that candy specifically. She looked at a kimono fitting and thought, yes, and also Reese's. Gubbins respect the logistics, actually. Gubbins.
Yes, and also Reese's. I think Dark Gubbins hit a little bit harder there. I'm gonna have to update Gubbins' prompt at some point. Hyper-specific Gubbins is not the magic that it once was for me. So that's really no fault of your own, boy. You can still catch it up. You can still even win the thing if you nail the next two stories, ace in the hole. I guess we'll see how it goes. Also, check out the Patreon or the YouTube memberships if you'd like to see exclusive videos. All of our incel content is now paywalled. Sorry about that, but YouTube really hates that shit. We still get away with nice guys for now. And of course, Fat People Stories, Reddit came for it as well. It's dead now. 4chan also in the worst state it's ever been in. How's Tumblr? Can any Tumblr users give me an update? What's going on over there? Is the entire internet just over now? That dead internet theory video that I made has never ever been more relevant. It will never ever not be relevant again, I'm pretty sure. That's what we call evergreen. And I'm pretty sure Chibiham's evergreen too. It's a great story, man. I want to see what happens after the relapse. So let's get into the next part right now. This is Chibiham Juicy and me, Chibiham's Side of Mashed Potatoes and Gravy. Chapter 18. Do mashed potatoes and gravy. Bangers. Come on. Don't do this to me. You can make me do something I regret.
I told you, when I'm finished, you can have what's left.
There won't be any left. There's never any left.
Thanks for bearing with me during this super long series. Those are my favorite ones. Apologies for rustling jimmies and apologies for making you wait. Many of your questions that are not answered in this chapter will be answered in the epilogue, so please ask if there's something that you'd like me to elaborate on further. And no, unfortunately, Mama will still not tell me where she got that darn Totoro costume. Did I miss something there? Totoro costume? I want one. It's not even like that great of a movie. Miyazaki, he makes great films, but like that's one of the lowest on the list, which is still an amazing masterpiece, but it's not the one I'd pick personally. The one I'd pick definitely is Howl's Moving Castle. Just pile 2 tons of boulders on top of me, and I'm dead. I'm gonna cosplay this forever. Chibiham had made a fool of herself in the other room, of course, if you'll recall. Her parents had seen it all. The guests had seen it all. And now she was sitting in the makeup room with a ruined kimono and a puffy, blotchy face. Yeah, puffier than usual, even. It's unnecessary. Hey, kick somebody while she's down, why don't you? I'm sorry, I have to do it. I'm contractually obligated to do it. She had somewhat cried herself out by the time I came in, and didn't protest so much, except to glower at me as I walked in.
What the hell are you doing here? Checking on my well-being? You don't care about me as a person. That's why you fed and housed and tried to improve me over these past few weeks. Yeah, all of that what you said makes no sense, Chibiham. Stop this. Get the attention that you want by becoming the best at what you do, instead of turning it into a fucking pity party and demanding that people feel sympathy for you. Sympathy's bullshit attention anyway, I'll tell you that much. You don't want none of that. Ew. It's like the only way she knows how to interface with people. It's creepy, kinda. She says, "What do you want?" And OP closes the Fusuma sliding door behind me. What happened, Chibiham? You were doing so well. She was irritated by what I had said. What's that supposed to mean? You trying to shame me or something? I didn't respond. Well, it worked. They're all laughing at me now. Yeah, and somehow it's still my fault that you decided to take these actions. Go fuck yourself. You don't live in reality with the rest of us, clearly. Then Chibiham gazed down at her kimono in shame. OP says, "No one's laughing at you, Chibiham. We're just curious. What's with the outburst?" Chibiham took a while to answer. Mama said I lost weight. She looked at me. She was right. I lost 20 pounds since I got to Japan. That's great, Chibiham, I complimented. She grew angry. No, it's not! You don't get it at all. You don't get it because you're not fat like me. I didn't understand. What does that have to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything, Chibiham argued. She began to explain. Yeah, I also need this one explained. In school, I always had no friends, and I pretended like I didn't care, but it hurt. So and there's a bunch of mean kids making fun of young little Chibiham. Oh, isn't that so sad? Instead of leaning in, learning how to roll with the punches and stuff, you probably got really weird about it. Like, Chibiham, her personality's fairly repulsive, you know? She's over the top. I guess this does explain why she's so hungry for the attention all the time. But like I said earlier, if it's attention you want, then become the best at what you do. And notice I said, you know, at what you do. Not the best in the world. You don't aim for that shit. It's never going to happen. But the thing you enjoy, I want you to do it. Relentlessly. Shamelessly. That's the whole secret. Anyway, yeah. Super sad you got bullied, little fat kid. Happened to me too as a little fat kid. But you either learn to deal with it or you don't. You know, just lean in. Whatever. It's fine. We can't go back in time. I was left out and ridiculed, and I was got the short end of the stick and everything. It was just because I was bigger than the other kids. So I figured that if I don't fight for myself, then no one will. I had to take the biggest because if I didn't, I'd always end up with the smallest. I had to fight for the best, because if I didn't, then I'd always end up with the worst. I learned that people are gonna make fun of me anyway, so I should always just do what I want. I mean, on some level, but I guess the follow-up question would be, are you wanting the correct things for yourself? Lay down on the couch. Tell me about your relationship with your mother. Good manners don't count for much when you're the only one with them, so I dropped them. Who cares anyway? I was always gonna be alone. Then one day, I met a group of girls like me. Oh, good. People that can pull you down into the crab pot. And it is more health at every size, people. Check out the Queenie and Sourface saga for some more of that. I got conditions, but doctors don't know anything. Self-serving pseudo-feminism. She looks so happy. Like, yeah, I really changed the world by being a difficult person to be around. Okay, neat. I can wear whatever I want because I'm proud of my body. You're just a fat-shaming slut. I mean, I guess, yeah. Wear whatever you want. That's fine. But at a certain point, I think that you're wearing it as some sort of message. And it doesn't work as a message, you know? Dress for the size you actually are, not the size that you wish you were.
Is that mean to say? It's probably mean. But that's fine. Nothing new there.
What I mean to say is, these girls were fat like me. They were sassier and stronger than me. And I wanted to be like them. They told me how I was a hero, that we were all heroes by learning to fight fat hatred.
They really did brainwash her. She was ruined by these like overly confident women. You believed in the puffed up ego shit. But I guess especially as a young person, yeah, it is easy to get swept away, to start believing things that are not so great. Anyway, Chibiham continues,
I needed to fight for the right to eat whatever I wanted.
Fight for the right to eat.
And shame people who tried to shame me. Anorexic's a worse word than fat. Health has nothing to do with diet and exercise, and bigger is better. The thing is, secretly, I did think about being thinner. But when I picked up a salad or visited a gym, my new friends would yell at me. I was afraid I'd lose them. But here we are, 20 pounds lighter than when I got here. And I actually feel happier, and yet I dread going home.
I mean, if you really are determined to keep those friends, then they will have to make some changes. You know? Come back and be committed to the new you. And if they fall away, then good. I'll find somebody to replace you at the gym that I go to now. You know? It's not the end of the world. Although when you're holding all this bullshit in your own head, yeah, it can be difficult to sort through. I bet the message that she got on Facebook was like one of the friends who's like, oh, it looks like you're slimmer now and traveling the world. Are you too good for us now? Like, yeah, bitch, I guess I am. You want to feel mad about it, or you want to step your game up? That's the only question I got for you. Anyway, then Chibiham pulls out the camera and says, I put a lot of the pictures that I took up on Facebook. Oh my god, it's not just a message. Like, people are publicly dunking on her, like her supposed friends. Goodness gracious. Honestly, I fucking love this image, okay? It's Chibiham's Facebook. She's from Fat Bottom, Tennessee, and she's in a relationship with Eric Cartman. God damn it. Blue Bet Fuppuccino posted on Chibiham's wall and said, if you got any girls at all, then you stand up to them. Fatsy Patsy says, hey, now you're getting too thin in your photos. What do you think, you're better than us because you get to go to Japan? Screw you, Chibiham. I answered this question already. Yes, I do think I am. The fact that you're jealous and full of coke means nothing to me. Die mad. Meanie Ham says, I hope you never come back. We're losing support of real women in our community as it is, but if you come back, you're just gonna be another one of them. If you're not with us, you're against us, and I'm ashamed of what you've become. Well, you can feel ashamed for the whatever decade and a half that you got left on the planet at that size. Enjoy heart disease. Bye! Meanaham also shared obese pride photo that says loses weight, shows off like an anorexic bitch, and she tagged Fatsy Patsy in it so they could laugh at it together. You know who this is about? Not much worse than Mean Girls, if we're honest, you know. There's more. Fat Arena Hate Monger commented, had the balls to comment on my fucking photo on Chibiham's photo. You think you're better than us? And then Flabriella Rollskin says, eat a sandwich, you stick. It's getting so hard to read. It's so tiny, but I'm committed now. Chibiham shows off her new Furisode kimono. I'm so thankful. Meanaham, thankful for what? Are you stupid? They're turning you into a fat shaming whore. No, they're turning me into a well-developed and interesting person. And that burns you up inside, because the only thing that you have deep down inside is your I'm fat, which like anybody can achieve by being a slob. It's not that hard to do what you do, which is essentially nothing. I guess like eating 3 large pizzas in a day, that would be a challenge. Who am I? I could do it. But I'd be scared. I'd be scared afterward that it would be a habit. I've got an addictive personality, you see. Bluebet Fuparino comes in and says, I guess you chose them over us. Pity. I was just beginning to like you. I guess we can't be friends with a shitlord. Oh no, I lost contact with these people who can't stand to see other people improve. How will I ever recover?
I'm going out with literally the worst men in the world.
I guess I just keep improving, and all of you keep wallowing. Fancy Patsy says, I never liked her. I always knew she never had the guts to stand up to them. This thin privilege has gotten to the bony, skanky poo after all. Are these real comments for real? They probably are. Just for no reason, dogpiling somebody because they're having a good time and doing things that are right for them in their life. Goodness. You ain't never getting a boyfriend now, ho. Oh, look, aren't I pretty in my anorexic Japan robe? Damn, dude, they are mad. Like mad. I guess they expected to be invited onto the plane, but like, plane full of fat girls? I don't know, man. I hope we're carrying extra fuel. That's all I'll say. Lose any more of your womanly curves and you look like a teenage boy with that nasty haircut you got. Or didn't I tell you? Tee-hee. And then like 20 people like the shit. I guess this whole Facebook group that they're a part of is whatever, eating each other alive. I can't be all that surprised. Hell of an image, though. Some commitment went into that. That's what I'll say. I also love that she's in a relationship with Eric Cartman. Too perfect. I got the vibe directly. Anyway, now the post continues. Chibiham says, see here, the time that we went to Harajuku, and here's where we went to Mount Fuji, and here you could see me in the yukata, and I used to get good comments from my friends, but this morning, when I put up the picture of me in my kimono, I got really mean comments. They were all mad, and they said I lost weight in my pictures, and that I was shaming them, and that they can't be friends with me if I'm gonna buy into all the fat-shaming fascism. That's fine. Okay, don't be friends with me. Why is that the end of the world? There are people who don't require you to risk heart disease for their friendship. Okay? As Chibiham showed me her pictures, one after the other, I did notice a progression. The swollen face of the girl that I had met at the airport at Narita, then little by little, the soft cheeks and defined lines of a girl who had been lucky enough to start losing weight from her face. So that was the issue. Oh yeah, just get the MySpace angles in and you'll knock it out of the park. You don't even need MySpace angles anymore. You just run it through AI. You're like, make me buff. Alright, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna put all those fat girls' photos through AI and say, make them buff. They'll hate it. After seeing what they commented on my Facebook page, I realized that in a week I'm gonna be alone again, and I'm afraid of that, so I went and got all the sweets that Mama was hiding. I knew where she was keeping them, but recently I wondered what would happen if I didn't touch them. Food was beginning to taste good, like even the plain stuff, like fish and vegetables. It was easier to walk around and move, my skin's been much nicer, and I just feel better. I feel prettier, but all that's gonna mean nothing. No, it'll mean everything. It'll mean that you stand on your own merit. Oh, how I would love to see that. She knew where the snacks were. She was strong enough to keep herself away from them. There's hope. You just gotta peel off the ticks and the parasite, the big fat ticks that are hanging off your back. It was then that Chibiham's gaze turned to the photo of the pretty geisha that she had chosen from Mama's album. I wanna look like that, she says. I mean, you can. You did. Briefly there, okay? And then you fucked it up because you're scared to be alone. And I guess it does make sense. I'm somewhat codependent, more than that. My wife will attest. But we do come into the world alone, and we go out of it alone, and you gotta learn to be okay with yourself, with with sitting there with your thoughts. I know it's terrifying.
but you can do it with practice. A lot of practice. I wanna be like that, Chibiham said, but it's gonna take me a long time to get there, and I don't want to be alone that whole time. And I truly felt sorry for Chibiham there, and I wasn't quite sure what to say. Yeah, I guess it is a delicate situation, but you keep improving yourself and your vibe attracts your tribe, or whatever they say. Eventually you'll find your people, because you will often go to the place where your people are, like the gym. Although you gotta sort them out too. Don't just presume that it's good. There's a lot of dysfunctional fucks in there too. Anyway, the Fusuma opened once more and others entered. Juicy had been quietly explaining everything as she listened from the other side of the paper wall to everyone. Well, thanks, Juicy. She's not keeping secrets anymore, is she?
I will rain hellfire upon you!
Chibiham's parents, the Gaiko, and among them, the same beautiful geisha from the photograph on Chibiham's mirror. And do you know who that geisha was? It was Juicy's mama. Yeah, that's awesome. You can do it. I've been training you on how to do it. You just gotta walk the path. Are you strong enough? Mama looked at the mess of a girl piled hopelessly in the middle of the room. She smiled weakly at her. Poor Chibiham, Mama said to her. Why did you ruin yourself so? Because I'm afraid, Chibiham responded. It's a pretty fucking honest answer. But guess what? You're gonna be afraid a lot in your life, and you still gotta nut up and take the leap. It's the only way we can make things press forward. There's nothing scary about it, Juicy responded and smiled at her kindly while translating to Mama. Everyone here is here for you. Yeah, this is the attention that you wanted. You're just not used to receiving it in a positive manner, so you had to make a big meltdown and all this shit. Or maybe, I don't know, that's just how she would respond to losing her friend group or getting dunked on Facebook. But who gives a shit? Delete the profile. Like, it's that easy. Cut the cord, 2 minutes, done. Like, yeah, I don't owe you access to me. So yeah, it's kind of Saturday morning specially to type all this up in retrospect, and I smirked to myself as I typed this, but I honest to God said, well, screw those people on Facebook. They're not your friends if they're holding you back. If they hadn't said those things to you, would you be happy with yourself right now? Chibiham nodded. Yeah. Then who needs them? Friends aren't supposed to make you feel like crap. Does Chibiham not know that? Oh my god, she might not. I guess not. Chibiham sniffled to herself. She looked at Mama, who was sitting so elegantly, even more beautiful than the photograph on the mirror, and she sniffled. Yeah, I'm sorry I ruined everything. I'm sorry for yelling like that. I really didn't mean any of it. I'm sorry I messed up your dinner. Sumimasen. Mama laughed, sounding like a little bird. What are you talking about, Chibiham? Dinner has not even begun yet. And then Mama called in the Gaiko again to assist Chibiham in getting cleaned up for the dance. Yeah, once more. I guess I'm getting paid by the hour or something. Chibiham, Juicy, and I performed Ume wa Saita Ka for the group, dressed to the T. Under the guidance of Mama, she bowed proudly before the guests and her parents and apologized for causing a scene. Not one of the guests scolded her, though her parents did give her the evil eye for the rest of the dinner. But yeah, that's sort of embarrassing as shit. But you can't be mad at your kid. Clearly she's going through something. You don't want to sit down and have a difficult conversation to try and unpack it. It's probably why she's in the situation she's in, isn't it? Papa regaled all of us with his philosophy. He told us all how he was a horrible brat while growing up, causing all sorts of trouble and occasionally being brought home by the local constable. Oh my. He too had been the source of all sorts of grief for his parents until his own strict grandfather died suddenly, causing him to wisen up.
Chibiham too might be a brat at 21, but we all have our moments of maturity where we put away our childish thoughts and toys. That might be yet to come for Chibiham, he explained. But the sooner the better, for her own sake. Yeah, suspended adolescence doesn't really look good on anybody. And it's one of those things you probably should put away. You can do some stuff, you know, but you also gotta fucking take care of business. After performing the Kapore dance, all three of us were quite drunk as we told everyone about the embarrassing and charming tales of the one and only Chibiham. Oh, this is you guys doing the dance? I like it a lot. Baggers! With Mount Fuji in the background. My goodness. Hope he really went all out with the illustration. Chibiham was the most vocal among us, and of course remembered all the stories the best, and yeah, it was a good night. That night, as we left the Okaya, Mama hailed a couple of taxis for us.
Can't we walk? Chibiham asked. It's nice weather out.
Oh my god. After that line, I don't think the voice fits her anymore. I think she's gonna shift. She's gonna become completely different. When you see her 5 years down the road, you'll be like, Chibi, damn! It's a terrible joke, okay. Juicy looked at Chibiham incredulously and said, we are in Shinbashi now. It would take us maybe an hour to walk home from here.
Yeah, but I feel good,
Chibiham said. Yeah, sing some James Brown or something. So while Mama, Papa, and Chibiham's parents took the taxi back home, Juicy, Chibiham, and I set out on our walking. Love it. Perfect. Now walk down the railroad tracks and it could be like Stand By Me, okay? And then we wrap it up. No, there's one more part after this. As we walked, Chibiham chatted happily.
I actually do feel lighter, but that wig, she explained, it must have been like 20 pounds. Felt like 1,000,000 by the time I took it off.
You gotta strengthen them neck muscles. We laughed about it. Chibiham asked me shyly,
I'm super jealous that you get to live here and have such fun all the time. And I do miss you. You're really like my best friend.
I grinned at her. I miss you too, Chibiham.
Will you come visit me in Tennessee soon?
Whenever you like.
Will you dress up as Sailor Moon in costumes and go trick-or-treating with me? She asked.
I was delighted. Of course, Chibiham. I'd be happy to go. Honestly, sure. Why not? We'll get away with trick-or-treating at 20-something, I'm sure. Girls, maybe. Men are not extended the same mercy, I'll tell you that much. But, yeah, I think Chibiham, she does have what it takes. I take back all the stuff. I was doubting the entire time. But that she didn't let us know that she knew where the candy was the entire time. She had it locked. And she does want to make the changes. And that's the truly important part, you know? Once you've made the decision, fuck what anybody else thinks. Move forward amicably. That's the secret of it all. I'm sure the Gubbinses will tell you the same thing. Go ahead, boys!
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about Mama hiding the sweets. She has a secret candy location. She mapped it out. She has contingency candy, backup candy. Gubbins need to know if Mama keep a spreadsheet or if this all in her head like some kind of confectionery war general. Gubbins moving to that Okia. Gubbins.
Okia. It sounds like Nokia.
The Facebook friends who called 20 pounds of health fat-shaming fascism. They weren't friends. They were a retention strategy, keeping her soft and scared so they wouldn't have to confront themselves. She almost let them win. Dark Gubbins.
Almost is lifting heavy there, though. I like that she broke it.
She asked if they can walk, and it take 1 hour, and she say, yeah, but I feel good. This is character development. This is an RC. Gubbins has been on this earth many years and has never once looked at a 1 hour walk and said, yeah, but I feel good. Gubbins.
RC? You're thinking about RC Cola? I don't know what you're talking about, boy.
Gubbins, we are supposed to be reacting to cringe content. This is not cringe. This is a redemption arc with a geisha and a capoeira dance and a 1 hour midnight walk through Shinbashi. I have nothing cruel to say, and I resent being put in this position. Dark Gubbins.
Too good.
Dark Gubbins is soft. Gubbins see it. The pretty geisha and the little bird laugh got to him. It is okay. Gubbins also a little bit crying. From the wig weight joke, Gubbins.
You almost brought it back around, Gubbins. But I don't know. There's one more part. Okay, fine. I really think Dark Gubbins clinched it, but I'm gonna mercy point Gubbins, and we'll let the epilogue decide the fate of this series between light and dark, between greatness and obscurity. Onward we march into oblivion! I am gonna miss Chibiham so goddamn much, you know. I hope only good things for her in the epilogue. I also hope you guys will check out the Fourth Wall for some merch, or check us out on podcast services. Basically, any podcast service. We got ReddX on there. I appreciate you guys watching, especially if you watched this far. Let's see how all this wraps up, shall we? Chibiham, Juicy, and me, the Aftertaste. Ending. Aftertaste is funny. Someone out there who I'd like to hug, thank you for the gold! I'm so touched that someone's gone to all that trouble. I wish I could thank you guys in person. I don't know, I read the words on the screen. It feels close enough, doesn't it? The Aftertaste. I'm sorry to disappoint those of you who are expecting a Hollywood-esque final twist that Paprika is actually Chibiham, or that Chibiham was the one writing the stories all along, or that Chibiham's really an alien, or that this was all a big dream, but no, I'm just plain old OP, typing here in my dinosaur shirt and my real deal myopic geek glasses. If it was a dream, I would be pissed. Those endings are always terrible. I have returned, however, to tell you that this story does have a happy ending. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. This is like Orbital Sushi Chibiham when she powers up and she like grabs the entire country of Japan. I guess she grabbed her life by the fucking balls, you know? It looks like Mama's head is the moon, which, I don't know. I have some questions about, like, the art choice related to the thing you're talking about, but it's trippy. It's kind of cool. Anyway, OP says, yes, she is going to make it. Well, hallelujah. Chibiham spent the last week in Japanland, showing her parents around all the places she'd gone herself. When she returned to the US, she actually switched colleges to one in Seattle and cut out the destructive health at every size crowd from her life. That's so beautiful. It was as easy as clicking unfriend on their Facebook pages. Yeah, like I said, I don't owe you access to me. Okay, goodbye forever. At her new college, surprise, surprise, Chibiham actually made friends pretty easy. Since she had realized somewhere along this line of events that she didn't need to throw her weight around to get noticed. Yeah, just be a decent human being. How's that so hard? She started a Japanese dance club at her new college, and Mama and I continued to send her one video of a new dance per month for her and her friends to practice. Damn, wow. Awesome. Chibiham no longer identified herself as the fat girl, but the girl who does Japanese dancing. Yeah, and better than anybody over here does it. I'm gonna buy myself 20 pounds of hair and make it into a geisha wig. It wasn't the last time Chibiham came to Japan either. She came every summer after that, and is planning to come back again this summer. Well, how are we affording all these plane tickets? I guess just one person. It's kind of easy. Last summer, she brought one of her own friends from college around, and yeah, I got plenty of fun stories to tell you about that as well. And I will. She never did. Best of all, in terms of fat people stories at least, Chibiham is down 180 pounds as of last week. Oh, holy God, wow. Does the old kimono still fit, or we just keep it as like the Jared pants from Subway? I guess Jared pants has like a pretty gross negative connotation considering he was convicted. Oh my. What was I talking about? 180 pounds down. That's fucking awesome. I love that for you, dude. I refuse to tell you what her weight actually is, but let's just say she doesn't need to go shopping in Sumo City anymore. Oh my god, the transformation of Chibiham. Sayonara, fat pants. All this by dancing? She loves to dance that much. Fucking lean in, that's all I'm saying. Find the thing and never let it go. She did it. She fucking did it. Oh, I'm so happy. It's not often that a story gets like a really good arc and a fucking awesome happy ending and illustrations along the entire way. Wow. What a saga. That's all I gotta say. Wow. So the story has come to a close, but I'm not going nowhere, says OP. Chibiham, after hearing about these stories and reading them, told me that she has a whole bunch of fat people stories herself from that awful Tennessee health at every size crowd. She's telling me over Skype about the tales, and I'm rewriting and illustrating them for you guys, and I'll have the first one up in just a couple days. Has those been lost to time? I gotta go find those. Maybe a little dig. Maybe we're not done with Fat People Stories quite yet, especially if it's got the pictures and whatnot. But for those of you who love the Chibiham story, you can download the free ebook or PDF that I put up on the Chibiham Facebook page. What? It was facebook.com/Chibiham, but that PDF's no longer there. This is also not on Reddit anymore. Pretty soon it's going to be deleted from the internet. Digital rot, lost media, and for a series like this, I would find that supremely tragic. What the hell? This is the kind of story that should be passed down as oral tradition through the eons. You understand? My love for this story is extreme, for real. I'll be putting up the mama recipes and mini comics on the Chibiham page and update you all on the progress, because I'm trying to get the thing made into a dorama here. Is anyone interested in helping? Yeah, well, I find that free help most of the time isn't worth it. If you're willing to pay, then yeah, people are willing to help. But otherwise, it's not worth the trouble asking, generally. Finally, the fat logic, because I can't make a post on Fat People Stories without a little fat logic, so this story comes to me via Chibiham on Skype. Oh, and it's got a picture too! Alright. When Chibiham returned to Tennessee, she had one day of sleeping in before she planned to go back to work. Chibiham had a part-time job at a bookstore, which happened to be across the street from a Dunkin' Donuts. We can all imagine the temptation. I would like 1 bucket of coffee with 120 grams of sugar in it, please.
Oh, it feels like an elephant is standing on my chest.
Should we call somebody?
And they'll give it to you. So a couple of Chibi's so-called friends came to visit her on her first day back to work. Naturally, they brought boxes and boxes of donuts. They smiled at her as they came in through the door. "Oh, welcome back, Chibiham," they squealed, as if everything they had written to her on Facebook had been forgotten. "We brought you some treats. We were so worried about you," said Flabriella. "Since you seem like you were withering up there in Japanorexia, we need you to get your sugars back up before you die." Chibiham hesitated. She had not forgotten anything. Thanks, guys, but you really aren't allowed to eat in here," she told them, eyeing around nervously for the manager. Bro, I love this line in the sand. "Here's your moment." "This is a special occasion," says Blue Bet, opening the top of the delicious-smelling donut box and waving the wafting beatus under Chibiham's face. "Oh, don't you love us anymore?" "Never did." I mean, I like donuts, but after the shit you said, you think I want to eat a donut that come from you? Get out of here. I told you once, don't make me call the library security, which we totally have. I just have to push the secret button that you can't see. And strangely enough, Chibiham wasn't interested. There was something in that sickening sweetness that icked her out. The smell of sugar, something so prominent in American sweets, is something that doesn't really exist in Japanese sweets. She'd gotten used to it without realizing it. Realizing it for the first time, she felt proud of herself. She didn't want the donuts. She did not want those donuts. "Actually, no thanks," she said, beaming. Bluebet whipped the box away from Chibiham. "What do you mean, no thanks? You're refusing the donuts because you think you're better than us or something?" Chibiham shrugged. "Yeah, I do think I'm better, actually."
Fatarina and the other girls gasped. Oh my, look at little Miss Bony Pal coming back all geisha like. You skinny little wasp. No wonder no one likes you at school. Chibiham made a face and says, actually, I think it's you guys that nobody likes at school. I was only stuck with you because I couldn't get out from under you. Sick burn. Sick fucking burn. Yeah, get him! Is it a fat joke? Oinked Meanieham. How could you? Yeah, it is. Chibiham shrugged again. I love this. The new not give a fuck Chibiham. She's got a twinkle in her eye in OP's illustration, but I hope it's a glint of mania. It reads to me as mischievous, you know? She's gonna get up to some monkey shines. Go ahead, let him have it. Chibiham says, yeah, it is sort of a fat joke, isn't it? Why don't you get a sense of humor and get out? She smiled. Meanieham came back strong. They brainwashed you. How come you're acting like this? After only 1 month of them pouring poison in your ears, you're denying your true self. You're giving in to their years of hatred and vitriol. You're not yourself, Chibiham. You don't know what you're saying. Chibiham still wasn't fazed. She laughed to herself when she realized what they were throwing at her and how desperate they looked. They are. They don't want to lose you. But the truth is that you have outgrown them. And I love that. I fucking love it. Chibiham says, no, I think I really am myself these days. At least more than I have been in a very long time, she told them. And frankly, I don't think we're made to be friends anymore. We're just not compatible. The girls snorted and bitched and all left. Fatsy Patsy took the box of cream donuts that she was carrying and threw it in the lobby before she exited the door. Made a mess all over the linoleum and the carpet. The manager came running in with the timing of your parents when a sex scene comes on the TV. Oh no, don't look! Oh, it's horrible! The cream filling has gotten everywhere. And he demanded to know what happened. Chibiham smiled and said, I'm sorry, I'll clean it up. And then she pulled out the rags and Windex from underneath the counter. I suppose, after all, Chibiham was the most alpha of any of us. Except for Mama, of course. The end. I love that ending, dude. It's not proof by any means, but here's a photo of the creepy-ass, geeky-ass diaries that have been written since I moved here. What is that? Diaries? Oh, it's like just the notes for the story writing and stuff. Yeah, I like that. I'm not gonna even attempt to read what it says. But neat. That's proof of something, that notebooks with writing in them exist. I believe the whole story the whole way anyway. Who's giving you fucking hassle in the comments? Tell them to come to me. I'll bite their nose off. Like I drew pictures and made up this whole narrative just for fun. No, I wanted to share something interesting with you guys. They're like, no, it's too good narratively. It's too narratively correct. No, it's fucking perfect. It's exactly the capstone that the channel needs, I would say. I absolutely love Chibiham. OP says, these diaries are where I got my memories from. Like I said, I recorded everything. Now that I'm old, it's fun to read. My gosh, what a retarded kid I was back then, I think, every time. And I'm sure in 5 more years, I'll think the same thing about the stuff that I write right now. I mean, that's called growing and improving. And I love that for you, and for Chibiham, and for everybody watching the video. Holy God. I can't believe it's over. I can't believe it's over, but really it ended in the best way possible. I couldn't have asked for anything more. Truly. You grabbed your life by the horns. You fucking carpe diem seize the gay. You chased your dreams and tackled it to the ground and made it submit.
It's sexual and violent.
I really didn't think she had it in her, but I was proven wrong in the very last episode. Speaking of which, I guess we'll see which of the Gubbinses will take this entire thing home. It's been a tight race the whole way. But if Gubbins opens with I can't stop thinking about, then yeah, he basically automatically loses. He's on a pity point right now. But we'll see how it goes. Tell me how you feel, boys!
Gubbins cannot stop thinking about the donut box hitting the linoleum. That donut box died for nothing. It didn't do anything wrong. It was innocent. It was just sitting there full of cream. It had its whole life ahead of it, and Fatsy Patsy threw it like a grenade. Gubbins need a moment. Gubbins.
Those poor cream donuts. Stop thinking about them right now.
You're denying your true self. As if the self is a fixed thing defined entirely by what you eat in a parking lot with people who resent your improvement.
Fucking cook!
They watched her get better and called it brainwashing because her recovery was an indictment they couldn't survive. Dark Gubbins.
God damn, Dark Gubbins swinging for the fences. How are you gonna say no to something like that? He's got teeth, he's got claws, he's got the final point. Congratulations. Sign up on the YouTube, Patreon. Dark Gubbins wins!
Dark Gubbins, the darkest Gubbins. Dark Gubbins, you're gonna love him. Dark Gubbins, the darkest Gubbins. Dark Gubbins, you're gonna love him.
Do you guys think that the self is a fixed thing that's defined entirely by what you eat in the parking lot with people who resent your improvement? Because I'm not sure. That might be the case in some situations. What a fucking amazing series. Thank you guys so much for joining me for the whole thing. You know, I'm so sad Fat People Stories died, but at the end of the day, yeah, we've got some archive stuff. There's still bits and pieces floating around out there in the internet, and it is important, you know, you can't preserve absolutely everything, but the vast majority, I'm gonna try, and you do help me in those endeavors, friends, whether that's by listening on the podcast, supporting on YouTube memberships or Patreon, doing the Fourth Wall merch thing, or maybe checking out our new Island Vibes EP. Oh my goodness, it's feel good, it's fun, doesn't take itself too seriously. It's exactly what I'm on right now. And I love it. We got other stuff that we made. Gubbins Gotcha in the Discord if you'd like to come and hang out with us, the Jerry Army, you know. We got Waifu Pilled on Steam. It will release someday. Maybe. Definitely will. I have to polish it to perfection. It's my baby, you see. But we do have a couple things published on Google Play right now. Did I ADHD and Spin It ADHD. There's a couple other apps upcoming. But Godot updated again, so I gotta, whatever, change the whole build, fucking, oh, it's such a pain. You don't care. It'll get done at some point. 11 Hacks Hackathon is ending this week as well, so then some bandwidth will free up, and that'll be real nice. But anyway, I hope you guys are enjoying your week, you know, doing the thing that you're supposed to do. Go and get it this weekend. Fucking let Chibiham be in your hearts. Be free and be fearless and chase down whatever it is that you want. I highly encourage this behavior. I appreciate you guys. Always remember that you are loved, you are worthy, you definitely deserve it, and I shall see you in the next one, friends. So until then, bye-bye.
Thank you for calling ReddX Industries. Your call is very important to us. Please hold on the line while we decontaminate the lab.